today, her 8th consecutive budget, being this one historic under the Prime Minister Modi's government. In the next few hours, we are going to get the overall expectations as we run up to the final budget presentation scheduled at around 11 a.m. We will be examining the sectoral expectations, the middle class aspirations, all that with our sectoral experts joining us live on this special broadcast. So stay with us. So India is all set to unveil its financial roadmap for the upcoming fiscal year, with the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman scheduled to present the Union Budget of India 2025-26. Minister Sitharaman will be presenting the budget in the lower house of the Parliament at 11 a.m. local time today, which is 5:30 a.m. GMT. This will be Minister Sitharaman's 8th budget presentation under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, marking a significant milestone. Notably, the budget will be delivered in a paperless format, aligning with the government's digital initiatives. And as the country gears up for this significant event, all eyes are on Finance Minister Sitharaman to unveil the government's vision for India's economic future. Being the first woman finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting her 8th consecutive budget, which is historical and unprecedented. First women finance minister to do so and to achieve this feat at 11 a.m. local time. India's finance minister will be presenting the Union Budget 2025-26 in India's Parliament in the lower house of India's Parliament. And the budget session of the Indian Parliament began on Friday, that's yesterday, with much anticipation setting the stage for the crucial discussion and debates on the country's economic future or roadmap. India's President Draupadi Murmu addressed a joint session of Parliament outlining her government's achievements and policy vision. Here's a report on what unfolded on the first day of this very important session.
The budget session of the Indian Parliament kicked off with both houses coming together for the President's address. In her speech, President Draupadi Murmu highlighted the government's key policies and achievements over the past decade, focusing on economic reforms, social welfare and the upliftment of marginalized sections of the society.
भारत की विकास यात्रा की इस अमृतकाल को आज मेरी सरकार अभूतपूर्व उपलब्धियों के माध्यम से नई ऊर्जा दे रही है। तीसरे कार्यकाल में 3 गुना तेज गति से काम हो रहा है। आज देश बड़े निर्णयों और नीतियों को असाधारण गति से लागू होते देख रहा है और इन निर्णयों में देश की गरीब, मध्यम वर्ग, युवा, महिलाओं, किसानों को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता मिली।
She outlined several initiatives that have aimed to improve the livelihoods of the underprivileged, including schemes targeting rural development, education and healthcare. The President emphasized the government's continuous efforts towards making India a $5 trillion economy, driven by innovation, infrastructure development and digital transformation.
मेरी सरकार के 1 दशक के कार्यकाल ने विकसित भारत की यात्रा को नई ऊर्जा दी है। विकसित भारत के विजन में जन भागीदारी का सामूहिक सामर्थ्य है, देश की आर्थिक उन्नति का रोड मैप है, डिजिटल क्रांति के रूप में टेक्नोलॉजी की ताकत है और आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आधार भी है।
Following the address, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tabled the Economic Survey of 24-25. The document reviews the performance of the Indian economy over the past year, offering insights into growth trends, fiscal performance and policy challenges. This year's survey places a strong focus on economic recovery post-pandemic, tackling inflation and ensuring inclusive growth. The economic survey lays the foundation for the Union Budget of 25-26, which will be presented in the Lok Sabha tomorrow. All eyes are now on the finance minister as she prepares to unveil the government's financial roadmap for the next fiscal year. The budget session will be held in two parts, with the first half continuing until February the 13th. This session is expected to see intense debate on key economic issues, debate on the president's speech, and also some key legislative policies that the government of India envisions to pass during this session. Bureau Report, DD India.
And also a day ahead of the annual budget presentation, Minister Sitharaman tabled the Economic Survey 2024-25 in both houses of parliament yesterday. Well, it says that India's GDP growth is expected to remain in 6.3 to 6.8% range for the next financial year, and that the measures like deregulation, private sector's contribution to infrastructure and development, and rationalizing salaries of the workforce in tune with profits, apart from well-calibrated response to artificial intelligence, is required to meet India's developed nation goal for 2047.
With your permission, I rise to lay on the table.
India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tabled the Economic Survey for 2024-25 in both houses of parliament on Friday. The survey cites strong domestic economic fundamentals, a declining unemployment rate, stable inflation, and the need for further reforms to sustain growth momentum. The survey puts forth a way forward to reinvigorate the internal engines and domestic levers of growth.
We have to raise our game on domestic growth. And how do we do that? There are four dimensions to it. One is deregulation for growth, augmenting internal capacities for growth, the role of the private sector in nation building, and doing energy transition the Indian way.
Here are some key takeaways from the economic survey. India's real GDP growth is estimated at 6.4% in FY25, which equates nearly to its decadal average. Real GDP growth in FY26 is expected to grow between 6.3 and 6.8%, keeping in mind the upsides and downsides to growth. Real gross value added, or GVA, is also estimated to grow by 6.4% in FY25. Retail headline inflation has softened from 5.4% in FY24 to 4.9% in April to December of 2024. India's external sector continues to display resilience amidst global uncertainties and headwinds. Overall exports, that's merchandise plus services, grew by 6% year-on-year in the first 9 months of FY25. Gross FDI inflows recorded a revival in FY25, increasing from US dollars $47.2 billion in the first 8 months of FY24 to US dollars $55.6 billion in the same period of FY25. The economic survey showed India's forex reserves were at a high of $706 billion in September of 2024 and stood at $640.3 billion by December 27, 2024. As per the World Bank, India was the top recipient of remittances in the world, driven by an uptick in job creation in OECD economies. Industrial sector expected to grow by 6.2% in FY25, driven by robust growth in electricity and construction. India's economy benefits from money sent home by Indians working abroad. Remittances grew by $28.1 billion in Q2 FY24 to $31.9 billion in Q2 FY25. Indian labor market indicators have improved, with unemployment rate declining to 3.2% in 2023-24, July to June, from 6.0% in 2017-18. Rupees 50,000 crore Self-Reliant India Fund launched to provide equity funding to MSMEs.
Private sector plays a very big role. And in terms of the private sector, the specific asks are balanced deployment of capital and labor, curbing ultra-processed foods, fairer distribution of income, importance to workplace safety, workplace culture and mental health, and thinking about supply and sourcing from a strategic perspective as well.
The economic survey of 2024-25 has come within a short span of 6 months from the last one, which was presented in July of 2024 after the general election. The economic survey document, prepared by the Finance Ministry and formulated under the supervision of the Chief Economic Advisor, gives insights into the state of the economy and various indicators of 2024-25 April to March, and some outlook also for the next fiscal. Dheeraj Das's report for DD India.
And as much as economic survey sets the tone and tenor of the budget, let's try to examine the overall expectations and deliverables that we are looking at. Let me quickly introduce my panel and our team of reporters on ground tracking the story very, very closely. From Mumbai, India's financial capital, my colleague Shama Mishra, senior reporter, joins us from there. Dubendu Mandala, senior correspondent tracking the story, joins us from national capital, Delhi. Very glad to have with us on this broadcast Dr. Charan Singh, eminent economist and CEO and also welcoming Rahul Gupta, bullion market expert in our Delhi studio. He's also the former chairman of the Exports Formation Council and he will be talking to us about the expectations. And before I turn to my experts, I would like to start with Shama Mishra from Mumbai. Shama, a quick overview of the expectations, particularly the market ecosystem, and what is industry expecting from this year's budget?
Very good morning, Sakal. And as we are speaking about Mumbai or anywhere, right from the person who gets into the income tax bracket to the super rich, everybody has one expectation, and that is the income tax bracket should be made according to them, should be made according to their own axis. So one particular expectation is that the income tax brackets should be increased so that they have more disposable income in their hand. And everybody knows once the person has more disposable income, it will go definitely back to the economy, which will spur more growth. Apart from that, there are several more sectors which are eyeing this year's union budget because they might get focus, they might get more investment and policies. We are also talking about the industries which is expecting rationalization of GST. So simpler tax structure, also the goods and services which are at the higher level of the percentage, the GST percentage, that should be lowered so that they also have more money with them. The same rule applies over here also. If they have more money with them, the person buying it, the consumer buying it, also has more money with them, and that spurs the growth. We are also talking about sectors specifically the agriculture, education, health and various other sectors. They will definitely get focus in this particular budget because each year we see that different sets of policies or special schemes are being announced for agriculture, for the farmers and everybody related to that particular sector. Sakal, we are also talking about emerging sectors. So these are space, maritime. Special sectors like these are at the focus, at the helm of tremendous growth. They have tremendous potential to put India on the global competitiveness level. So more investments or more policies for space, deep sea, maritime sector, these are also expected because both these sectors have tremendous potential. Also, they have potential to generate so much employment opportunities over here. Maritime sector itself has a huge opportunity because India has a vast coastline of more than 7,000 kilometers. And if you're thinking of even one aspect of it, just the fishing part of it, or any other related sector to it, we understand that there's so much employment generation from this particular sector, and not just employment generation. Like the ministers have always said that once we have the logistics from waterways in place, the logistic cost will definitely come down. So overall, all the sectors are eyeing this union budget so that they have policies, they have investments, and as far as common person is going, it's the tax bracket that they are eyeing right now. Last year we did see that middle class group, they were really demanding that there should be some policies for the middle class. So hopefully
I'm going to take
Madam
this point.
Finance Minister must have listened to it.
So the aspirations of middle class, to what extent will they be met this time around? And Shubedu, you're smiling out there. India's national capital, they say the heart of the country, Delhi, Dil hai Bharat ka. What are the set of aspirations this time around? You've been talking to a lot of students, people by and large in general. So from a common man's perspective, what is it that you have sensed as far as the list of expectations from Madam Finance Minister is concerned?
Oh, well, Sakal, good morning,
Good
first
morning.
of all. But this budget has a lot of expectation for the middle class. The middle class have been expecting a lot from this budget, primarily, as my colleague was also mentioning, about reducing of the income tax slab. So, of course, that is one of the key aspects that will be looked into when it comes to the middle class, because it will give a lot of more money into the hands of these working class people. And yesterday, remember, Sakal, the Prime Minister also mentioned about the middle class. Even the President's address in the Parliament yesterday featured middle class, and therefore it is expected that there could be a change in the income tax slabs, giving more money into the hands of the middle class or the working class people, which will of course return back to the economy, because the expenditure capacity of the people of the working class will increase, and therefore that money will come back to the economy, spurting the economic growth further. So of course that is one of the key aspects which most of the people have been talking about on ground. And apart from that, Sakal, inflation is also one of the key aspects, particularly food inflation. Food inflation is also one of the key aspects that is being talked about, and it is believed that the government would perhaps take some key measures to reduce inflation in the coming time. The government says that it has confidence in the Indian economy to reduce food inflation, but therefore, and the food inflation that rose over the last couple of years is, of course, because of the geopolitical conditions across the globe, and it is not an India-specific factor. So, of course, some key measures could be seen announced by the Union Finance Minister to tackle inflation. And apart from that, the manufacturing sector needs much-needed boost. The government have been talking about Make in India for a very long time, and the manufacturing sector could see some incentives. And apart from that, also, the green sector, which includes, the EVs, the other clean energy sector, which has been a focus of the government over the last couple of years, could also see some incentives being given to these particular sectors when it comes to both manufacturing as well as service and other allied services in this sector.
Yes, since you have to leave for Parliament, a very quick one on the education sector. There's a long list of, wish list rather, as far as students are concerned.
Well, that's right. The government, remember, Sakal, I remember in one of the budgets, Nirmala Sitharaman did talk about, setting up of universities which will focus on research, and the government's then bringing out a policy of Anusandhan. So these are some of the key factors, because research is one of the key factors for driving the growth, not just growth, Sakal, but also in driving innovation. And the government's focus has been over the last couple of years on innovation, on research labs, etc. So a lot could be seen on a package perhaps being announced on this tinkering labs, on research, and pumping in more money into the education system, setting up more universities. The education sector perhaps could see an increase in the budget allocation, and apart from the education sector, Sakal, one key aspect is also on the health sector. The health sector could also see some big announcements in the health sector, because a lot of people on the ground have been talking about, the health sector as well as the education, which is two key aspects for a nation's growth. So, of course, these two sectors will also be on focus, is what is expected from the Union Finance Minister.
Okay,
Sakal.
Just few hours to go. Thank you very much, Dibendu, for joining us. And before I turn to expert, Sharma, you want to come in quickly here? Women taxpayers are seeking some sort of an exclusive tax exemptions and deductions to empower them more financially. You've been also talking to a lot of women workforce. What's your sense, especially from the financial capital? And then we go, and I'm going to take all these pointers raised by both of you to our experts in the studio. Sharma.
Well, Sakal, I'll quickly add, I have a guest with me, and he's an export analyst. The point that you mentioned, that women are expecting, special tax exemptions. So definitely we are expecting that. But it's obviously, something which has not been given in these many announcements of budget. said that said, but obviously we will expect further exemptions in tax. We are also talking about exports, and yesterday after the economic survey we have to talk about also how the India's the import or export structure is happening. So how do you see India's export today, and how do we push that export set?
The very important point is that there is a slowdown in the global market. All US, European Union and other countries, they have tariffs and non-tariff barriers, and geopolitical system is not. So now export must diversify to the African countries, and we have picked up a lot of orders. Now the whole issue is the customs clearance required for import-oriented goods using in the exports, second. And our entire non-tariff barriers are more in other countries, and our tariffs are more. And I am of the opinion that the export documentation, export clearance should be clear within 2 hours time. Our ports and our infrastructure is not ready to that extent. Every day, once we file the shipping bill, it takes at least 6 to 7 hours to process the goods. Then it goes to the port, then port is taking CFS, then CFS taking. The most important thing, India spent $101 billion in the shipping sector as a freight expense. This is very, very challenge to India, and Indian economy must focus, Indian government must focus on shipping goods by Indian vessel. There are 14 to 16, 18 vessels are there, shipping line. They earn more money, they earn everything, and we left at the disposal of the agents, and the freight cost is very high.
Okay. So Ajit Vora over here is saying that there is a need for ease of doing business in the shipping industry, in the maritime sector, and also need for putting more investment in the infrastructure so that our turnaround time, so the going passage of these ships are lesser. So infrastructure, ease of doing business in these particular sectors to grow our exports is necessary. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Shama, and please also thank Ajit Voraji, export expert, for joining us live in the studio. Since we have Rahul in our Delhi studio, who is also the former chairman of the Exports Promotion Council, the points that were raised by Ajit Voraji there in Mumbai about the custom clearance and specifically the concerns of the shipping sector, would you like to comment on that?
Well, the export issues, what Mr. Vora was pointing.
Will all these be factored in this time?
Yeah, it will be factored in. There have been changes in the last 2-3 years also. So the shipping bills all are not checked now. It is checked through risk management system, that is through artificial intelligence. So everything is not checked, everything is not assessed. They move on their own. But yes, what issue he's pointing out is that there's a lot of expenditure which we incur as a country in dollars for sending our shipments to the destination points. So yes, he's absolutely right that government might come up with the concept of investment incentive through direct taxes or through some other scheme by virtue of which Indian companies, Indian freight forwarders can be set up, because there's a lot which is getting shipped through Southeast Asia, whether it's from India, China, Sri Lanka, all these around. There's a lot of supplies which take place from this place to across the world. So he's given a good idea, he's flagged something important, that why to spend dollars on somebody else? Why should we not own vessels and use it as a source of income instead of expenditure? Yes, it makes a lot of sense. And government has been trying this since last 2-3 years. Government has, in GST modulation also, government has said that you won't be charged GST once you're making exports on such services, so that your customer doesn't have to pay a higher price. But keeping in macro, yes, the government this year is going to introduce a lot of investment and expenditure based incentives. As had been pointed by Shivendu also, it's the slowing flagging up in the future. So government has realized it, and even Honorable Prime Minister in the last 2-3 days pointed out that there'll be more money, there'll be gifts for people. So it's all pointing out more money with the people to spend, not to get scared of future, not into again entering into saving methodology, because people in India have always been savers. We have always.
You are giving more money in our hands, but at the same time there are very the rising concerns about reducing food inflation as well. I mean, inflationary concerns. How do we offset that?
Well, that is all offset by supplies. Higher supplies, more manufacturing really solves it out. There is a slight gap between the production which is available and the capacity, but the capacity is sufficient.
Okay.
So the moment capacity is sufficient, so you have to just put money to produce more.
Yes. Let's take this now to Dr. Singh. Dr. Singh, your take on the Mumbai's wish list, particularly the expectations. Let's go to Dr. Charan Singh. Increase in tax brackets, rationalizing of the GST, and especially the concerns raised by emerging sectors like space, and concerns, of course, as far as the maritime sector in Mumbai particularly is concerned.
I first of all would like to congratulate the ministry. They've come out with an excellent economic survey. I think it's a very honest economic survey, and I think it's also flagging the issues right at the place. You look at the very first chapter of the economic survey, and it is titled State of the Economy Getting Back into the Fast Lane.
Okay.
It's a very important and courageous statement to acknowledge, yes, we have got into the slow lane and we need to move into the fast lane. So I think excellent economic survey which lays down the ground reality of where the economy is. Now, given that fact, then what are the expectations? As you know that the economy did slow down in the second quarter, and if you look at the aggregate economy, we are growing in the range of 6%, 6 to 7%. We have a potential of growing 8 to 9%. Though we are the fastest growing economy in the world, and we are happy to do that, but you know other countries like China are catching up if you look at the latest data that IMF has released. So therefore, we need to maintain our high growth. Secondly, we need to move to the growth potential. How do we do it?
Yeah.
So before the budget, expectations are always very high. There are some of those which you have mentioned, but in general, as an economist, we have been always thinking of having tax reforms, and also in financial sector some reforms. In the tax reforms, direct tax code has always been there. So therein we have been talking about the things which you were discussing, that how do we put more money into the hands of the people through tax. Of course, government is doing through other things. It has come out with the home scheme. It has also come out with other schemes where more money is being put into the hands of the people. But from the tax, yes, so tax rationalization can happen through direct tax code. You can simplify the taxation system. You can make it more convenient instead of so many deductions and then almost confusing how to go about. You can have a more simplified system. As far as direct taxes are concerned, the pointed question which you asked on GST,
right.
Yes, one of the most important canon or say pivot of taxation is there should be certainty in taxes. Now, if tax rates change in the middle of the year or they keep changing and one is not very sure, then taking decisions on income and investment become a challenge. So GST Council, of course, is a great example of federal corporate movement. But please also remember, when they change the taxes, the businessman and the industry does get impacted. So therefore, I think the GST certainty is important. So therefore, there has to be rationalization of GST. They could simplify the taxes. They could announce in the beginning of the year that this is the tax we would expect. They could probably also consider of including petroleum into GST. I don't know if it will happen now or not, but that is an important issue that needs to be done. So yes, the middle income, the middle class needs to be taken care of. They are the ones who pay most taxes. And those middle class, if you put more money in their hands, obviously there's going to be more consumption. And then consumption drives production. So in case more demand, obviously the manufacturer is going to produce more of that commodity. So I think that's very important. The last point which you made, and there was a discussion, was on inflation.
Right.
As an economist, it's my duty to explain that inflation in our country was never that high as was in America, UK or Europe. In those countries, inflation had risen to 10% odd, whereas their 30-year average was less than 2%. In our country, if you look at the complete phase from 22nd when high inflation globally was recorded, we have not. Our inflation target is between 2 and 6, 4 is the pivot, plus minus 2. We have just done mainly around 6 to 7, maximum 8%. Secondly, in the economic survey yesterday, which they have released, they've done an excellent exercise. They have said, look, what happens in our country, sometimes it is the tomato, sometimes potato, sometimes, so they have said the tomato, onion, potato top. They have done it, headline inflation and food inflation. If we remove these three, then what happens? And you will be surprised, if you remove these three, then inflation is basically in less than 5%.
Okay.
Agree.
Interesting.
And if you look at food inflation, only food, then it is between 6 and 7%. Now that's not high inflation when the target is between 2 and 6, and global inflation is 5 times their 30-year average. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, all right. Rahulji, I'm going to get your take on this, but before that we need to take a look at this detailed report on budget presentation. Well, as we do know that budget is presented on 1st February every year. The Union Budget of India takes effect from 1st of April until the end of March next year. Anu Kaushik of DD India breaks down what the budget really means and what it is and what all does it entail.
Capital budget, fiscal deficit, direct and indirect taxes. You must have been hearing these terms in the run-up to the Union Budget in India. What do they mean and why is the budget so important? Here's a quick explainer. Presented by the Finance Minister on February 1st, the Union Budget of India is an annual financial statement detailing the Indian government's revenue and expenditure plans for the upcoming financial year, which runs from April 1st to March 31st. The plans majorly focus on the government's estimated revenue from taxes, dividends and other sources and its expenditure, which includes funds allocated to various ministries, social welfare schemes and spending on salaries. Taxes are classified into two categories, direct and indirect. Direct taxes are income tax imposed on individuals who fall under different tax brackets based on their earnings, and corporate tax, which is imposed by the government on the income or profits earned by companies. Indirect tax is levied on goods and services. Customs duty, GST fall into this category. The Union Budget has two main components. The revenue budget gives an estimate of the government's income, while the capital budget details capital receipts, which include receipts from disinvestments or asset sale and recoveries of loans. Capital budget also encompasses capital expenditure, which is mainly the government's spending on infrastructure projects, education and health facilities. Here, it's important to take note of the fiscal deficit, which is the difference between the government's total revenue and total expenditure. The government aims to reduce the fiscal deficit. The Union Budget defines the roadmap for the Indian economy and also its growth trajectory. From measures for startups to promotion of clean energy, the budget has also been a reflection of trends with changing times. With camera person Ajit Kumar, this is Anu Kaushik.
And India's economic advisor, Dr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, in an exclusive conversation with DD India's Ajay Mishra, has said that India's GDP growth being projected in economic survey below 7% is just a recognition of global reality and it does not reflect concerns or worries. He added that global investment flows and global exports and trade flows are going to be more challenging in the coming years. He said India still remains a fast-growing economy amongst the world's largest economies.
It's not because of some concerns that I have about India's GDP growth that I'm projecting a number below 7%. It is just a recognition of global reality, and global investment flows and global export and trade flows are going to be more challenging in the coming years. This is just a recognition of that, and India still remains a fast-growing economy among the world's largest economies, and that I think there's no change there. So these forecasts do not necessarily reflect concerns or worries, but they are a reflection of the global reality today.
In fact, the chief economic advisor exuded a lot of confidence that India's exports of goods and services are expected to cross $800 billion by the course of this financial year.
India has done well. I mean, in the last decade, our merchandise export growth was in the region of between $280 to $300 billion per year. Now we are heading towards $450 billion. and services will be about another 300. So probably in the course of this financial year itself, we may cross $800 billion of total exports of goods and services. So things are happening, but I think we can do more. And whatever good things we have been doing have been paying dividends, and it is time to raise our game to a newer level, because in the meantime, the global environment has become that much more difficult. And that is the message from the chapter on external sector.
India is gearing up for Budget 2025, and it's just a matter of few hours. And the Indian industry has high expectations for policy support, for fiscal incentives, and also structural reforms to drive economic growth and resilience. Shama Mishra reports from Mumbai.
Industry stakeholders expect a progressive budget that prioritizes economic expansion, technological advancements, and environmental sustainability. They anticipate well-structured policies that will not only stimulate business growth, but also foster a conducive ecosystem for digital transformation and green initiatives. Sanjay Mariwala, president of IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, says that he is expecting that this budget will maintain consistency in policies. He also expects simplification of procedures, as ease of doing business is a significant area for India and it should be made a prime agenda in all government departments.
Fundamentally, what we look for is maintaining some consistency in policies. Let's not make too many changes every year. Year on year, changes don't spell well for a developed economy. Ease of doing business is a very significant area for India. I think we need to focus on that and make simplification of procedures and ease of doing business a prime agenda for all departments of the government.
Applauding the production-linked incentive scheme, he says it has given great results and there is a need to step up the manufacturing. There should be inclusion of more sectors in PLI, he adds.
I think PLI has given us great results and we need to step up our manufacturing capability and capacities significantly. I think incentivizing companies through PLI is an excellent scheme and it's giving great results. It should include more sectors under PLI.
Anant Goenka, Senior Vice President of FICCI, says boosting domestic consumption and addressing inflationary pressures is a key area that demands attention in this budget. He recommends time-bound consumption e-vouchers for lower and middle income.
Live visuals of Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's residence. I guess she's already en route to Parliament, or in a moment from now we get to see that as well. Remember, this budget is historical in many ways, this being the 8th consecutive budget of Minister Sitharaman. I think she's already set course for Parliament. We can see reporters there reporting live. I mean, let's quickly now go back to our panel and talk about quickly, just to touch down, Rahulji, coming to you first on the quick takeaways of the economic survey, which not only is like a report card of the year gone by, but also sets a tone on a blueprint as to what is to be expected in the budget and in the state of economy. There has been a lot of emphasis this time on the artificial intelligence, also live visuals on your screen. Team Sitharaman, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, I think she and her team are heading for the moment. Okay. Yes, that point on artificial intelligence, and yes, specifically when CES says that role of private sector is extremely important for nation building.
Well, these days something very good is CEA and the reports are very updated. Artificial intelligence made so much of change in US stock markets in last 10 days, and it's updated to the T. As in,
we have also launched our Mission AI.
Yeah, that's correct. I congratulate you on the same. So what happened, DeepSeek, Chinese AI model, made US stock market crash. So it is an opportunity for us also. We are such a big population, our data consumption patterns and understanding. And we have learned this in last 30 years, developing our
Please go ahead.
Developing our electronic and IT sector, matching with the world demand. What China did is they realized they have a huge population. Their data and their understanding on IT can really easily compete with Western artificial intelligence models. Similarly, it's for us to understand that, and I'm surprised that Economic Survey could absorb what happened in last 10 days, and they are motivating our own people and our own economy on the same. That's great. They have also flagged that there is slowing down coming up because of the tariff collisions. Now, US is saying, I won't let you export anything and everything to me. I will try to manufacture myself. So is the time for us to understand that service is the key for future now. Whatever manufacturing may happen on the West, services, the prices, the quality, what we can provide on a remote basis, it's unmatchable. We have a language advantage on the other Southeast Asian economies supplying services, and artificial intelligence will increase in dependence on the service absorption. US is going to consume more services than goods. This is what seems in future, and where the barriers are not there. The tariff barriers are much easier on the service side. So I'm really happy to see the Chief Economic Advisor is pointing out the future, and it's updated. It's not about what the status was on December. The Economic Advisor flagged out in his survey and everything that Forex is an important issue now. With the tariff barriers coming in and investments flowing off from Southeast Asia to US back, it's important that we use our own models to generate. Prime Minister had started a scheme called Gold monetization scheme. It's the right time, and I believe today the Finance Minister is going to give some kind of incentive or some kind of impetus. We will not be based on external debts, and we have it's an estimate that we have $1 trillion or $1.5 trillion gold present within the country, and our total external debt is just $700 billion. So if that substitution, which Prime Minister had started with the scheme of gold monetization 6-7 years back, the substitution started taking place, then rupee depreciation will be curtailed and covered and will be solved within no time.
Right. Quick takeaways of the economic survey, particularly in the space of artificial intelligence. Dr. Charan Singh, your take, and also that point on the slowing down midst of the tariff collision that we see.
The slowing down is a real cause of concern, and the Chief Economic Advisor mentioned it and clarified that we are the fastest growing economy. That of course is without doubt, but when he says there's a slowdown, what he has in mind probably is that the potential was much higher, and therefore we have to be concerned about it. So I also remember when last
members of the officials of the Finance Ministry arriving at the India's Finance Ministry. Okay, that's on your screen. Union Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, making her way into the Ministry of Finance with her team, accompanied by the officials of the ministry, and from there she's going to set course for Parliament to present her 8th consecutive union budget under the Modi government. She has already reached the ministry ahead of the budget presentation. Breaking first on your channel DD India, which officially, this also kind of kickstarts the final countdown as we stand by for budget presentation in the lower house of Indian Parliament at 11 a.m. today. And as we stay with these breaking plates, Dr. Charan Singh, you wanted to complete that point. Please go ahead. But we would also like to tell our viewers that Finance Minister of India has already arrived with her team, the Ministry of Finance, the officials of Finance Ministry at the Finance Ministry. And after that, they will be setting course for Parliament. Yes, Dr. Singh, please go ahead. Dr. Singh, can you hear me? Yes, please go ahead. Slowing down amidst tariff collision and AI space.
Yes, exactly. But I think what is happening is the way it has been demonstrated recently with the deep seek, and you find that India is also up there. So I think there's going to be some recovery. The most important thing I found in the economic survey was the story on the capex. And that's very, very important, because through capital expenditure, you have multiplier effect on growth. The fact that while the government capex is going high, that's very positive. The invitation for the private sector to also come and pitch in, and which is going to happen because of the crowding in that is taking place. I think that's going to make a very big difference to growth. Though it's been projected between 6.3 and 6.8, my expectation is going to bounce back to 7%, which I think is very good. As far as exports are concerned, you know that the last 2-3 years have been very bad global market, global economy, slow down. Despite that, India's exports were landmark and they were the highest ever. So my own feeling is that despite the tariff war which has been threatened by the Trump administration, the country would continue to explore better and newer export areas, and therefore the manufacturing is not going to get impacted because of these little hiccups that could come up in trade with the US if tariffs come through. So my own feeling is that the growth is looking forward. India has a great advantage in AI because in computer and digital, we have had a great landmark contribution in the last 20 years. The MeitY report, which has just been released 2 days back, also shows that in digital India, we are not only making progress in retail, but we are also making progress in industry, in agriculture. And application of digital and AI in agriculture is also taking place. So therefore, my own view is that despite the fact that there has been some setback with China overtaking AI with the DeepSeek, but India I don't think is way behind or far behind, and for us to catch up is not going to be that very difficult given that we have a very IT educated, sensitive workforce.
Okay.
The MeitY report also mentions that around 12% of the economy is digital as of now. And in 2030, we are going to increase that to 20% of GDP coming from the digital world. That means the country is working, the policymakers are working, the industry is focused on making a big dent on the digital economy, and AI is part of it.
Okay, and all that we are talking about, or the expectations wish list Rahulji, the whole central idea is progression towards Viksit Bharat 2047. That's the ultimate aim we're looking at. Yesterday, Honorable President, her 1-hour speech, the joint address, the address to the joint session of Parliament, this was the central idea where she also spoke about this transitioning from Make in India to Make for World. And I think that's something which is also going to get reflected in the budget.
Absolutely. When the government is realizing that the growth pattern needs to be matched, and the chief economic advisor says we have potential of 8%, the main job is to fill the gap, 6.5 to 8%. That can only be done when government pushes it. For example, public sector. In the present government, in the last 10 years, infrastructure has been main motto of the government. Government has been spending left, right, center. They realize that it has dual impact. If they spend on infrastructure, infrastructure gives them back as to economic activity. At the same time, it improves the new people. It improves the MSME to start businesses. Connectivity improves, the freight and approachment. For example, if I go 20 years back, so North in India was clearly divided regarding the consumption patterns. But now the across consumptions are very high because of the infrastructure being better. And exports will be a primary agenda, as the chief economic advisor also pointed out, and the colleague also pointed out, that making for world is the motto.
Yes.
And CEA has clearly said that let's not focus only the products. Services is going to be huge demand in future. People as human beings now, we realize small things which we were doing on our own. We want to use AIs for that. And I believe we are the still doers. The Western people, they adopt the delegation in a much faster mode. The children homework to whatnot. And we having an advantage as compared to Southeast Asia with the language. We've been using English as our second language as such for any kind of education system. That is a great advantage to us. People at the ages of 14, 15 are also, I see around people, they are aiming to start small AIs, supporting the international demand and finding their products with the demand in Africa even. Africa will be seeing a bridge. An example in Bangladesh, what happened, they never had landlines. They directly had GSM phones because there was no cause of putting the landlines and the copper phones. Directly they moved to GSM. Africa will be seeing similar situation. They will be jumping up from the old demand to the new latest products.
I think Dr. Singh wants to make a point here. Dr. Singh, besides that, rationalizing of the salaries of the workforce, for me, for my colleagues, for anybody who is really waiting for the tax slab, what happens next, and you want your salary back in your account every month, that bit, do you think there's going to be some good news out there?
Absolutely, I'm expecting it. If you look at the president's speech yesterday, the focus was so very clear, and I think the budget is going to be organized on those lines. They spoke about the youth, the middle income, the women, the farmers, and the poor. So I think the middle income, the middle class is certainly going to get a big advantage out of it, of the budget and the timing, and the eighth pay commission has been announced. So therefore, the middle class is in focus. Also, I also like the way they organized another set of thoughts where they spoke about prosperity and pride. Of course, they spoke about governance, but prosperity and pride and the financial inclusive growth, which is going to be very important in days to come. And of course, the government has mentioned it many times. They have spoken about the reforms where they are doing away with the redundant laws and bringing in doing business. They're also talking of
weeding out policy paralysis through perform, reform and transform. That's the government's mantra.
That's the government's mantra. So if you look at the perform and transform, the transition which you were mentioning from Make in India to Make for the World, it is so apparent. So I think the budget is going to focus on employment, because that's where the transformation is going to take place. Employment is important. Budget is going to focus on the poor and women. And middle class, of course, has been directly told that with the 8th pay commission, they are having the middle class into mind. So I think it's going to be a very positive budget for the country. And if it has to move and fill the gap from moving into the fast lane again, there have to be incentives. And I think incentives for exports, incentives for manufacturing, they're up there.
Okay, you wanted to come in here on that salary rationalization in the workforce, rationalizing salaries, workforce in tune with the profits. Yeah.
Well, since last 3 years, government has rationalized on the direct taxes part even. They have brought up an easier tax payment system. So I believe government is, and if you see, even for the corporates, the CSR percentage has been fixed, that you've got to spend 10% on CSR. So probably government may put better tax or competitive tax percentages for those companies who are commensurately remunerating their workforce. That's important. All money going to stock market and getting better valuations should not be the agenda. Agenda now for improving middle class, to move within the middle class to at a higher level, is an agenda, is for the future. Because you find people starting their own businesses, new startups, by making a small capital. The ones who've entered into middle class, lower middle class in the last 10 years, they've built up their capital now. It's important that businesses themselves support them to an extent that they start moving into startups. That's the point when you see other people doing businesses. That's the point where at times you feel that why should I not start on my own? So I believe that this startup agenda, this tax exemption, direct tax exemption which government had been giving, government will tweak it some other way so that people have advantage of leaving unemployment, starting their own business to give more employment to people. This is direct taxes or indirect taxes or PLI, 3 models I believe government will push so that MSMEs and startups get some sort of incentive to focus on AI businesses which anyone can set up within no time. It doesn't need a great office.
How do you see this in terms of continuity, the previous budget and this?
Government has been consistent.
But the world has changed in the last 12 months.
Regarding our domestic issues, government has been consistent. Regarding the international issues, it needs a lot more dynamism. You're absolutely right. Government used to talk services, that they want to promote services. With artificial intelligence, now their aim has become precise. Something which world is going to consume, a service which anybody can start. It doesn't need a huge capital to really start an artificial intelligence software where you pick up any kind of demand of any country and you start serving them sitting in India. That's what I also believe that government, I had heard that in last 1 or 2 months, that government is trying to build a budget expenditure wherein Indian small startups can publicize internationally. We have international platform like Google AdWords where people publicize on a specific area. I believe government has realized that they also need to have some kind of marketing available for Indian startups internationally. That really helps us to solve the issue of tariff barriers. That really helps us issue to get the right customers across on the globe so that they can improve their businesses sitting here and expand them.
Okay. Dr. Singh, a quick one on the women-led development, wherein we're looking at some tailored retirement plans for women, including higher contribution limits and tax-free growth. We spoke about that as well. But in fact, yesterday's, Honorable President's address to the joint session, considerable portion was dedicated to women-centric development measures and, the policies that have been designed in this direction.
Yes, absolutely. I think one thing that we all need to realize is that female labor force participation plays a very important role in economic growth. There are studies published from the IMF and the World Bank which show that if women labor force participation improves, you can add easily 25% to your growth rate. So if you're growing around 8%, you could start growing at 10%. Extremely important. In the President's address also, she mentioned about the self-help groups and 1.5 crore Lakhpati Didis and the drone Didis.
Yes.
Right? Drone Didis. On the startups, if you look, we have 1.5 lakh startups in the country, and I think that's very, very positive. So my own feeling is that in the budget, I'm looking forward to lots of incentives for women. Now, you were talking about continuity. If you look at last year's budget and look at the President's speech, you will find continuity there itself. In the last year's budget, most of the proposals were organized in poor, women, farmers, and youth. So, in the President's address, exactly the middle class has been added, but that continuity continues to be there. So this government, if you look at even another area, which is capital expenditure, right from the time of COVID, they have been adding into the capital expenditure, which started yielding results in multiplier effect of growth. And the highest growth rate that we achieved today is not suddenly because of yesterday. It's because for the last 5 years, there's been consistent investment in capital expenditure. So the faith and trust which the private sector is now deriving from government policies is mainly because of the consistency in their policy. So there's a continuity which is coming through and through. In this very continuity, women empowerment has also played a very significant role. Even in G20, when the meetings were taking place under our presidency, you could find that the fact of women empowerment in the country is playing an important role. Because of this very emphasis on women empowerment, you find that the female labor force participation rate in the country has increased tremendously over the years. Also, women participating in all sort of activities, CEOs of companies, and also much more employment, as well as talk of reservation of seats in the parliament. So women empowerment is taking place through various social and economic incentives, economic considerations which the government is taking. The political support which the government is providing, specifically in terms of seats reservation in parliament and their quota, I think that also is contributing to the female labor force participation and their empowerment.
Having said that, are we also looking at enhancing more access to credit for women entrepreneurs?
There are specific schemes.
Yes, that has also...
Okay, go ahead, sir, and then Rahul can comment on it. Dr. Singh, please go ahead.
Yeah,
self-employed individuals and women entrepreneurs, credit access.
Absolutely. Under Mudra loan, as well as credit to women entrepreneurs, the data shows that there's been significant progress over the years. Even in the economic survey, those figures have been quoted. I don't remember them directly now, but in the economic survey, again, that figures of credit to women entrepreneurs and the Mudra loans dedicated to women entrepreneurs has also been indicated. Now there is of course one expectation under the reforms that were happening, that how do we empower our women to start owning assets, especially land, because when the banks are going to give you credit, they are looking for some collateral. And that is where sometimes women entrepreneurs suffer.
All right. So in that way, we are also looking at some sort of a simplification of the loan processes, which can offer lower interest rates. Rahulji, we need to wrap up, but your take on this women-led
See, there are schemes where if a woman starts a business, then whatever is the capex, there is subsidy on that. So that's on the wall. Now the idea is with the women empowerment and women education being promoted by government, there is a lot of intellect which is getting stored in the houses. It's important that sitting at house, I believe sitting at house, artificial intelligence development by women is going to be the government's core agenda. It's a women finance minister.
Okay. On that note, thank you very much, Dr. Charan Singh, for joining us on this special broadcast. And Rahul ji, also thanks to you as well. And I'm going to quickly take a short breather. On the other side, our uninterrupted broadcast on this special India's Budget 2025 continues. My colleague Shubhendu will be joining you next with the high-powered panel. Don't go away.
Welcome to Jaipur.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium. We'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India. Timeless, boundless, and infinite. The essence of faith. The soul of Sanatan culture. From the sacred confluence of Prayag, where divinity descends to earth. Witness the grandeur, the devotion, the magic. World's largest cultural and spiritual gathering, with over 450 million devotees expected to attend. Mahakumbh, India's greatest festival of faith. Exclusively on DD India.
always welcoming. The vibe of Punjab is larger than life. Warm up to grandeur that's beyond compare. And history that's dotted with tales of bravery. Smiling soul of India, where music, art, cuisine and culture comes together to create an unforgettable impression.
Good morning, live from New Delhi. You're watching special broadcast on India's Budget 2025 on DD India. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Stay with us for the continuous and comprehensive coverage of the Union Budget, from tracking the expectations to analysing the budget outcome. We'll try and decode all aspects of India's financial roadmap. And we are now getting live visuals. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, that picture postcard picture. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with her entire team at the Ministry of Finance, and in her hands the much revered Bahi Khata. What was earlier a red briefcase now becomes a Bahi Khata for the past many years. It contains an iPad which contains the digital version of the budget that Finance Minister will be presenting in a short while from now at 11 a.m. in the Parliament. But for now, her entire team passed weeks and months of hard work to attend to the expectations of various sectors and stakeholders. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata posing with her team at the Finance Ministry. This is right in front of Ministry of Finance in North Block. Those visuals are coming in live from New Delhi. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the red packet, Bahi Khata containing the digital version of the Union Budget, which she in just under a couple of hours would be presenting in the Parliament. Those visuals coming in live from outside of Ministry of Finance, North Block, New Delhi. Her team of colleagues and secretaries, also Chief Economic Advisor, Minister of State, posing with the budget document. There, the breaking coming in at the moment. We've spotted the Bahi Khata. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman just stepped out of with a meeting at the Ministry of Finance. Now, as per the protocol, the Finance Minister heads to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, to the President's house, and she will be presenting the copy of the budget and holding talks with the President. Thereafter, she will head to the Parliament. With the updates coming in at the moment, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, getting you those visuals from her entourage moving towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President's house. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be meeting President Draupadi Murmu now to present the Union Budget ahead of the Cabinet meeting in the Parliament and the presentation of the Union Budget. Those visuals coming in live from New Delhi. A day of much bustle. We'll be getting those visuals and bringing them to you with all the updates as they're coming in. But for now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman concluded her meeting at the Ministry of Finance, her office in the North Block. Now, in just a moment from now, she'll be meeting President Draupadi Murmu and thereafter proceed towards the Parliament. As we track the Union Budget, the expectations, let's also see the top stories at this hour. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is to present her 8th consecutive Union Budget today in India's Parliament. That's the big story of the day in the special coverage of Union Budget 2025. And those visuals coming in, those visuals, of course, came in earlier. This was when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman visited the Ministry of Finance in North Block. Those are visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman at Ministry of Finance. These visuals came in a short while ago. The live updates that are coming in is Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Those visuals from the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President's house. In moments from now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be meeting President Draupadi Murmu. Those are the protocol steps that are followed. First, her meeting at the Ministry of Finance, then a meeting with President of India. Thereafter, she will head to the Parliament, where a brief cabinet meeting will happen with her colleagues, and thereafter the presentation of the union budget, first in Lok Sabha, thereafter in Rajya Sabha. And those visuals coming in from Rashtrapati Bhavan. We are awaiting Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to reach Rashtrapati Bhavan in just a short while from now. Her entourage is reached. We should get the visuals of her meeting with President Draupadi Murmu. And the budget 2025 expectations are soaring, from a tax relief to capex boost. All eyes are on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget. It's going to be an 8th straight budget for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And those visuals of what is perhaps the most important document, much awaited, the copies of the union budget reaching the Parliament premises under high security. These are sealed copies of the budget, which will be opened as Finance Minister starts presenting the union budget. Those visuals, again, we are cutting across live to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President's house. That's where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is expected to meet President Draupadi Murmu. This is the tradition. First a meeting at the Ministry of Finance, then she meets the President of India before moving towards the Parliament House. And the visuals of also authorities with the copies of the union budget getting inside the Parliament. There's a copy in focus. It's all sealed copies at the moment, will be opened at 11 a.m. as Finance Minister begins to present the union budget. It's going to be a full budget this time. I remember 2024 was the election year. It was a temporary budget, but this year is going to be the first full budget of Prime Minister Modi's third term. So it's going to be Modi 3.0's first proper budget. Let's also take a look at the manner in which India is keeping its expectations high. India is all set to unveil its financial roadmap for the upcoming financial year. And the news that is coming in at the moment is Finance Minister, in fact, as we saw in the visuals, she's left for the President's house. She's also arrived. These are important buildings at short distances from one another. We saw the visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman posing with the Bahikhata, with her entire budget team, a team of secretaries and Minister of State and other officials, weeks and months of in great confidentiality working towards the document of the union budget, which is a financial roadmap for India. Those visuals came in just a short while ago. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman posed with the Bahikhata in front of the Ministry of Finance. That's her office in the North Block in New Delhi. And just a bit from now, she should be meeting President Draupadi Murmu. The entourage is on its way. It would have just reached the Rashtrapati Bhavan just a short while ago. That's the update coming in. That's the update coming in from New Delhi at the moment. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman showcasing the Bahikhata, the pouch containing the union budget for 2025-26. A financial roadmap for India, and these are important steps towards Finance Minister finally reaching the Lok Sabha and the Parliament to present the union budget. But for now, we are awaiting the visuals of her meeting with President Draupadi Murmu. These visuals of Finance Minister at her office in North Block came in a short while ago. She posing with her entire team, and the much in focus, the Bahikhata, the tablet containing the digital copy of the union budget, Bahikhata, and a tablet really bringing together India's traditional manner of budget making, and also the 21st century of communication So the Bahi Khata in focus, the red pouch. Earlier it used to be a red suitcase, but in the past years we've seen discovering one's own roots. We see the finance minister carrying a Bahi Khata, and here she's posing with her team outside of Ministry of Finance. And two special guests are joining me in the studio with me. Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, is here with me. Good morning and welcome, sir. Also, Mr. Prateek Jain, partner, PwC India. A warm welcome to both of you. Professor Joshi, if I can begin with you, and we'll have a lot of visuals coming in. It's a moment of great importance this hour. Given the current geopolitics and elements of global economy, how do you see the significance of the union budget that is going to be presented in a short bit from now?
You know, this budget is coming at a time when the geopolitical scenario is extremely, challenging. And especially, over the period, the whole world has, transformed from globalization, free trade to more protectionism and, the reversing of the entire concept of globalization. I think people in our generation, past World War II, we have grown with, the free trade is good, lot of theories came, theory of absolute advantage, competitive advantage, where countries should focus more on production of the products or the services in which, there is a core competency. But very recently you have seen in the last, 5-7 years that countries have become more protectionistic. You have seen this protectionism in the election in Europe. We have seen the election in Germany. We have seen election in France, and also, Brexit taking place in the UK. But I think at the top of that, the new election in the United States of America, when the deglobalization was discussed behind the curtain, has become open. Trump incidentally never minced the words in telling that it is America first. And what he says is the strategy, the trade strategy for America is America first. So I think in this budget, the whole thing which would revolve around is the global scenario, in one way or other. If you see that, I think trade and, the economy has been one of the major aspects of of the election campaign at the time of the Trump, and he has promised. Again, the problem is, number one, creating more employment in America, bringing back manufacturing in America, and he has also talked about that, most manufacturing has moved from America to the other countries. And I am very sure that Indian budget is also going to take into the consideration, again, the same challenges. Number one, the creation of more job. Right. B is creation of more employment. The C is that, bringing back the manufacturing so that it gives. And therefore, export and trade is an important strategy, in one way or other, in any of the economic, reforms or the strategy of a country. And I am sure that, creating more jobs, promoting exports, promoting MSMEs, and export-oriented production, job-oriented production, export-oriented production, all these things are going to, be the highlights of the budget.
Right. Professor Joshi, we'll talk about then what happens to the idea of export-led growth in just a bit. Let me turn to Prateek. Prateek, what do you make of the economic survey that came in yesterday? And some important economic pointers were presented. Under 7% GDP growth has been projected for the upcoming fiscal. Also, much has been said about deregulating businesses. If you could simplify some of these important takeaways for our viewers as far as the economy is concerned.
Yes, so look, while the growth in percentage term, we're talking about 6.3, 6.4%, but we still have to recognize that India is the highest growing, major country in the world today, right? And there are clearly headwinds, global headwinds, some that Professor talked about. 2-3 points I think is important from a budget perspective. Of course, Economic Survey has pitched in for a deregulation.
Prateek, if I could just inform our viewers, the visuals that they're watching on the screens, these are visuals of the budget copies, the sealed copies of the Union Budget 2025 being taken inside the Parliament premises. We see already the significance of the document, the high security under which the entire process takes place. They are now being taken inside the Parliament premises and as Finance Minister presents the Union Budget 2025 in the Lok Sabha. Each of these copies would also be presented to the members of the Parliament for them to go through as they listen to Finance Minister. Let's also turn to my colleague Jessica Taneja, who's at North Block. That's where Finance Minister was a short while ago at the Ministry of Finance. Jessica, take us through the details of the movement of the Finance Minister. We understand that she left from the North Block just a short while ago for Rashtrapati Bhavan. Jessica.
That's correct, Shubhendu. She did leave for Rashtrapati Bhavan just a short while ago, about 10 minutes ago from here in North Block. An important day for the country is when, the budget being presented certainly would come with a focus on many other things. Perhaps the consumers at this point looking at how and when and what way do they benefit from this budget this time around. The display of the Bahai Khata, of course, something very significant of the Modi government and something that Nirmala Sitharaman had brought into existence, again as it had existed earlier. Now looking at the current growth and the numbers being revised, of course there's a lot on the hands of the Finance Minister, and everybody seems to be waiting with bated breath as to what kind of relief are they looking at, be it the people of the country, be it industries or even the rest of the sectors, particularly also looking at how AI and other sectors will be looked at in this budget as well, Shubhendu.
Right. Jessica, also we understand this particular hour is an important hour for movement of the Finance Minister. Just take us through what happens from here on till the presentation of the Union Budget.
Well, she will be at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in a short while from now. Her cavalcade will cross right behind us. And in a short while, you can expect the budget from the Finance Minister there reaching the Parliament. And post that, of course, we will have many more updates to give out as to what really then is there for the people of the country at this point. And what we can tell you is that she will reach Rashtrapati Bhavan shortly. And post that at the Parliament, there will be a budget presentation.
Right, Jessica, thanks for now. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. And Pratik, the point that you were making about
yes, so 2-3 points. One, I think the focus of this budget would be on increasing the capital infrastructure, capital investment. If you see the expenditure from April to November, it is around 46% of the total budgeted expenditure, and therefore in the remaining 3-4 months, we will see more sort of push to that. One of the ways to increase consumption is to leave more money in the hands of the middle class and the working population. I think the very popular expectation this time, there will be income tax cuts which will happen on the personal income tax. If you see, we have two schemes, old scheme and new scheme.
Yes.
Broadly in this new scheme, up to 7 lakh of income, you don't pay any tax. And up to 10 lakh, you pay roughly around 50,000. I think there is a popular belief that perhaps that 7 lakh limit would go up, and up to 10 lakh, you don't have to pay any tax, right? So up to 3 lakh rupees, you don't pay income tax at all today, and the 3 lakh could become 5 lakh and so on. Idea is to leave more money in the hands of the consumers. Now, how much money would be left, that we'll have to see. The other point is job creation. And while the Economic Service says that private investment needs to increase, and the policy intervention may not be needed that much for that, it's a private sector which has to come up, and I kind of agree with that. But if you look at the geopolitical situation that you are seeing, Trump has announced corporate income tax rate cuts in US, and therefore some bit of manufacturing is likely to move to US back. And therefore, to arrest some of those trends, what can the government do? So one possibility is that they might come up with a new kind of a scheme for manufacturing in India and introduce, let's say, a 15%.
And Pratik, let's just inform our audiences about the visuals that they're watching on the screens at the moment. Their Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, with her team and colleagues from the Ministry of Finance. This is the premises of Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President's house. And Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman would shortly be meeting President Draupadi Murmu and apprising her of the Union Budget that she will then present in the Parliament, in the Lok Sabha. That will happen at about 11 a.m., about hour and a half. That's the news that is coming in. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has reached the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the President's house, as we speak, and she is set to meet Rashtrapati, President Draupadi Murmu. That is the protocol followed by the finance minister ahead of the presentation of the union budget in the parliament. First, the meeting happened at Ministry of Finance. After that, she has just reached the President's house. She's going to meet President Draupadi Murmu. Thereafter, she will head to the Parliament, and there are two parts to it. First, a brief cabinet meeting takes place, where she holds a small discussion with and briefs her cabinet members, and thereafter, the much-awaited budget presentation begins at sharp 11 a.m. in Lok Sabha Parliament. That's the news just coming in. Prateek, please come to the point.
Sure, so just a couple of points more. So obviously increasing the capital expenditure, leaving more money in the hands of the people. Perhaps a corporate tax cut as well, because you want to make India more competitive, you want to attract more investment, manufacturing to go up. Economic survey also talks about deregulation, and particularly led by states. And we all know that for doing businesses in India, setting up a new business, there are central laws and there are state laws. Right? The state laws particularly gets more complicated. You have land laws, you have labor laws, and so on. I think they should hopefully trigger all the states to come together and say, okay, how we can simplify it. That's a long-term process, not really related to budget that way. The last point I'll make is, and Professor touched upon that, is the changing geopolitical equation.
Right.
And with Mr. Trump coming in, the tariff that he's talking about, what can India do to overcome that? I think some of the customs exemptions might be removed this time, and you might want to encourage more value addition in India by reducing the custom duty on raw material and components and increasing it on the finished products. That's been the case in electronic products and many other sectors over the last few years. That will continue, and we'll have to see whether India tries to sign a bilateral deal, a free trade kind of agreement with a few countries over the next 1 or 2 years. So in short, I think expectations are running high, and I am quite hopeful that this budget will boost the consumption, which is the most important aspect today if we talk about Indian economy.
Right. We'll talk about the various expectations and facets of the Indian economy and the upcoming union budget. Viewers have just joined us. What you're looking at on your screen are the visuals that came in just a short while ago. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in the President's house at Rashtrapati Bhavan. She would be meeting President Draupadi Murmu ahead of heading to the Parliament House and the presentation of the Union Budget. Two eminent guests continue to be with me in the studio, will give us insights on the expectations of the Union Budget. Prateek Jain, partner PwC India, and Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor IIFT, that's Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Professor Joshi, the point that you were making about challenges in the global economy, particularly the protectionist stance of the new Trump administration, make America great again, becomes a priority. Is this an environment of pessimism, or are there pockets of opportunity that India can look at? Because we are already looking at a possible $800 billion export that India would be able to achieve this fiscal. How does a layperson understand what is happening outside to the budget that is going to be presented?
It's very important that despite of the political rhetorics made by the political leaders, not only in America but across the world, including the Europe and other countries, all the challenges will provide opportunity, and I am very sure that Narendra Modi government and the entire the government structure is good enough to transform this calamity or the challenges into an opportunity in time to come. Now, if you see the biggest hit of increase in tariff by US is being faced by their traditional partners in Europe and more traditional partners with Mexico and Canada. Because these two countries, Mexico and Canada, are the ones with which America has got the highest trade deficit. America has got a very high trade deficit with China, and their trade deficit is most of the European countries. The big problem with America is its trade deficit. And the big thing which I think is being marketed and which is being thought in the US is now that China in 2024 has projected $1 trillion of the trade surplus. And therefore the only thing that the US government is forcing upon and emphasizing is more manufacturing come there should be more trade surplus, and if there is more trade surplus, more jobs will be created. And if you see, all policies are revolving around. Now India, if you think into, we have got a lot of opportunity in in these challenges. Number one, the trade, you can say trade war or the trade conflict between America, China, and emerging trade conflict between America and the EU, wherein EU countries have taken America's support as granted, are also facing the challenges. Right. So politically and economically, India may benefit, but we need to tweak our strategy, both political strategy as well as the economic strategy.
And those visuals, Professor Joshi, we should inform our viewers of President Draupadi Murmu meeting Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister calling on President of India and apprising her of the union budget. On the table also you can see the Bahikhata, the union budget that will be presented in the parliament. Those visuals came in from Rashtrapati Bhavan. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the team members, secretaries, meeting President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Those visuals of the meeting of the two leaders. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman set to present her 8th straight budget of the Modi government. This is the first full budget of Modi government 3.0. In the visuals here, in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, meeting President Draupadi Murmu, as is the tradition, apprising the President of the union budget that will be presented at 11 a.m. in the Parliament premises. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman there meeting President Murmu. So, Professor Joshi, a lot rides on the manner in which Finance Minister would have crafted her union budget, keeping in mind these challenges that you just underlined. And is there then going to be a focus on domestic growth levers as well, if the outside climate is not very conducive?
No, both. The domestic growth is extremely important for India to perform well in the international market. And what is now required is, I'm sure that this budget will place a lot of emphasis on competitiveness of Indian products, of competitiveness of Indian services. Because, more and more, whatever the steps which America is taking and all other countries are taking are, shifting manufacturing there, creating job there. So it has to be focus of India, and more focus, I'm sure that this budget will lie emphasis upon making Indian goods competitive, so that, and services as well, so that, we can have our products across the market, services across. So, what the entire thing is required is, identifying the issues, identifying the challenges, and targeted, interventions in the budget as well, I'm expecting.
Pratik, we've seen such targeted interventions in the past, particularly in the manufacturing sector, production-linked incentives. The economic survey again talks about really pumping up the manufacturing, talks about supply side challenges. We're dependent on outside countries for a lot of critical hardware and inputs. How do you see that that particular context being addressed in the budget?
See, if you need to encourage the domestic manufacturing, you have to do many things, right? One is, of course, you have to have the infrastructure, the regulation that the economic survey talks about, and these are all long-term things. Now, let us look at what can happen in this budget and how. And one of the questions that you asked is, what is the opportunity for India, and particularly in a U.S. context. So, in U.S. now, President Trump is saying, do more manufacturing in India. In America. And, I will impose more tariff, let's say, from goods coming from China. Now, if that happens, it's a great opportunity for India, because India can, this China plus one, we have been talking about it for a long time. India can become a global sourcing hub or a sourcing hub for US, at least in the short term. Now, if US is saying, I will want to get auto manufacturing back, that's again a process which will take many years, because most of the manufacturing is today happening, let's say, in Europe and Japan. Now, if that manufacturing has to shift, then it can't shift overnight. It will shift over a period of time, and therefore that also presents an opportunity for India to start sending components from India, because you can't start manufacturing components from the day one in US. So I think that's important. Now, coming back, what can this budget do to encourage domestic manufacturing? There is a lot of expectation about the incentives or corporate tax cuts that I spoke about. increase in capital expenditure. We'll have to see how is the budget panning out the next year. Fiscal space looks good. Tax collections have been decent, although the GST collections have been a little tepid over the last few months. But overall, we are in a good space. So how do you increase consumption? Of course, the regulation part of it is a long-term thing. We have to make a beginning. We have already made a beginning, but hopefully the economic survey triggers that in a more meaningful way.
Right. Prateek, also to sort of accelerate the economic growth, we understand that FDI investments become very significant. Now that, again, referring to the Trump administration, which is calling on the world to come to America and manufacture, put in the money there with better rates, is that space of FDI also becoming competitive from what India perhaps had before this new regime came into being?
No,
is that an area of concern?
It is going to be very competitive because one is the US wants to start manufacturing again in a forceful manner. The second is the US, the long-term bonds there. You know, if the rate of rate increases there, the interest, then the money could flow back there. But again, I'm encouraged by the fact that India is still the largest growing economy, major economy in the world today. You have all the nuts and bolts in place. You have a large consumption story, 1.5 billion people, and so on. So the long-term story looks good. And therefore, if India takes some policy interventions to attract investment, over the next 2-3 years, you can see much more investment that has happened last couple of years because what's happening in US.
Right. And those visuals, once again, of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman calling on President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. This meeting took place just a short while ago. The visuals came in. Finance Minister briefing the President on the Union Budget. She'll be presenting the Union Budget at 11 a.m. In the Parliament in Lok Sabha. Just over an hour. And the presentation of the Union Budget 2025 will begin. And the update that is also coming in at the moment, stock markets, although are traditionally shut on weekend, Saturday, on account of the presentation of Union Budget, the stock markets are open today, and the update that is coming in is markets booming ahead of the budget. Sensex rallies 136 points in opening trade. Nifty is up 20 points to 23,528. That's the update that is coming in from the market at the moment. We'll try and connect with our correspondent Shishir Shelar in Mumbai. All right, Shishir, if you're with us, good morning. Just take us through how the markets are reacting first. I mean, it's usually one doesn't see markets operating on Saturday. And also, I believe you would be meeting important guests and people and taking their feedback. Over to you, Shishir.
Absolutely, Shubhendu. Two important aspects from Mumbai that we're going to see today is, of course, the market reaction. In the initial trade, we have seen the market has definitely bounced back, but it's quite too early to talk about the market because we have seen quite a lackluster performance of the markets in the last 4 months. Absolute selling pressure on the market, and that's the reason we have seen here that the market has actually touched a very deepest low in last few days. Though this time around, just ahead of the budget, the market is up, and probably the psychological mark of almost 23,500 the market has crossed in the initial trade and the opening only. Let's see, hopefully the market will continue this trend even after the budget announcement. But what exactly industry thinks at this point in time, we have with us Sanjay Mariwal, who is the president of the Indian Merchant Chambers. What exactly Indian industry is thinking about this budget? To talk more about it, sir, first of all, my first question to you. Any expectation or any major thing that industry has hope from this budget?
I think the days of major changes are gone. In my opinion, I think that the major change will be what is going to be the key factor that influences the corrections that are required from the economic point of view for creating the expansion of the economy that we want to see. We want to grow our GDP, we want to become the third largest economy in the world in the next few years, and I think if we have to achieve that, we have to make sure that our pace is set faster. So we need to move a little faster than what we've been moving into some of the changes that we need to bring about. So hopefully the budget will signal that how are we going to start the change to make the new things happen, and what are the major factors that need to be dealt with. I think there are two major factors that need to be dealt with. One is putting more money in the hands of people to buy. Okay. Second is to how do we continue to create greater production and more demand and more manufacturing and more GDP growth. Okay. These two things require some capital expenditure and a certain amount of perhaps rationalization of taxes.
That's what the Prime Minister even yesterday signaled, that the expenditure is the most important fact. The more disposable income at the hands of people, probably we may see a more consumption pattern will increase.
Absolutely. I think what is happening today, if you see the inflationary pressures and the foreign exchange pressure on our country, the pressure is creating a little, in the middle incomes and the lower income groups, there is lesser spend on consumption. I think we need to stimulate that. We need to put more money in the hands of those who are today earning at the lower two slabs in the nation, and perhaps increasing the slabs itself is a good way to go, so that you remove one slab, thereby free up a few people with more disposable income.
That's a major demand that probably most of the people actually expecting this time around. Industry is also quite skeptical about it.
No, we feel that it's a good move. It would be the right thing to do, because perhaps that you could actually move the slabs up, is what I'm expecting the budget should achieve. Perhaps that's what she'll come up with, that you move the lowest slab up and you move the upper slab up as well, so that you increase you add maybe one more slab at the top end, because then you add maybe one more layer of taxes at the rich.
Talking about the different sectors, especially in India, the manufacturing is actually seeing some pressure, whereas we have seen that the service sector has grown quite well. Even yesterday's economic survey, it was actually signaled out. How do you see this different sectors spanning out now?
It's pretty obvious that this is going to happen. You see, manufacturing requires long-term investments by both private sector and to some extent government. Government investments should actually go towards infrastructure rather than creating manufacturing infrastructure, because the government should not be in manufacturing. It should be left to the private sector to do what is right. Government should be building infrastructure, and we need that spend. We are far starved of infrastructure, so we need roads, we need airports, we need port facilities, we need railways, and we need more of the transportation and logistics management. I think that requires significant investment. Government needs to focus there. They need to release the private sector, investments in more private sector investment in manufacturing. But that will only happen if the demand at the grassroots is stimulated.
My last question to you is about, of course, obviously the market. We have seen last few days that FI has actually seen a selling pressure. But the good thing is that the domestic investors have actually kept faith in India's growth story. How do market actually react to it?
So this has been the story for the last 6 months, 12 months. In fact, if you look at the number of domestic funds that have grown and the local money that is going into $2 to $3 billion every month that is getting pumped into the market through the SIP route, I think it has been the biggest success story as far as India's markets are concerned. I think FIIs have been in and out, but I don't believe that there's money is going away. I think the money is here to stay. If we do the right thing as a policy, and consistency in policy is maintained. One important point is consistency. You see, we can't tweak and change everything every year. Once we decide something, let's stick with it for 3 to 5 years, and then we will see FII money coming in again.
Any last?
And the very special picture there, President Draupadi Murmu feeding dahi chini, curd and sugar. For those of us joining us from outside of India, this is the tradition ahead of doing something auspicious. President Draupadi Murmu feeding a spoon of dahi chini to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. A sweet warm gesture there. President Draupadi Murmu feeding sweets, dahi chini to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Professor Joshi, special visuals, those. One doesn't get to see such intimacies.
All the viewers domestically and internationally need to understand the rituals, I think, which we face a lot, have in India. And yesterday, if you see that how, Prime Minister started with the prayer of Lakshmi, when he said that, Sarva Siddhi Pradayini. So, all those things, so I am very sure that the message goes, across the country, across the world, that, the traditionals are extremely important to India. And what is very important, what you are showing is the President of India. Bhagavad Gita says that Yat Yat Acharti Sheshtha Tat Te Vitarah Jana Sah Yat Pramanam Kurute Lokah Tat Anuvartate. Whatever the great people do, the people follows that. and what is being done by the President of India, the Prime Minister of India, and the Finance Minister of India, I am sure that people from across the country and maybe other parts of the world would take certain learnings and follow it.
And beautiful visuals of their warmth between President and the Finance Minister. There's considerable excitement all over around the union budget. Renowned sand artist Sudarshan Patnaik has once again presented and captured the national attention with his incredible sand sculpture at Puri Beach. That's where he works this time, celebrating the upcoming union budget 2025. You can see it in the visuals, him at work using some 4 tons of sand. He's created a massive artwork with Welcome Union Budget 2025. It should arrive at 11 a.m. this morning. The artist showcasing his unique way of engaging with the current events. Also, Indian artist Zuhaib Khan has created an 8-feet portrait of India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with coal and chalk as she presents the Union Budget of India later today. Showing that to you in the visuals, the artist hopes through that picture that our Indian rupee will rise in a strong position and India will progress. Important point there, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who has so far presented a total of 7 straight consecutive budgets under Prime Minister Modi's government, including an interim one in February of 2024, is set to table her 8th consecutive budget today. In 2020, Minister Sitharaman created a unique record for delivering the longest budget speech as the minister in the parliament, and on Saturday, Minister Sitharaman will create history for presenting the 8th consecutive union budget. My colleague Tripti Tripathi gets us more.
Nirmala Sitharaman is set to make history. She will become the first women finance minister to present 8 consecutive union budgets, each shaping India's economic landscape. From the traditional briefcase to the iconic Bahi Khata and now a paperless budget using a Made in India tablet, budget presentations have evolved significantly under her tenure. In 2019, she introduced the Bahi Khata, a symbol of India's heritage. By 2021, she led the digital revolution with a fully paperless budget, aligning with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of Digital India. Over the years, the union budget has consistently focused on women-led development, ensuring increased funding for women's empowerment and welfare. In the year 2024, 3.3 lakh crore rupees were allocated for women's welfare, boosting Mudra loan limits from 10 lakh to 20 lakh rupees for women entrepreneurs. In the year 2023, a 267 crore rupees increase for the Women and Child Development Ministry was seen, prioritizing Saksham, Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. In the year 2021, a revamp of welfare schemes with Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya and Poshan 2.0 was seen. In the year 2021, the highest ever allocation for Saksham, Anganwadi and Mission Poshan 2.0 was witnessed. In the year 2020, a strong push for education and nutrition with 3,700 crore rupees was allocated for the National Nutrition Mission and 35,600 crore rupees for nutrition-related programs. Each budget under Nirmala Sitharaman has carried a distinct vision. Let's take a quick recap. In the year 2024, a focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs and the middle class with 9 key priorities shaping economic policies was seen. In the year 2023, the Amrit Kal budget targeting youth, job creation and economic growth with a 45 trillion rupees spending plan and tax relief for the individuals was witnessed. In the year 2022, a push for green energy and digital economy, including the launch of India's digital rupee and the 30% tax on cryptocurrency income was witnessed. In the year 2021, a post-pandemic recovery plan with major investments in healthcare and infrastructure was seen. In 2020, a pandemic-hit economy saw a budget focusing on healthcare, agriculture and economic revival. With expectations running high, all eyes are now on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's upcoming budget. What new policies will shape India's economic future? Tripti Tripathi's report for DD India. And
just over an hour to go before the presentation of Union Budget 2025. A little more about the budget. Presented on 1st February every year, Union budget takes effect from 1st of April, the beginning of the financial year, till the end of March next year. Anu Kaushik, my colleague, breaks down what the budget means for the country.
Capital budget, fiscal deficit, direct and indirect taxes. You must have been hearing these terms in the run-up to the union budget in India. What do they mean and why is the budget so important? Here's a quick explainer.
Presented by the Finance Minister on February 1st, the Union Budget of India is an annual financial statement detailing the Indian government's revenue and expenditure plans for the upcoming financial year, which runs from April 1st to March 31st. The plans majorly focus on the government's estimated revenue from taxes, dividends, and other sources, and its expenditure, which includes funds allocated to various ministries, social welfare schemes, and spending on salaries. Taxes are classified into two categories, direct and indirect. Direct taxes are income tax imposed on individuals who fall under different tax brackets based on their earnings, and corporate tax, which is imposed by the government on the income or profits earned by companies. Indirect tax is levied on goods and services. Customs duty, GST, fall into this category. The union budget has two main components. The revenue budget gives an estimate of the government's income, while the capital budget details capital receipts, which include receipts from disinvestments or asset sale and recoveries of loans. Capital budget also encompasses capital expenditure, which is mainly the government's spending on infrastructure projects, education and health.
And those are visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and her entourage departing from President's house, from Rashtrapati Bhavan. She had a brief meeting with President Draupadi Murmu. We saw some special moments of the President feeding her dahi chini ahead of the important presentation, the Union Budget for 2025 for India. Those are visuals of her entourage departing from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Next stop is going to be the most important at the Parliament. That's where the Finance Minister will present the Union Budget for the upcoming financial year. Ahead of that, there will be a brief meeting, but that in the Parliament premises. So next and final stop for Finance Minister is going to be the Parliament. But these visuals coming in live from New Delhi, from the forecourts of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and her entourage departing after a brief yet important meeting with President Draupadi Murmu. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present her 8th straight budget in a short while from now, just over an hour. Those visuals of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, President's House of India, located in New Delhi. And the visuals you can see the entourage of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman departing from the Rashtrapati Bhavan and now moving towards the Parliament. Some important stops. First, the Ministry of Finance, and then the meeting at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and now Finance Minister heads to the Parliament House. Professor Joshi, you gave a reference to what Prime Minister said about invoking Goddess Lakshmi, but he particularly spoke about how he hopes there are blessings on every poor and the middle class. That's also a very specific cross-section of the population.
No, I think you brought a great point, because you know what Prime Minister talked, it has brought from Vishnu Puran. If you see when, you know, on which the Kerala, the festival is being made, what we call as an Onam, it is made in the remembering Balli, which was the king of that, and he said that Lakshmi should not stay in big palaces and riches. I think it has to go to the poor and the middle class, and exactly what Prime Minister yesterday talked was that, you know, to the Lakshmi should also go especially to the poor and the poorest of the society and the middle class. And what he committed yesterday is that the government will make all the efforts to make that, which it has already been making, and I am very sure. Therefore, you know, translating to the Prime Minister's vision and his speech to the poor and the middle class, I am sure this budget will emphasize. And budget will emphasize, you know, as many, you know, experts have talked about, you know, the giving freebies to the poor people, but they also form an important. Only thing is that, you know, we need to do it in a fashion wherein when this money is being distributed, which is about more than 7 lakh crore to the people, and wherein the state governments are also competing. Say Tamil Nadu gives 1,40,000 crore rupees in terms of freebies. Karnataka gives 1 lakh crore in freebies. Maharashtra gives 80,000 crore of freebies. So this is to be, I am sure is to be, given in a manner that productivity also increases, and at the same
Those
time.
Those visuals are also very, very important,
very
historic. Important. Her cavalcade, finance minister's cavalcade, now passing through the old parliament building.
Very right.
There's of course a new parliament building that has taken center stage, and that's where the presentation of the union budget will happen. Prateek, the same point that I was raising with Professor Joshi, in tangible terms for the poor and the middle class, as you mentioned, tax breaks is one, but also the basic infrastructure, education, health getting strengthened would be a big step forward.
No, absolutely, and I think things are looking positive. Weather is clearing up, stock market seems to be up. So I think the reasons to be positive, the statement made by Prime Minister is quite telling. I think in this budget, the middle class and poor would find more money in their hands. They would see more capital expenditure, and they would see more employment opportunities. So fingers crossed, I think this is going to be a good budget.
Right. Also, Prateek, one particular element that has been in news for some time now, particularly recently, artificial intelligence, AI, the manner it is transforming the way we work, the way we live, and the way the economies function. Big breakthroughs have taken place in the recent days, early in the US, now in China. How's India's vision for AI? AI mission has also been kick-started in the country. How do you see that also being the focus of the budget this year?
No, we'll have to see how much money is allocated this time for AI-related initiatives. Somebody was talking about, I read, there should be a separate ministry for AI. Because it's changing the way we function. So we'll have to see, in the wake of what happened recently in China and then in the US, where a lot of companies, the market cap went down significantly. A lot of private enterprises have started adopting AI in India. Now we'll see how much intervention the government needs to do now in this budget. And I think it will find mention in the budget speech.
Right. Professor Joshi, as we are tracking the developments as they're taking place, how do you also underline the key strengths of Indian economy? Again, those visuals would be coming in, very important visuals coming in at this hour. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is headed to the Parliament House now. And just a bit, Finance Minister should be reaching the Parliament premises, the new Parliament. She just crossed the old Parliament building, so also historic in many ways. She had an important brief meeting with President Draupadi Murmu just a short while ago. If you can have those visuals again on the screen. These visuals are coming in live just at the steps of the Parliament House. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with her entire team now also going inside the Parliament. The Union Budget should be presented in just about an hour. It's going to be 10 a.m. At 11 a.m. sharp, the presentation of the Union Budget begins. Very important visuals are coming in any moment now. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman should be reaching the Parliament premises after meeting President Draupadi Murmu. Professor Joshi, the point that I was making about the key strengths of India's economy in the current geopolitics that you'd like to underline that perhaps the budget could also take into account. Your thoughts on that, sir?
India is very, very strong in certain things. We are not only the largest populated country on the earth with 1.42 billion people, but we do have an advantage of, the young population, the young working class, the demographic dividend that the India enjoys. And more than that, English as a language. India has got double the number of English speakers than the whole of the Britain has got. With almost even 10% people speaking English. So I think it works out to 14 million people speaking in English, against the population of 6.5 million. So India has a lot of it. Then our IT industry is very strong. AI is going to give India an big opportunity. Now what happening in this AI is a lot of TRIPS agreement and patent protection was coming in. But when you see these, ChatGPT has come, Google has, also brought, and now the Chinese, thing has absolutely disrupted the market. So I think it is absolutely a break of the intellectual property patents. Not that India cannot develop that, but the legally in the international courts of law was difficult. But I am very sure with this Chinese version coming up is opening up and a strength, and India, I am very sure, is going to be in a much advantageous position. What India has done, even China has not done, because the biggest digital, infrastructure, public infrastructure, no country has done the way India has done.
I think we'll spend some more time talking about these key strengths, Professor Joshi and Prateek Jain. For now, we're heading for a short break. Our continuous and comprehensive coverage of Union Budget 2025 continues. But before we go into the break, those visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Minister of Finance, with secretaries and the entire team of at Ministry of Finance with the Bahi Khata. And this is just outside the Makar Dwar of the Parliament. This is the final stop for the Finance Minister. This is where the presentation of the Union budget will take place. Satyamev Jayate. That's what India's emblem says. And there, Finance Minister with the much in focus, the red Bahi Khata, posing with her entire team. This is outside the Parliament premises. So the update coming in at this hour is that Finance Minister has reached the Parliament House. This is where the presentation of the Union budget will begin. 11 a.m. sharp is the time in Lok Sabha. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman would be presenting the budget. We are scanning through a host of areas of opportunities and challenges for the Indian economy to understand the context of the Union budget better. We're heading for a short break. There's lots more coming up. Continuous and comprehensive coverage continues after a short break. Stay with us.
शॉपिंग? बाबूजी, आपने इसे बिगाड़ के रखा।
लिमिट में करो तो कुछ बुरा नहीं होता है।
बिना लिमिट शॉपिंग करेगी आपके कार्ड पे। हेड ऑन जो है।
मैंने तो कार्ड पे लिमिट सेट कर दिया। अच्छा, इसके फायदे ये हैं कि रिस्क कम हो जाता है, और अगर फ्रॉड भी हुआ तो तुरंत बैंक को बोल दीजिए, नुकसान कम।
दादू,
नेक्स्ट
टाइम ये पिंक ड्रेस। यू आर द लिमिट।
लिमिट तो सेट है। RBI कहता है, जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Welcome to Jaipur. Swagatam. to Andhra Pradesh, the coastal jewel of India. A state steeped in history. From the Gandi Kota Fort to the majestic Gondapalli Fort. A region known as the Rice Bowl of India. A holy land with rivers Krishna and Godavari flowing through it. Every part of this land tells a story of culture and devotion. And of a modern, developed, vibrant India. The graceful Kuchipudi and exuberant Dhimsa showcase the artistic brilliance of this land. The Ikkat and Kalamkari speak of the talent of artisans and their skilled hands. A cultural concoction that unites people in the spirit of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam.
Thanks for staying with us on DD India, watching live from New Delhi. Special broadcast on India's Union Budget 2025 on DD India, your channel and India's voice to the world. I'm Sakal Bhatt and with me is my colleague Shubhendu Ghosh.
Thank you, Sakal. Yes, our continuous and comprehensive coverage of the Union Budget 2025 continues. The latest update that came in, Sakal, is that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has reached the Parliament premises. That's the focus of the day. She's going to have a brief meeting with her cabinet colleagues before the presentation of the Union Budget at 11 a.m. We'll get you all the updates as they roll in. 11 a.m. the budget presentation starts. But for now, let's roll the top stories at this hour.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present her 8th consecutive Union Budget today in India's Parliament. Minister Sitharaman calls on President Draupadi Murmu.
Budget 2025 expectations soar up from tax relief to capex boost. All eyes on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget announcements.
Economic survey pegs India's GDP growth at 6.3 to 6.8% for next fiscal year. Domestic growth levers in focus.
And India is all set to unveil its financial roadmap for the upcoming fiscal, with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman scheduled to present the Union Budget 2025-26.
That's right, Shubhendu. In fact, Minister Sitharaman will be presenting Budget 25-26 in the lower house of the Parliament at 11 a.m. local time today, which means around 5:30 a.m. GMT. And right now, Minister Sitharaman is already in the Parliament premises for a meeting of Union Cabinet, which is customary prior to the budget. And this cabinet meeting, Union Cabinet meeting, is going to be chaired by Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, which will actually approve the budget.
And earlier today, Minister Sitharaman was at her office, the Finance Ministry in the North Block. These visuals, of course, of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman at Rashtrapati Bhavan, calling on President Draupadi Murmu. She had a brief yet important meeting with her colleagues, with President Draupadi Murmu. Also witnessed a very special moment of dahi chini that President Draupadi Murmu offered to Finance Minister ahead of the big Union Budget, big important development, as is the Indian tradition, ahead of important auspicious developments. Dahi chini is offered, and those very special moments of warmth between President Draupadi Murmu and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
President of India Draupadi Murmu on your screens earlier today in the morning offering curd with sugar. It's customary, it's Indian tradition, an auspicious way to start something very, very important and auspicious. And this, of course, to augur very well for the nation. Minister Sitharaman happily took the offering as a sign that her important budget will be landmark in many ways. This will be Minister Sitharaman's
eighth
budget
budget
presentation under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, marking Shubhendu yet another significant milestone.
And remember the important points and milestones that we have to remember. This is the first full budget of Modi government 3.0, and those visuals that we are playing for you again and again is a special moment shared between President Draupadi Murmu and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Curd, sugar, dahi, chini being offered by President to Finance Minister ahead of the auspicious occasion, as is the Indian tradition. The presentation of the Union Budget takes place in less than an hour now. At
rooted deeply in our India's culture and tradition. Let's talk about the budget document and the copy. They have been taken inside the Parliament. The Bahi Khata, this time being digital also. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, as we earlier mentioned, will be presenting the budget today at 11 a.m. local time. As per the studio clock is 11 to 10. And the final countdown in a way has already kick-started.
Absolutely. And Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who has so far presented a total of 7 straight consecutive budgets under the Modi government, including an interim one, remember, in February 2024, last year, is set to table her 8th consecutive budget today. In 2020, Minister Nirmala Sitharaman created a unique record for delivering the longest budget speech as the Union Finance Minister in the Parliament. And on Saturday, today, the Minister will create history for presenting the 8th consecutive Union budget. My colleague Tripti Tripathi brings us more.
Nirmala Sitharaman is set to make history. She will become the first women finance minister to present 8 consecutive union budgets, each shaping India's economic landscape. From the traditional briefcase to the iconic Bahi Khata and now a paperless budget using a Made in India tablet, budget presentations have evolved significantly under her tenure. In 2019, she introduced the Bahi Khata, a symbol of India's heritage. By 2021, she led the digital revolution with a fully paperless budget, aligning with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of digital India. Over the years, the Union Budget has consistently focused on women-led development, ensuring increased funding for women's empowerment and welfare. In the year 2024, 3.3 lakh crore rupees were allocated for women's welfare, boosting Mudra loan limits from 10 lakh to 20 lakh rupees for women entrepreneurs. In the year 2023, a 267 crore rupees increase for the Women and Child Development Ministry was seen, prioritizing Saksham, Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. In the year 2021, a revamp of welfare schemes with Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya and Poshan 2.0 was seen. In the year 2021, the highest ever allocation for Saksham, Anganwadi and Mission Poshan 2.0 was witnessed. In the year 2020, a strong push for education and nutrition with 3,700 crore rupees was allocated for the National Nutrition Mission and 35,600 crore rupees for nutrition-related programs. Each budget under Nirmala Sitharaman has carried a distinct vision. Let's take a quick recap. In the year 2024, a focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs and the middle class with 9 key priorities shaping economic policies was seen. In the year 2023, the Amrit Kal budget targeting youth, job creation and economic growth with a 45 trillion rupees spending plan and tax relief for the individuals was witnessed. In the year 2022, a push for green energy and digital economy, including the launch of India's digital rupee and the 30% tax on cryptocurrency income was witnessed. In the year 2021, a post-pandemic recovery plan with major investments in healthcare and infrastructure was seen. In 2020, a pandemic-hit economy saw a budget focusing on healthcare, agriculture and economic revival. With expectations running high, all eyes are now on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's upcoming budget. What new policies will shape India's economic future? Tripti Tripathi's report for DD India.
As we've mentioned, that this is going to be a historic budget in the sense that she not only will be the first woman finance minister, but also as a finance minister,
That's right.
8th consecutive budget presentation. And as India's finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, of course, is set to present the union budget shortly, around roughly 45 minutes. Indian artist Zuhaib Khan has created this 8-feet portrait of Minister Sitharaman, and this picture is created with coal and chalk, and artist hopes through that picture that our Indian rupee will rise in a strong position, and so will nation progress more strongly and in more robust manner.
Clever way, Sakal, of inserting budget expectations
Absolutely.
in one's artwork as well. But interesting artwork there of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And from fiscal policy to tax surcharge, the budget jargon can be quite tricky. Our next report breaks down the budget terms for you as they are presented later in the day.
To understand the importance of the budget, it is imperative to know its key terms. First and foremost is the budget estimate, which is the projection of the expenditure and earnings of the government in a financial year. Expenditure includes allocation of funds to various ministries, payment of salaries, and spending on infrastructure. It's also important to take note of the fiscal deficit, which is the difference between the government's revenue, excluding borrowings, and expenditure. The goal is to reduce the fiscal deficit to avoid higher national debt. Borrowings are the funds raised by the government to bridge the fiscal deficit. This includes the amount the government borrows from the bond market. As the name suggests, non-tax revenue is the income generated by the government from non-tax sources. This includes fines and interests that are received by the central government through the loans provided by it to the state governments. Fiscal policy deals with the taxation and spending decisions of the government. It is used to manage the domestic economy. Coming to taxes, they are classified into direct and indirect taxes. Direct tax includes income tax, which is charged on the earning of an individual or a business. A tax surcharge is an additional tax levied on high-earning individuals. Sin tax is levied on products like cigarettes and alcohol that are bad for health. Indirect tax is levied on goods and services. It includes the goods and services tax. Rolled out in 2017, GST replaced various indirect taxes in India. Long-term capital gains tax is levied on profits earned from sale of assets like stocks, mutual funds, and residential plots held for the long term. Apart from taxes, the government also raises funds through disinvestment, which is the sale of stakes in public sector undertakings. Finally, there's the finance bill, which details tax-related proposals in the budget. Knowing the implications of the budget helps in making personal finance decisions, as well as understanding the government's economic policies. Bureau Report, DD India.
And benchmark equity indexes also, Sakala, showing excitement.
Yes, right, Shubhendu. In fact, benchmark equity indices, that's the BSE Sensex and Nifty, opened with some good gains. That's a positive sign out there ahead of the presentation of Budget 2025. So let's take a look at what happens at the opening bell. The BSE Sensex was higher by 108.27 points, or 0.14%, at 77,608.84, and Nifty was at 23,545.75, which is ahead by 37.35 points, or by 0.16%. And after the opening bell on the 30-stock BSE Sensex, half the stocks were trading with gains while the rest declined. On the Nifty 50 rather, 28 stocks were trading lower while the rest climbed. Across sectors, the Nifty IT index was top drag behind 0.23%. The Nifty Bank, Financial Services, Private Bank, Public Sector Unit Bank, so PSU Bank, and oil and gas indices were in trading lower.
The news that just is coming in, Union Cabinet is meeting in the Parliament premises, as is the tradition. Ahead of the budget presentation, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with her team reached the Parliament House just a short while ago. India's budget 2025 is set to be presented, and the news just coming in, the Union Cabinet is of which the Finance Minister is part of, is meeting in the Parliament premises. Just a brief discussion ahead of the presentation of the Union budget by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
Absolutely. And this Union Cabinet meet is chaired by Honourable Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi, who will approve the budget.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also reached the Parliament, is heading the Cabinet meeting that is taking place as we speak.
Final approval to the budget by the Union Cabinet, headed by Prime Minister of India, a historic budget, as we just mentioned, Minister Sitharaman's 8th consecutive budget with lots of middle-class hopes and aspirations and overall sectoral expectations attached to it when the country is headed towards the not only Atmanirbhar Bharat mission but also Viksit Bharat Mission 2047. Well, is that going to be the central idea? We're going to talk about all that with our experts, but right now the big news coming in from the Parliament of India that Finance Minister of India Nirmala Sitharaman is meeting the Union Cabinet of the country headed by the Prime Minister to seek the final approval of the budget, after which there's going to be a formal budget presentation at 11 a.m. local time in Indian Parliament. And that is what we're going to be broadcasting live on your national news broadcaster, DD News and DD India. Right.
And the update coming in that Union Finance Minister, along with her colleagues of the Cabinet, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is heading this Cabinet meeting taking place in the Parliament premises, as is the tradition, an official nod ahead of the presentation of the Union budget by Finance Minister in Lok Sabha. And joining us are special guests who would take forward this conversation on the Union budget. We're still talking about expectations. We'll talk about the budget as it is presented. Let me once again welcome Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor IIFT, who's with us in the studio. Welcome, sir. Also joining us is Richa Gupta, who's an eminent economist. Richa, if I can come to you first. Many see this budget also as something that articulates India's aspirations for becoming the third largest economy in the world. And we know geopolitics is going through a very challenging time. What are your thoughts on the areas where the budget could focus on?
This vision that we have of becoming Viksit Bharat has been a continuing dream that we have, and we've seen the previous budgets also address parts of this. So we expect that the budget would continue focusing on infrastructure, digital, physical, socio-economic infrastructure. They would continue the emphasis on trying to ensure that we take the benefit of our demographic dividend before time runs out. So focus on skilling, upskilling, primary education, all aspects of education, the whole value chain. So we are expecting the budget to continue the focus on that. Apart from this, the other pressing problem is, managing the supply side to control inflation and to see how we can boost exports. So, not just boost high value exports, but also expand the markets in which our exports, are targeted towards. So to manage the global volatile economy and geopolitics, the budget will continue to focus on reviving domestic or continuing sustaining domestic consumption, domestic investment, and strengthening exports. So I think these will be the themes that will continue. We think will continue to be seen in the budget as we have seen in the prior budgets.
And as much as Professor Rakesh Mohan, this budget aligns with the government's digital initiatives, but from the Aam Aadmi's perspective, but just to decode it further, the first thing that we all, the salaried class, want to know that what happens to my tax slab, and the increase in the tax bracket, we're looking at rationalization of GST and all of that. That middle class aspiration pertaining to the tax slabs and some sort of a relief there. This has been a talking point. I think we discuss this every year. But this time, do you think there's going to be more than a good news in that sector?
I think salary class and the middle class is waiting for it for years now. And,
That's precisely why I asked you this question.
And, each of us are a part of that. Now
Yeah.
this middle class,
There was, by the way, mention of middle class aspirations.
No,
yesterday in
I
President's
think Sakal, you are
joint
very
session.
right.
Yeah.
You are very
That
right.
sets the tone.
Because, it sets the tone, because this middle class is one who pays the tax. Probably is, this is the class, who is responsible for consumption as well. But I think this is not the class on which I think the is very important, especially the politically, and therefore the freebies go to the other class, wherein, and therefore, if you look into two things. Number one is some relaxation in the tax, and more than that has to be the tax rationalization.
Yes.
The complexity of the procedures is still, I think there are opportunities that which can be rationalized and made more simplified. And I think to going on a level maybe up to 10 lakhs, ideally there may not be a tax, and you pay the tax, you file the return, the cumbersome, and then you take the refund and all that. So I think there is a lot of opportunity which I am not very sure how government is going to deal with it, but I think middle class needs a lot of relaxation.
Other broader concern of the middle class has been, and this time since a lot of economists and experts like you were speaking about the fact that the government is going to give more money in our hands, in the middle class hands.
No, very right. Because
but then my question, sir, but then I also have to deal with the rising inflationary issues. We may not like it, but it's there, especially food inflation. So how do we balance that? How do we counter?
No, you are very right, because the inflation, especially the food inflation, and therefore the salaries is not going out, job is another problem. And if the spending in the middle class does not come, the growth of the entire economy is challenged. And therefore, not only to give a relief to middle class, it makes sense for the government to give more money to this class, because this is wherein you make this economy a vibrant one. And so this is one to make vibrant one. And then another thing, because this class has got no safety net. So I think there are a lot of structural reforms which can be done, and I'm expecting at least some of them in the budget today.
Union Cabinet is all right. Union Cabinet has already approved the budget proposal. Cabinet chaired by the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, giving the final nod to the 8th consecutive budget presentation by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Cabinet clearing all decks for the budget 2025 presentation.
That's the update coming in from the Parliament. The Union Cabinet is the last stage before the actual presentation of the Union budget. The Union Cabinet, in that brief meeting that took place in the Parliament premises, has cleared the presentation of the budget 2025. Now, Finance Minister will present the Union budget for 2025-26 financial year. This would happen at the lower house, which is called the Lok Sabha of Parliament, where the presentation of the Union budget will take place. Eminent guests continue to be with us. Richa Gupta, ma'am, if I can come to you. Before we get to know what the Union budget contains, if we just for a moment look at the economic survey that sort of gives a bird's eye view of India's economy. It talks about ease of doing business, which has been the priority of the government, deregulating businesses, making the cost of doing business lower. Could you put that in perspective as to what is the expectation for entrepreneurs from the budget?
Even today in India, as the economic survey rightly pointed out, the government still needs to get out of, as they put it, way of doing business. So, and the economic survey has done a very good analysis to show that states that have deregulated better have also grown better. So the deregulation or the expectation that, the number of regulations that, any business, small or medium, has to face has to come down, and it has to be at two levels. One is at a central level, but more importantly, it has to be at the state level. So the states also need to focus on their ease of doing business in their respective states. So the ask from private investment is that it should be made easier for them to invest and grow within the country. There has been progress made, but that progress needs to be deepened, widened and faster. The progress has to be faster on that front, as what the economic survey is also emphasizing.
Rakeshji, Also, do you think there's going to be also some sort of focus on weeding out policy paralysis, since we are talking about ease of doing business and especially a big boost to the manufacturing?
You are extremely right, because in this the economic survey has not minced words in telling that government should be out of business, government should allow business to operate. It is not that what incentives you do. What business requires is then you let them do the business. If you look into, doing business in India and doing business in America and China, which is much more easier, despite of all the reforms which I have done, which I think we are doing very competitively, I have no doubt about it, but I think we have a long way to go, wherein business feel themselves that there is the government control is less, and government is working on that the way it happens in China. But there is a lot of procedural bottlenecks even today for MSMEs, for exporters, for traders, for manufacturers, for tax collection, and for information sharing, wherein the business people even feel. You can see that over the last about a decade or so, almost 55,000 of the HNIs have fled abroad. Even if you see fled abroad means 3 lakh crore of investment which could have come to India has gone abroad. So one thing is attracting the FDI in India, at the same time motivating Indian business people to spend in India and not to flight of capital. The same thing is we need to do, you are very right to say, education sector. If you see 2-3 lakh students going abroad every every year, and with their going abroad, 80% of them go with a intention to settle abroad. So I think those structural reforms are required, but budget is not the only one. But budget is a part of one, budget is a critical part of one, and therefore something which I think budget can do in tax collection and all that. The rationalization.
Since you talked about education, Shubhendu, we were talking to reporters from Mumbai and elsewhere across the country. We're getting those reports, expectations. There also this talk about access to skilling for economically disadvantaged students, where this is the time when we're looking at interest-free loans. You think there's going to be some movement in that?
I think so, because skilling education is extremely important to capitalize upon the demographic dividend which India has got. And unless the measures are taken, this demographic dividend could be India's disaster. And I am very sure the government knows this. And I am very sure that in one form or the other form, there will be focus on the education, skill development, and facilitating.
Let's for a moment shift gears to industry and industry expectations. Shubhendu?
Absolutely. And we have my colleague Shama Mishra, who's reporting from Mumbai, the financial capital. Shama, I believe that you also have an important guest with you. Over to you. Tell us how you're tracking the developments from Mumbai. Stock markets, for one, have opened to a sort of positive outlook.
Shama?
Positive note, and that definitely shows that it is expecting a lot from Finance Minister's 8th budget. You've mentioned that I have a guest with me. I have Swati Salgaonkar with us. She is the CII Western Region Chairperson. So obviously she has to speak on a host of issues. Let's start with the basic question. What are you expecting? And since you're a woman, I'm a woman, women-led development is something Prime Minister has always spoken about. So what do you expect in terms of women's share in this budget?
Thank you. So I think, we're all very optimistic for this year's budget. I understand the government has had quite a task, given all the geopolitical tensions, even the stress on the economy. I think so they have, a lot to work on. But I think, in terms of women-led development, if you look at our female participation of the workforce, it is not in keeping with global standards. So this is really something that I think we need to work on. And I'm hopeful that, this budget will address that. Even the last interim budget in July, had a lot of incentives. So I think if we look at infrastructure for women, digital empowerment of women, I think these will go a long way.
Okay. So, Sakal, you had asked me this question earlier that, in terms of women expectations. Correct. So I think this answer would be, this is an answer for that question. But also overall, you are an industry person. what are the kind of suggestions that the experts or industrialists from different sectors have given to you to give it to the ministry?
So I think one, overarching theme is on technology. I think we've all seen, in the last, week or so, the disruption that AI is bringing. And I think the one way to address that would really be to increase our R&D spending, because I think India really needs to develop indigenous technology. But at the same time, we need to balance that with the employment and, jobs, because we have a very large young population, and we can't say that, at the cost of at the cost of jobs, we'll promote AI. So I think there needs to also be a very large focus on skilling, especially in frontier technology.
So you mentioned about skilling. Skilling and upskilling is also something which is a demand from across sectors. And when we are talking about this, how to address this actually, and even apart from the budget, what should be the course of action?
So actually, CII has been doing a lot of work in skilling. It's one of our key agendas, across sectors and various levels as well. So I think really the way for skilling ahead is for public-private partnerships, because ultimately, I think industry, needs to kind of skill workers the way they want them to be ready for the jobs.
Okay. So those were basically, addressing these questions where the expectations of the industry, expectations of women have already been told. And in terms of skilling and upskilling, definitely there's a need for R&D, more innovation. And, yes, it's the PPP, the private also, this private sector also has to come together with the backing of the government.
Just a quick point, very quickly. There is also this talk about more access to credit, enhancing access to credit from when we talk about rural women entrepreneurs, Shama, and self-employed individuals. Are the CII ecosystem also pushing for these demands to be met, like Mudra scheme? We've been emphasizing a lot on those policy initiatives.
Your audio is very low, Sakal. Could you repeat that?
All right. We will come to you in a bit.
If I'm audible to you, Sharma, then she was asking about credit availability for women entrepreneurs. How much is being done for that, if you could tell us?
Okay, so women-led development, you've been working for that area as well. What about the credit take for the women who are working in the rural areas, for women entrepreneurs in the rural areas?
So I think that's very important, because once you kind of make funds more accessible, and this is what I was talking about earlier also in terms of digital access, because if you see now, women have a whole host of opportunities which earlier weren't available to them. And I think in terms of skilling as well, like if you share basic business skills with them, I think this will go a long way.
Okay. So yeah, definitely that is the self-help groups that we are talking about, and making the digital access available to them, also teaching them new ways of dealing, new ways of doing business will obviously go a long way.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Shama, for getting us those updates from Mumbai. We'll keep coming back to you, of course. Let's turn to the national capital, Delhi. Our colleague Dibyendu is at the Parliament premises, where the cabinet meeting just concluded, giving a nod to the union budget. Dibyendu, what is the latest that you can share with us? Still just under 30 minutes to go for the union budget presentation. What is happening at the moment?
Well, Shubhendu, the cabinet briefing just concluded, and the cabinet has given its nod to the union budget for 25-26. All the cabinet ministers were present during this crucial cabinet meeting, which is customary before every budget is presented. So, of course, all the ministers have now started moving inside the Lok Sabha. All the parliamentarians have started arriving in the parliament. And just less than 30 minutes from now, we'll see the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman walking into the Lok Sabha, and she will be presenting her 8th consecutive budget this time. And this is also, of course, the Women Finance Minister who will be presenting the budget for the 8th consecutive time. So, of course, two important feats being achieved by the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman here. And, of course, as you can see behind me, all the parliamentarians are slowly reaching Parliament. It's less than 30 minutes from now. The cabinet meeting is over. The budget has been given the official nod by the Union Cabinet. And, of course, the budget will be tabled in the Parliament in a short while from now. Shubhendu.
Okay, thank you very much, Dibendu, but do stay standby. We'll come to you in a bit. And I'd also take this opportunity to very quickly welcome two very special women panelists, since we are talking about women-led development, and that also is going to be central to the budget this year. Ms. Jyoti Wij, DG FICCI, joining us on this special broadcast. And let me quickly also welcome Nirmala ma'am, former CEO and country head of HSBC. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nana ma'am, I would like to come to you. Over to you, your take, especially on the women-led development and tax slabs over there, because even in yesterday's address of the Honourable President to the joint sitting of the Parliament, there were multiple mentions of how women are central to the development of the country. But in budget, how do you see that vision being translated into?
The whole issue of women-led development is about provision of jobs. And if you look at the thrust of the economic survey in terms of deregulation and the state and the way it interacts with business, we still have rules across our country which forbid women being employed after hours. And the issue that therefore needs to be tackled is, why is that rule there? And it's there because of the pathetic law and order and security issues in and around the areas in which women work. So that is the kind of infrastructure investment that needs to happen so that these regulations can and must change. And many employers have actually pleaded with state governments that they will take the responsibility, and they do. So the rules and regulations that even permit women to work, let alone the incentive to work, needs to be sorted out. We obviously still have what looks like discrimination in the way women are dealt with in terms of access to finance for business. So, the focus on that, both from the government and the push to the banks and to the whole venture capital sector as well, needs to continue. The third area which I'm a little concerned about, and I know you just touched on that in terms of microfinance, there is stress in the microfinance sector. And the biggest beneficiaries of microfinance have been through self-help groups, women. That stress is going to come back to bite if it isn't sorted out quickly, because we are seeing that there are multiple loans in the microfinance sector. So overborrowing. Women are borrowing to repay loans, which is never ideal, which means we need to give more focus on livelihood and employment at a level that they can repay loans by earning money, not by taking another loan. And there is report, and that worries me because I've always been a great fan of the microfinance sector from early days, is the breakdown of this community support and lending, which the self-help group was about, that they stood by each other, helping each other when it comes to repayment of loans. So now the trend, I understand, can be that the person just vanishes. So this concern on financialization, which has been raised in the economic survey, whether rural or urban, needs to be really looked at very seriously, which is overborrowing. And we've seen the 18.3% was what the personal loans and bank credit was about, up to almost a third of total bank credit now is in the personal category. So the quality of that lending is a cause of concern right now.
Significant points there. Ms. Jyoti Wij, Director General FICCI, also is joining us now. Ma'am, if I can come to you, your thoughts on what will it take to make women-led development in a large scale a reality in the country? And also, I just want to bring your attention to a point that the economic survey mentioned yesterday about the need for flexibility in working condition that we still do not see in India across sectors, and for women in particular. How much of a differentiator could that be?
So I think Ms. Kidwai has raised some very, very valuable points, and she and I have been discussing some of these for many, many years, especially the livelihood aspect, because it's not just about providing money in their hands, but also the ability to be able to pay back. But, we've also been part of the G20 platform last year, and many other global platforms like the BRICS, etc. So it's not an issue just that India alone faces, but one very aspect which resonates across is, I think, the care ecosystem. And you talked about flexibility, etc., because women are the caregivers, across whether it is at the time of the childbirth or the old age care required at home at a certain stage. So I think the care ecosystem, a robust care ecosystem, is something which is going to be very, very critical. And I think it's the centerpiece for getting, enabling the women to be able to, come back into the jobs or be able to remain stable in the jobs. So that's very important. There are you won't probably be aware that there is a perquisite tax when women are given some care allowances by the companies. So this if you are spending some money on the care and it's being reimbursed, or you'll be given some quantum of sum by the company, that gets taken away in the form of tax. Plus there is also GST. At 80% on the daycare centers.
Yes. Jyoti ma'am, I'll have to interrupt here because we are really running short of time, because the final countdown for the budget presentation from Parliament. I'll take this opportunity to help Jyoti Vij, DG FICCI, and Nenalal Kidve, former FICCI President and CEO, Country Head, HSBC. Thank you. And we are going to take a very short break here. We'll be back on the special Budget 2025 presentation. Don't go away.
मेरा सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन हो गया और बैंक भी जाना नहीं पड़ा।
Really? तू जानता है इसका बैंक कौन है?
कौन है सर?
SBI. Open digital savings account using video KYC. इसे कहते हैं सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग।
अपने बिजनेस को दे नई उड़ान। सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का सेल्फ बिजनेस लोन उद्योगपतियों और व्यवसाय के कार्यों के लिए 25 करोड़ तक का लोन, आकर्षक ब्याज दर और कोई प्री पेमेंट चार्ज नहीं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए नजदीकी शाखा से संपर्क करें।
ये है स्कैमर साहब, बिजली का बिल का भूत बनकर आपको डरा रहे हैं। और हमारे नादान मित्र को लगता है अब अंधेरा होने वाला है। रिमोट ऐप डाउनलोड का झांसा और अकाउंट से पैसे गायब। ओ भाई साहब, मत कीजिए क्लिक फ्रॉड लिंक पे। जब बिजली का स्कैम मैसेज आए तो अंधेरे से SBI की रोशनी बचाए। नहीं जाएगी घर की लाइट, लेकिन पैसा जरूर होगा आउट ऑफ साइट। बी स्कैम सेफ।
अपने बिजनेस को दे नई उड़ान। सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का सेल्फ बिजनेस लोन उद्योगपतियों और व्यवसाय के कार्यों के लिए 25 करोड़ तक का लोन, आकर्षक ब्याज दर और कोई प्री पेमेंट चार्ज नहीं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए नजदीकी शाखा से संपर्क करें।
पढ़ाई में लड़कियों के नंबर अक्सर ज्यादा ही आते हैं,
इसलिए SBI देता है हर नारी को एजुकेशन लोन्स 0.5% कम इंटरेस्ट रेट्स पे,
ताकि मास्टर्स के लिए विदेश जाने वाली लड़कियों का नंबर भी ज्यादा रहे।
SBI, बैटिंग फॉर नारी शक्ति।
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
ये है स्कैमर साहब, बैंक कर्मचारी बनके आपको कॉल करते हैं। ये कह रहे हैं ATM कार्ड की डिटेल दो वरना अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा। जैसे ही जानकारी मिलती है स्कैमर शॉपिंग शुरू करते हैं। ओ मैडम रुक जाइए, कभी भी अपने कार्ड डिटेल्स फोन पे मत दीजिए। SBI की टिप्स से आप बन जाओगे एंटी स्कैम चैंपियन। पूछते हैं आपके अकाउंट का हाल, पर असलियत में ये है स्कैमर्स की चाल। बी स्कैम सेफ।
एड्रेस घर का या वेबसाइट का?
चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया, चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया। गेहूं धान बाजरा जवार के मैदानों में, छोटे छोटे धंधे या बड़े कामों में, फूलों के पॉली हाउस सब्जियों के बागानों में, सोलर बदल रहा है रात को उजालों में। फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन से टेक्निकल रेवोल्यूशन,
वर्ष 1982 से गांव-गांव को देश की मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रहा है नाबार्ड। गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े।
चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया।
ये है कॉल सेंटर वाले स्कैमर, रिवॉर्ड्स का लॉलीपॉप लेकर आए हैं और हमारे नागरिक को लगता है कि इनकी किस्मत खुल गई है। खुशी से बैंक डिटेल्स डालना शुरू, एक एसएमएस, एक लिंक और ट्रैप तैयार। ओ मैडम रुक जाइए, अपने बैंक डिटेल्स डालने से पहले साइट तो वेरीफाई कर लीजिए। एसबीआई की स्कैम सेफ टिप से आप बनोगे स्कैम प्रूफ। ऐसे कॉल से रिवॉर्ड नहीं मिलने वाला, क्योंकि दाल में है कुछ काला। बी स्कैम सेफ।
अपने बिजनेस को दे नई उड़ान। सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का सेल्फ बिजनेस लोन उद्योगपतियों और व्यवसाय के कार्यों के लिए 25 करोड़ तक का लोन, आकर्षक ब्याज दर और कोई प्री पेमेंट चार्ज नहीं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए नजदीकी शाखा से संपर्क करें।
पहले अधिकतर लड़कियां छोटा मोटा बिजनेस करती थी,
लेकिन अब एसबीआई देता है हर नारी को बिजनेस बढ़ाने के लिए कम टाइम में डिजिटल एमएसएमई बिजनेस लोन।
इसलिए अब लड़कियां बड़ा बड़ा बिजनेस करती हैं।
मिल गया ऑर्डर। एसबीआई, बैटिंग फॉर नारी शक्ति।
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
ये है शिकारी स्कैमर अपने लेटेस्ट स्कैम के साथ तैयार। स्कैम कॉल। ये कह रहे हैं कि ये कस्टम से बात कर रहे हैं और आपके पैकेज में पासपोर्ट और सोने के बिस्किट मिले हैं। बैंक डिटेल्स देने की बात कर रहा है ये चिपकू स्कैमर।
मेरे भाई, मैं एसबीआई का कस्टमर हूँ। आई एम ऑलवेज स्कैम सेफ।
शाबाश, ये हुई ना बात। कोरियर स्कैम से बच के रहो, पर्सनल डिटेल्स कभी ना दो। बी स्कैम सेफ।
अपने बिजनेस को दे नई उड़ान। सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का सेल्फ बिजनेस लोन उद्योगपतियों और व्यवसाय के कार्यों के लिए 25 करोड़ तक का लोन, आकर्षक ब्याज दर और कोई प्री पेमेंट चार्ज नहीं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए नजदीकी शाखा से संपर्क करें।
मेरा सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन हो गया और बैंक भी जाना नहीं पड़ा।
रियली? तू जानता है इसका बैंक कौन है?
कौन है सर?
एसबीआई। ओपन डिजिटल सेविंग्स अकाउंट यूजिंग वीडियो केवाईसी। इसे कहते हैं सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग।
मिलिए इस स्कैमर से जो फर्जी बैंकिंग वेबसाइट चलाते हैं। बस फोन आने की देरी और ये है हमारे हीरो, जिन्हें लगता है इन्हें मिला है हेल्पलाइन, लेकिन असलियत में है स्कैमर की लाइफलाइन। और असली हेल्पलाइन समझकर ये इन्हें देंगे अपनी बैंक डिटेल्स। अरे भाई साहब रुकिए, वेबसाइट फेक है। एसबीआई आपको बताएगा इन फेक वेबसाइट से कैसे बचें। सर्च करते वक्त संभालो भाई, स्कैमर्स तैयार है विद हेलो हाय। बी स्कैम सेफ।
अपने बिजनेस को दे नई उड़ान। सेंट्रल बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का सेल्फ बिजनेस लोन उद्योगपतियों और व्यवसाय के कार्यों के लिए 25 करोड़ तक का लोन, आकर्षक ब्याज दर और कोई प्री पेमेंट चार्ज नहीं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए नजदीकी शाखा से संपर्क करें।
ये है स्कैमर साहब, देंगे केवाईसी या पैन अपडेट की गोली और ले जाएंगे आपके बैंक डिटेल्स इन वन झोली। और हमारे नागरिक को मिलता है एक झटका, लिंक पे क्लिक करते ही मुसीबत का दरवाजा खुल जाता है। वेबसाइट लगे जेन्युइन पर है फेक, अब स्कैमर खाएगा महंगा केक। ओ मैडम रुक जाइए, लिंक है फेक। आपकी सेविंग्स की सिक्योरिटी आपके हाथ में है। अपडेट करना हो केवाईसी या पैन, अनजान लिंक को करे बैन। बी स्कैम सेफ।
Welcome back. Our special coverage on the Union Budget 2025 continues. Sakal and I are here taking you through the proceedings. With me is Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi. Sir, before we let you go, very quickly, because the countdown for the budget is on, your key expectation, an important intervention that the budget must make.
I think there is a lot of scope for rationalization of the taxation regime, both the direct and the international, and simplification of the entire procedure. One thing which is required is we also require rationalization of the tariff regime, wherein the budget will look into the inverted duty structure, so we pay less duty on the raw material and more duty on the finished products. So it will take care of the trade related and the export related issues, and making India's export and manufacturing more competitive by way of rationalization and targeted intervention in terms of market promotion and some duty and tax exemption.
Right.
So that I think I look forward to, and a big lift to the middle class.
Right, so we'll have to see how the budget and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman articulates those needs. Professor Joshi, thank you very much for staying with us through the morning and your insights. Next story, I'm told Sakal should present.
And of course, why not? Because Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is wearing a sari as a tribute to Madhubani art and the skill of Padma awardee Dulari Devi. Dulari Devi is a 2021 Padma Shri awardee. When Finance Minister visited Madhubani for a credit outreach activity at Mithila Art Institute, she met Dulari Devi and had a cordial exchange of thoughts on Madhubani art form in Bihar. Dulari Devi then had presented the sari and asked Finance Minister to wear it for the budget day, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman very happily donned this sari on this day, when she is also set to make history, being the not only 8th women finance minister, but also as the 8th finance minister to present the present the budget 8th time consecutively.
That's right, 8th consecutive budget by Union Finance Minister. Beautiful symbolism there,
yes.
Sakal, about that sari, and also those images that we saw at the Rashtrapati Bhavan earlier. President Draupadi Murmu sharing moments of warmth with Finance Minister, also offering dahi chini curd sugar as a traditional token of auspicious beginning. We're heading for a short break. When we come back, it will be almost time for the presentation of the Union budget. Stay on DD India.
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked, we just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
Well, thanks for staying with us on this uninterrupted rolling special broadcast on India's Budget 2025, final countdown for the budget presentation 2025 by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And then before that, let's do a quick recap of the top stories that we are tracking.
India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present her 8th consecutive Union budget in Parliament shortly.
Budget 2025 expectations soar up. From tax relief to capex boost, people from all walks of life eagerly waiting for the budget announcements.
Get live and exclusive coverage on India's Budget 2025. News, views, analysis all through the day only on DD India.
So Shubhendu, it's 10:58 by studio clock, which means exactly 2 minutes to go when India will be unveiling its financial roadmap for the upcoming fiscal year, with the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting the Union Budget 2025-26 in a minute from now.
Absolutely. Those visuals, of course, came in earlier. Finance Minister with her entire team just outside the door of the Parliament, the Makar Dwar of the Parliament building. And now, in just a minute, Finance Minister in the lower house of the Parliament, Lok Sabha, would begin the presentation of the Union budget. All eyes on what it
yes,
has
she started
for
her
the
day.
financial road ahead.
Yes, she started her day with a visit to the Finance Ministry in North Block. And then she posed with the red Bahi Khata in her hand, containing the tablet this time around, which has a Union Budget 2025 in tandem with the Digital India initiatives of the Government of India before heading to the Parliament. These are the visuals earlier, and here she visited Rashtrapati Bhavan, called on President of India Draupadi Murmu for a formal permission to present the budget 2025-2026.
And it's a brief meeting. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, offered in a special gesture curd and sugar to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The minister happily took the offering as a sign that the all-important budget presentation will be auspicious. We now take you live to the Parliament premises for the presentation of the Union Budget.
Item number 1, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, Vitt Mantri. बजट के बाद राज्यपाल अभिभाषण में आपको पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, नहीं माननीय अखिलेश जी, आपने संसद की मर्यादा को आप बना के रखे हैं। कभी बजट भाषण के अंदर इस तरीके का नहीं हुआ, ये उचित नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं है। अखिलेश जी प्लीज, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे, प्लीज। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे चर्चा होगी। नो तरीका।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments, and E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, Youth, Annadata and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our four powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments and exports. The fuel, our reforms, our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms. Agriculture as the first engine. Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, developing agri-districts program. Motivated by the success of the aspirational district program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialized measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Building rural prosperity and resilience. A comprehensive multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with the states. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, technology, and invigorating the rural economy. The goal is to generate ample opportunities in rural areas so that migration is an option but not a necessity. The program will focus on rural women, young farmers, rural youth, marginal and small farmers, and landless families. The details are in Annexure A. Domestic best practices will be incorporated, and appropriate technical and financial assistance will be sought from multilateral development banks. In phase 1, 100 developing agri-districts will be covered. Atmanirbharta in pulses. Our government is implementing the National Mission for Edible Oilseed for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts and succeeded in achieving near self-sufficiency in pulses. Farmers responded to the need by increasing the cultivated area by 50%, and government arranged for procurement and remunerative prices. Since then, with rising incomes and better affordability, our consumption of pulses has increased significantly. Our government will now launch a 6-year mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses with a special focus on Tuar, Urad and Masoor. Details are in Annexure B. Central agencies such as NAFED and NCCF will be ready to procure these 3 pulses as much as offered during the next 4 years from farmers who register with these agencies and enter into agreements. Comprehensive program for vegetables and fruits. It is encouraging that our people are increasingly becoming aware of their nutritional needs. It is a sign of a society becoming healthier. With rising income levels, the consumption of vegetables, fruits, and Shri Anna is increasing significantly. A comprehensive program to promote production, efficient supplies, processing, and remunerative prices for farmers will be launched in partnership with the states. Appropriate institutional mechanisms for implementation and participation of farmer producer organizations and cooperatives will be set up. Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. A national mission on high-yielding seeds will be launched, aimed at 1. Strengthening research ecosystem, 2. Targeted development and propagation of seeds with high yield, pest resistance, and climate resilience, and 3. Commercial availability of more than 100 seed varieties released since July 2024. India ranks 2nd largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian exclusive economic zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep Islands. For the benefit of lakhs of cotton growing farmers, I am pleased to announce a mission for cotton productivity. This 5-year mission will facilitate significant improvements in productivity and sustainability of cotton farming and promote extra long staple cotton varieties. The best of science and technology support will be provided to farmers. Aligned with our integrated 5F vision for the textile sector, this will help in increasing incomes of the farmers and ensure a steady supply of quality cotton for rejuvenating India's traditional textile sector. Kisan credit cards facilitate short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. The loan limit under modified interest subvention scheme will be enhanced from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for loans taken through the KCC. For Atmanirbharta in urea production, our government had reopened 3 dormant urea plants in the eastern region. To further augment urea supply, a plant with annual capacity of 12.7 lakh metric tons will be set up at Namrup in Assam. India Post, with 1.5 lakh rural post offices, complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, will be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. Details are at Annexure C. India Post will also be transformed as a large public logistics organization. This will meet the rising needs of Vishwakarmas, new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and the large business organizations. Our government will provide support to NCDC for its lending operations for the cooperative sector. MSMEs as the second engine. Now I move to MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. Fund of funds for startups. The alternate investment fund, AIFs, for startups have received commitments of more than 91,000 crores rupees. These are supported by the fund of funds set up with the Government of India's contribution of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, a new fund of funds with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees will be set up. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality, and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focused product scheme will be implemented. The scheme will support design capacity, component manufacturing, and machinery required for production of non-leather quality footwear, besides the support for leather footwear and products. The scheme is expected to facilitate employment for 22 lakh persons, generate over 4 lakh crore rupees, and exports of over 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Measures for the toys sector. Building on the National Action Plan for Toys, we will implement a scheme to make India a global hub for toys. The scheme will focus on development of clusters, skills, and a manufacturing ecosystem that will create high-quality, unique, innovative, and sustainable toys that will represent the Made in India brand. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship, and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Manufacturing mission, furthering Make in India. Our government will set up a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium, and large industries for furthering Make in India by providing policy support, execution roadmaps, governance, and monitoring framework for central ministries and states. Details are in Annexure E. Given our commitment to climate-friendly development, the mission will also support clean tech manufacturing. This will aim to improve domestic value addition and build our ecosystem for solar PV cells, EV batteries, motors and controllers, electrolyzers, wind turbines, very high voltage transmission equipment, and grid-scale batteries. Investment as the third engine. Now I move to investment as the third engine, which encompasses investing in people, investing in the economy, and investing in innovation. Investing in people. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 program provides nutritional support to more than 8 crore children, 1 crore pregnant women and lactating mothers all over the country, and about 20 lakh adolescent girls in aspirational districts and the Northeast region. The cost norms for these nutritional support will be enhanced appropriately. Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak Scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our government has added almost 1.1 lakh undergraduate and postgraduate medical education seats in 10 years, an increase of 130%. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. Daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. 200 centers will be established in 25-26 itself. Strengthening urban livelihoods. Our government has been giving priority to assisting urban poor and vulnerable groups. A scheme for socio-economic upliftment of urban workers will be implemented to help them improve their incomes, have sustainable livelihoods, and a better quality of life. PM Swanidhi scheme has benefited more than 68 lakh street vendors, giving them respite from high-interest informal sector loans. Building on this success, the scheme will be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, UPI-linked credit cards with 30,000 rupees limit, and capacity building support. Social Security scheme for welfare of online platform workers. Gig workers of online platforms provide great dynamism to the new age services economy. Recognizing their contribution, our government will arrange for their identity cards and registration on the e-Shram portal. They will be provided healthcare under PM Jan Arogya Yojana. This measure is likely to assist nearly 1 crore gig workers. Investing in the economy. Public-private partnership in infrastructure. Each infrastructure-related ministry will come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects that can be implemented in PPP mode. States will also be encouraged to do so and can seek support from the India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which is a scheme to prepare PPP proposals. Support to states for infrastructure. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crore is proposed for the 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms. Building on the success of the first asset monetization plan announced in 2021, the second plan for 2025 to 30 will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Jal Jeevan Mission. Since 2019, 15 crore households, representing 80% of India's rural population, have been provided access to portable tap water connections. To achieve 100% coverage, I am pleased to announce the extension of this mission until 2028 with an enhanced total outlay. The mission's focus will be on the quality of infrastructure and O&M of rural piped water supply schemes through Jan Bhagidari. A separate MOU or separate MOUs will be signed with the states and union territories to ensure sustainability and citizen-centric water services delivery. Urban sector reforms. Building on the July budget proposals, urban sector reforms related to governance, municipal services, urban land and planning will be incentivized. Urban Challenge Fund. The government will set up an Urban Challenge Fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement the proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and for water and sanitation purposes announced in the July budget. This fund will finance up to 25% of the cost of bankable projects, with a stipulation that at least 50% of the cost is funded from bonds, bank loans, and PPPs. An allocation of 10,000 crore is proposed in 2025-26. Power sector reforms. We will incentivize electricity distribution reforms and augmentation of intra-state transmission capacity by states. This will improve financial health and capacity of electricity companies. Additional borrowing of 0.5% of GSDP will be allowed to states contingent on these reforms. Nuclear energy mission for Vikasit Bharat. Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts. For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up. A nuclear energy mission for research and development of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore will be set up. At least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors will be operationalized by 2033. Shipbuilding. The shipbuilding financial assistance policy will be revamped to address cost disadvantages. This will also include credit notes for shipbreaking in Indian yards to promote the circular economy. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized master list. Shipbuilding clusters will be facilitated to increase the range, categories, and capacity of ships. This will include additional infrastructure, facilities, skilling, and technology to develop the entire ecosystem. Maritime Development Fund. For long-term financing for the maritime industry, a Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore rupees will be set up. This will be for distributed support and promoting competition. This will have up to 49% contribution by the government, and the balance will be mobilized from ports and from private sector. Udaan regional connectivity schemes. Udaan has enabled 1.5 crore middle-class people to meet their aspirations for speedier travel. The scheme has connected 88 airports, and operationalized 619 routes. Inspired by that success, a modified Udaan scheme will be launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers in the next 10 years. 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years. The scheme will also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational, and Northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta. Western Kosi Canal project in Mithilanchal. Financial support will be provided for the Western Kosi Canal ERM project, benefiting a large number of farmers cultivating over 50,000 hectares of land in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar. Mining sector reforms. Mining sector reforms, including those for minor minerals, will be encouraged through sharing of best practices and institutions of a state mining index. A policy for recovery of critical minerals from tailings will be brought out. Under the special window for affordable and mid-income housing, SWAMI, 50,000 dwelling units in stressed housing projects have been completed and keys handed over to home buyers. Another 40,000 units will be completed in 2025, further helping middle-class families who are paying EMIs on loans taken for apartments while also paying rent for their current dwellings. Building on this success, SWAMI Fund 2 will be established as a blended finance facility with contribution from the government, banks and private investors. This fund of 15,000 crore rupees will aim for expeditious completion of another 1 lakh units. PM Gati Shakti data for private sector. For furthering PPPs and assisting the private sector in project planning, access to relevant data and maps from the PM Gati Shakti portal will be provided. Tourism for employment-led growth. Top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. The following measures will be taken for facilitating employment-led growth. Organizing intensive skill development programs for our youth, including in institutes of hospitality management. Providing mudra loans for homestays. Improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations. Providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts. And introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups. Continuing with the emphasis on places of spiritual and religious significance in the July budget, there will be a special focus on destinations related to the life and times of Lord Buddha. Medical tourism and heal in India. Medical tourism and heal in India will be promoted in partnership with the private sector along with capacity building and easier visa norms. Investing in innovation. To implement private sector driven research, development and innovation initiatives announced in the July budget, I am now allocating 20,000 crore rupees for this purpose. A deep tech fund of funds will also be explored to catalyze the next generation startups as a part of this initiative. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support. The second gene bank with 10 lakh germplasm lines will be set up for future food and nutritional security. This will provide conservation support to both public and private sectors for genetic resources. We will start a national geospatial mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. Using PM Gati Shakti, this mission will facilitate modernization of land records, urban planning, and design of infrastructure projects. A Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation, and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries, and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. We will set up a national digital repository of Indian knowledge systems for knowledge sharing. Now I move to exports as the fourth engine. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME, and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. A digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, for international trade will be set up as a unified platform for trade documentation and financing solutions. This will complement the Unified Logistics Interface platform. The BTN will be aligned with international practices. Support will be provided to develop domestic manufacturing capacities for our economy's integration with global supply chains. Sectors will be identified based on objective criteria. Facilitation groups with participation of senior officers and industry representatives will be formed for select products and supply chains. Through this, there are huge opportunities related to Industry 4.0, which needs high skills and talent. Our youth have both. Our government will support the domestic electronic equipment industry to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of our youth. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. Our government will facilitate upgradation of infrastructure and warehousing for air cargo, including high-value perishable horticultural produce. Cargo screening and customs protocol will be streamlined and made user-friendly. Reforms as the fuel. Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the Tax Department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week. I will detail the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Requirements and procedures for speedy approval of company mergers will be rationalized. The scope for fast-track mergers will also be widened and the process made simpler. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly. In the last 10 years, in several aspects, including financial and non-financial, our government has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to ease of doing business. We are determined to ensure that our regulations must keep up with technological innovations and global policy developments. A light-touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws. To develop this modern, flexible, people-friendly, and trust-based regulatory framework appropriate for the 21st century, I propose 4 specific measures. A high-level committee for regulatory reforms will be set up for a review of all non-financial sector regulations, certifications, licenses, and permissions. The committee will be expected to make recommendations within a year. The objective is to strengthen trust-based economic governance and take transformational measures to enhance ease of doing business, especially in matters of inspection and compliances. States will be encouraged to join in this endeavor. An investment friendliness index of states will be launched in 2025 to further the spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. Under the Financial Stability and Development Council, a mechanism will be set up to evaluate impact of the current financial regulations and subsidiary instructions. It will also formulate a framework to enhance their responsiveness and development of the financial sector. In the Jan Vishwas Act 2023, more than 180 legal provisions were decriminalized. Our government will now bring up the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to decriminalize more than 100 provisions in various laws. I now move to fiscal policy. In the July budget, I had committed to staying the course for fiscal consolidation. Our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that central government debt remains on a declining path as a percentage of the GDP. The roadmap for the next 6 years has been detailed in the FRBM statement. Revised estimates for 2024-25. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 31.47 lakh crore rupees, of which the net tax receipts are 25.57 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 47.16 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. Budget estimates for 25-26. Coming to 25-26, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 34.96 lakh crore rupees and 50.65 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 4.4% of GDP. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 14.82 lakh crore rupees. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My proposals relating to customs aim to rationalize tariff structure and address duty inversion. These will also support domestic manufacturing and value addition, promote exports, facilitate trade, and provide relief to common people. Rationalization of customs tariff structure for industrial goods. As a part of comprehensive review of customs rate structure announced in July 2024 budget, I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. After this, there will be only 8 remaining tariff rates, including 0 rate. 2. Apply appropriate cess to broadly maintain effective duty incidence, except on a few items where such incidence will reduce marginally. 3. Levy not more than 1 cess or surcharge. Therefore, I propose to exempt social welfare surcharge on 82 tariff lines that are subject to a cess. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs. Support to domestic manufacturing and value addition. Critical minerals. In the July 2024 budget, I had fully exempted BCD on 25 critical minerals that are not domestically available. I had also reduced BCD of 2 other such minerals to provide a major fillip to their processing, especially by MSMEs. Now, I propose to fully exempt cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium-ion battery, lead, zinc, and 12 more critical minerals. This will help secure the availability for manufacturing in India and promote more jobs for our youth. promote domestic production of technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices, I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. Electronic goods. In line with our Make in India policy and to rectify inverted duty structure, I propose to increase the BCD on interactive flat panel display from 10% to 20% and reduce the BCD to 5% on open cell and other components. In 23-24 budget, for the manufacture of open cells of LCD, LED TVs, I had reduced the BCD on parts of open cells from 5% to 2.5%. To further boost the manufacture of such open cells, the BCD on these parts will now stand exempted. Lithium-ion battery. To the list of exempted capital goods, I propose to add 35 additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. This will boost domestic manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, both for mobile phones and for electric vehicles. Shipping sector. Considering that shipbuilding has a long gestation period, I propose to continue the exemption of BCD on raw materials, components, consumables, or parts for the manufacture of ships for another 10 years. I also propose the same dispensation for shipbreaking to make it more competitive. Telecommunication. To prevent classification disputes, I propose to reduce the BCD from 20% to 10% on carrier-grade Ethernet switches to make it at par with non-carrier-grade Ethernet switches. Export promotion. To facilitate exports of handicrafts, I propose to extend the time period for export from 6 months to 1 year, further extendable by another 3 months if required. I also propose to add 9 items to the list of duty-free inputs. Leather sector. I propose to fully exempt BCD on wet blue leather to facilitate imports for domestic value addition and employment. I also propose to exempt crust leather from 20% export duty to facilitate exports by small tanners. Marine products. To enhance India's competitiveness in the global seafood market, I propose to reduce BCD from 30% to 5% on frozen fish paste, surimi, for manufacture and export of its analog products. I also propose to reduce BCD from 15% to 5% on fish hydrolysates for manufacture of fish and shrimp feed. In July 2024 budget, to promote development of domestic MROs for aircraft and ships, I had extended the time limit for export of foreign origin goods that were imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year and further extendable by 1 year. I now propose to extend the same dispensation for railway goods. Time limit for provisional assessment. Presently, the Customs Act 1962 does not provide any time limit to finalize provisional assessments, leading to uncertainty and cost to trade. As a measure of promoting ease of doing business, I propose to fix a time limit of 2 years, extendable by a year, for finalizing the provisional assessment. I propose to introduce a new provision that will enable importers or exporters, after clearance of goods, to voluntarily declare material facts and pay duty with interest but without penalty. This will incentivize voluntary compliance. However, this will not apply in cases where department has already initiated audit or investigation proceedings. For industry to better plan their imports, I propose to extend the time limit for the end use of imported inputs in the relevant rules from 6 months to 1 year. This will provide operational flexibility in view of cost and uncertainty of supply. Further, such importers will now have to file only quarterly statements instead of a monthly statement. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukkural captures this in verse 542, which reads, "Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi," meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. The following measures will detail just how our government will, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address. I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business, employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted. Further, threshold amounts for tax deduction will be increased for better clarity and uniformity. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce the number of transactions liable to TDS, thus benefiting small taxpayers receiving small payments. The threshold to collect tax at source, the TCS, on remittances under RBI's liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, is proposed to be increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. I also propose to remove TCS on remittances for education purposes, where such remittances is out of a loan taken from a specified financial institution. Both TDS and TCS are being applied on any transaction related to sale of goods. To prevent such compliance difficulties, I propose to omit the TCS. I also propose that the provisions of the higher TDS deduction will now apply only in non-PAN cases. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. In line with this, we brought in updated return facility in 2022 for voluntary compliance by taxpayers who had omitted to report their correct income. Our trust in taxpayers was proved right. Nearly 90 lakh taxpayers voluntarily updated their incomes by paying additional tax. Taking this trust further, I now propose to extend the time limit to file updated returns for any assessment year from the current limit of 2 years to 4 years. I propose to reduce the compliance burden for small charitable trusts and institutions by increasing their period of registration from 5 years to 10 years. It is also proposed that disproportionate consequences do not arise for minor defaults such as incomplete applications filed by charitable entities. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. In my speech in July 2024, I had promised that all processes, including giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. So I'm happy to announce that digitalization is being made operational now. In July 2024, we brought in the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to resolve income tax disputes pending in appeal. The scheme has received a great response, with nearly 33,000 taxpayers having availed of the scheme to settle their disputes. I have a few proposals to promote investment and employment. It is proposed to provide a presumptive taxation regime for non-residents who provide services to a resident company that is establishing or operating an electronics manufacturing facility. I further propose to introduce a safe harbor for tax certainty for non-residents who store components for supply to specified electronics manufacturing units. Presently, the tonnage tax scheme is available only to sea-going ships. The benefits of existing tonnage tax scheme are proposed to be extended to inland vessels registered under the Indian Vessels Act 2021 to promote inland water transport in the country. Extension for incorporation of startups. We continue to support the Indian startup ecosystem. I propose to extend the period of incorporation by 5 years to allow the benefit available to startups which are incorporated before 1/4/2030. In order to attract and promote additional activities in the IFSC, I am inter alia proposing specific benefits to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. Further, to claim benefits, the cut-off date for commencement in IFSC has also been extended by 5 years to 31/3/2030. Category 1 and Category 2 AIFs are undertaking investments in infrastructure and other such sectors. I propose to provide certainty of taxation to these entities on the gains from securities, to promote funding from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to the infrastructure sector. I propose to extend the date of making an investment by 5 more years up to 31st March 2030. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. So, average income of 1 lakh per month, other than the special rate income such as capital gains, under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings, and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows: 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income, other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income, other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and rebate at different income levels can be illustrated with a few examples. A taxpayer in the new regime with an income of 12 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, which is 100% of tax payable as per the existing rates. A person having income of 18 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees in tax. That is 30% of tax payable as per existing rates. A person with an income of 25 lakh gets a benefit of 1,10,000 rupees. That is 25% of his tax payable as per existing rates. Details of my tax proposals are given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, Honorable Speaker, sir, revenue of about 1 lakh crore in direct taxes and 2,600 crores in indirect taxes will be foregone. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2025.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी अब विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
थैंक यू। सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 3 फरवरी 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
That was the presentation of the much-awaited union budget, full budget for the Modi government 3.0 by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Host of areas where investments has been made for the vision of developed India by 2047, but the best of it she perhaps had kept for the last. But no income tax for personal income tax group. There's going to be no income tax for earning up to rupees 12 lakh. This is as per the new tax regime. So that is going to be the highlight, much talked about, much expected rebate and relaxation in taxation that people were looking for. Finance Minister indeed has given it to them in this budget. Sakal?
Especially when we're speaking about the expectations, relief to the middle class in terms of tax relief / reduction was one of the top priority areas, and I think she dealt with that aspect towards the end of a budget presentation, which actually means that more money in the hands of middle class. Let's quickly take a look at the operative portions of the budget and the focus areas. Focus to accelerate growth, Viksit Bharat vision, where there's going to be focus on poverty eradication, youth, farmers as well as women. These are the big takeaways.
The Finance Minister also announced Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, a new scheme for the empowerment of farmers. Union Budget 2025, Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana to cover 100 districts in the country. In addition to the reforms that have been unleashed for the benefit of the farmers, Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana will come into play. 1.7 crore farmers across the country are going to be benefited from this new scheme announced in the Union Budget 2025 by Finance Minister. India's growth and reforms, she says, set the stage for Sabka Vikas in the next 5 years.
In the next 5 years, the country will be provided with unique opportunities, wherein she also announced the Makhana Board. Makhana Board, which actually will be set up in Bihar.
Host of development interventions for the East, particularly for the state of Bihar, to enhance processing and value addition. We know makhana production in Bihar traditionally is also an important input to enhance processing and value addition. Also, Kisan Credit Card facilitates loan for farmers. This is going to aid farmer empowerment in the agri sector.
Garib Youth, Annadata and Nari, that's how she began her budget presentation, where focus has been, as always, on Atmanirbharta mission for pulses as well, which means self-reliance India. Aspirations of the Viksit Bharat inspire us. These are the key highlights of the speech of Finance Minister. Viksit Bharat being central to the whole narrative, where 2025 budget is dedicated to some transformative reforms across various sectors. New schemes for new schemes have been announced, with a term loan of ₹2 crore for women in particular, in tandem with the women-led development vision of Indian government. First-time entrepreneurs from the lower middle class and the backward classes will also be benefited. Also, investment limit for MSME classification to be made 2.5 times, with turnover limit is also will see a spike.
Other highlights: new classification criteria for MSMEs, National Institute for Food Tech Entrepreneurship Management in Bihar to turn India into the food basket for the world. That's the vision. 5 national centers of excellence for skilling with global expertise have also been proposed. Over 100 new places to get regional airports. Udan scheme has been expanded significantly. 15,000 crore rupees fund for quick completion of about a lakh housing units. 10,000 seats also to be added in medical colleges across the country. As far as additional infrastructure in existing IITs is concerned, that is also in focus. IIT Patna in particular is proposed to be expanded.
Heal in India campaign will be launched. Part of this budget, short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, including dairy farmers and fishermen. They are going to be benefited by such schemes, where FDI limit for the insurance sector will be seeing a spike to 100%. New income tax bill to be introduced next week. And also, new central KYC registry is going to be part of this budget. The key reforms that will be implemented, and revised fiscal deficit for the fiscal 2025 stands at 4%. 36 life-saving drugs exempted from basic custom duty. This is the pharmaceutical sector that we are looking at. Where also, besides that, indirect tax measures will see good promotion of experts. Limit for tax deduction for senior citizens has doubled to ₹1 lakh. Annual limit of ₹2.4 lakh for TDS on rent, which is raised to ₹6 lakh, and no income tax payable. That's the good news on income up to ₹12 lakh, as Shubhendu just spoke about. Shubhendu.
We're scanning through the highlights of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech. Host of areas where intervention has been made with the larger vision of creating a developed India. And Shama Mishra, our correspondent, a colleague in Mumbai, joins us at the moment. Shama, several takeaways, but one that was perhaps most anticipated. No income tax up to ₹12 lakhs. Take us through how the budget provisions are being received in Mumbai and elsewhere. All right, we'll connect with Shama in just a bit. As we mentioned, host of areas where interventions have been made for a 360-degree development plan. At the end, she also mentioned about the perhaps most exciting tax proposal, no income tax for individual personal taxpayers for up to ₹12 lakhs. Also, we are scanning through the highlights about this is the old tax regime, 8 to 12 lakh 10%, 12 to 16 lakh 15% tax regime. These are the tax slabs which will come into force in the coming financial year. 16 to 20 lakh rupees, 20%. 20 to 25 lakh rupees, 25%.
Which means more money in the hands of middle class, where we see a big reduction of tax for the middle class.
Above, above rupees 25 lakhs is 30%.
Yes.
If you look at the new tax regime, we'll see the manner in which this new exciting tax proposal comes into play. Under the new tax regime, tax on income up to rupees 4 lakh is 0%.
Besides the tax benefits auguring well for the middle class, from 8 to 12 lakh income group, 10% tax and rupees 12 to 16 lakh, we're looking at 15%. Rupees 16 to 20 lakh, these are basically the slabs, 20%, and 20 to 25 lakh income group, 25%. And those who have income above rupees 25 lakh, they're looking at 30% mark. So overall, good news when it comes to the tax rebate for middle class. And under new tax regime, there's going to be tax on income up to rupees 4 lakh. There's no tax on that. So 4 and below. Happy. Let's also take a look at the other big takeaways. Viksit Bharat inspires us, and many of these growth spurring schemes point in that direction. Aspirations of Viksit Bharat inspire us 2047. That's the bigger agenda. Developed India. Confidence in India's ability has grown. High points of Finance Minister's speech, aspirations of the Viksit Bharat being met there. She also, in fact, began, overall we can say, Shubhendu, a very futuristic and inclusive budget. She also spoke about how in the next 5 years there's going to be unique opportunities provided for India in various sectors. There's rationalization of tax, spurring economic growth. Those were the expectations. Most of them have been met. Of course, employment, relief to middle class, we talked about that, and also trust-based regulatory framework. New income tax bill, we're going to also examine those salient features with the experts in our studio. Yes, go ahead.
And these are some of the highlights of what Finance Minister just spoke about. New classification criteria for MSMEs. National Institute of Food Tech Entrepreneurship Management in Bihar. That has been presented. 5 national centers of excellence for skilling with global expertise. Over 100 new places to get regional airports. So expansion of Udan scheme in a significant manner. Rupees 15,000 crore fund for quick completion of 1 lakh housing units. Medical college infrastructure has also been expanded by some 10,000 seats that has been proposed. Besides additional infrastructure in IITs to increase the number of students. IIT Patna, Bihar in focus as far as development interventions are concerned in these elections. Heal in India campaign will be launched alongside also promoting tourism in the country. Short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers. Once again, let's try and connect with our correspondent in Mumbai, Shama Mishra. Shama, I hope you can hear us now. Take us through how the budget proposals are being received, particularly the one about no income tax up to rupees 12 lakhs.
Shama.
Well, yes, Shubhendu, now we were expecting that this time around as well.
36 life-saving drugs have been exempted from basic customs duty. Also 6 life-saving drugs, indirect tax measures to promote exports, where we see a limit for tax deduction for senior citizens, which has been doubled to rupees 1 lakh. So good news for senior citizens. Annual limit of 2.4 lakh for TDS on rent, which has been now raised to 6 lakh. No income tax payable on income up to 12 lakhs and aspirations of Viksit Bharat. These, in fact, now on your screens are the highlights of Finance Minister's speech. She's already presented the budget. She began with farmers making country food basket of the world. That's and this budget is going to be dedicated to the Garib. That means those below poverty line or downtrodden or marginalized sections of society. She spoke about youth. She spoke about Annadata being the farmers and also Nari. Trust-based regulatory framework, there's been a thrust on that, and Viksit Bharat, which looks at, in a big way, eradicating poverty, more educational opportunities and employment opportunities for youth. Finance Minister also announced Dhanya Krishi Yojana, a big boost to the agro sector. sector. And there's been also a push to infrastructure push. If we look at Shubhendu, an overall education sector, especially the IITs and IIMs, building on the National Action Plan on toys is also part of the agenda. Talking about farmers, 1.7 crore farmers will be benefited by these recently launched schemes. India's growth and reform set stage for Sabka Vikas in the next 5 years. That's the current government's mantra for the next 5 to 10 years. And Finance Minister also announced the Makhana board in Bihar. We'll talk about that as well and the significance of this, which will be set up in the Indian state of Bihar. Behind the lower fiscal deficit, there is also an expenditure squeeze. She talked about that as well. And also time to file tax returns has been extended. Rationalization of TDS, that was also part of the wish list that has also been brought in. And we will be, in fact, very quickly joined by some guest experts in our studios. We will be talking to them as well. Kisan Atmanirbharta mission for Pulse has been launched. So besides defense, we have self-reliance mission for pulses as well, program to be spread over 6 years. There's a time-bound Prasanjit Basu, senior economist, is in our Delhi studio. And also welcoming Shibuboy Bhattacharjee, senior economic journalist. I can see both of them smiling there. But starting with you, sir. Yes, has it pretty much met the expectations? We will specifically talk about tax later, but your overview, inclusive and futuristic?
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of the reduction in income tax rates, it, I think, goes beyond what expectations were. There's a dramatic reduction. The fact that income up to 12 lakh, that is 1 lakh a month, will be exempt from tax is a huge step. So it's actually, it's actually about 12.75 lakhs, in fact, that is exempt from tax. That is a massive step. There's a substantial reduction across the board in all tax rates, personal income tax, including the top rate being reduced to 30%. I think this is excellent. If India is to compete and if India is to attract back the NRI talent in technology, in sciences, even in things like finance, then reducing the tax rates is exactly the way to go. So I think that's futuristic. In terms of the spending aspects, there's a lot of focus on the broad agriculture sector, which including things like food processing. I like the fact that Bihar gets a lot of focus. That is India's poorest state. You definitely need. I mean, the poorest state needs as many legs up as possible. And I think that as you see Bangladesh in political turmoil, there's an opportunity for states like Bihar, Orissa, West Bengal, Assam to attract a lot of investment from government and other manufacturers who are focused in Bangladesh and are being politically persecuted. So there's an opportunity there as well. So there is, in fact, a lot in this budget that is very, very positive. I think markets will respond very positively to it. And also, I like the fact that there's a very focused attempt at reducing customs duties, reducing the inversion of customs duty rates to encourage manufacturing and value addition. So I think those are the real major focus areas. Customs duty reduction as a means of plugging India into global supply chains, and of course substantially reducing income tax rates in order to provide a substantial boost to private consumption. Private consumption has been relatively weak. We need that to pick up, and I think this budget provides all of that.
Okay. Yes, I welcome my colleague Mark to take this broadcast forward, because Mark has been keenly not following this budget, of course, but previous budgets as well. But Mark, your take first, pretty much in continuation to previous budgets, but overall Viksit Bharat mission central to various reforms and initiatives that have been launched, especially in fresh sectors, emerging sectors.
Clearly there is a direction in the budget. There have been engines that have been identified: agriculture, MSME, investment and exports, and of course a big push to consumption. The middle class was wanting something. This is the budget that they've got. 12 lakhs is the exemption amount. It's huge. Lots of people will feel that relief, and they'll put that money into various things which will lead to an increase in demand, which will also increase supply and improve our growth. Hopefully, let's turn to Mr. Shubhamoy Bhattacharjee to get his inputs on that. So, I mean, yesterday, in fact, we spoke a little bit about demand pull, right? Yes. So you think this is going to really be a massive pull?
Is your wish list met?
My wish list was in terms of the technology sectors. Okay. You know, we are, in fact, as Mark was right, pointing out, we have a huge challenge coming up globally. Look at the way things are changing in USA, look at the way things are changing on the artificial intelligence. So the budget needed to give that sense that while consumption, obviously we'll have a lot to talk about, but whether the technology sectors, those have been adequately addressed, you know, sprinkled with. So where I see the technology sectors, you know, sectors like the deep tech fund of funds, the manufacturing mission with climate friendly technology, the AI centers of excellence which have been further pushed up, and most important, I mean, I would say within that is the push for the nuclear power. The finance minister said that we want 5 small modular reactors to be in place by 2033. The Civil Nuclear Act will be amended. You know, these are very major statements of intent in terms of what the government, the central government wants to do in terms of pushing both the technological paradigm as well as financing it. The asset monetization plan, which has been again renewed for the 5 years. I think that's an important thing. The PPP, the 3-year pipeline for projects, these are what investors would wish to know. That do we have strong investment ideas coming out of the budget? Because remember, there's a budget that's going to be the blueprint for the next 5 years for this government. So essentially, do we have that space? Have we thought through the investment plans for the government going forward?
Indeed. Talking about investment, Mr. Basu, this budget didn't seem to mention anything about capital expenditure, but then you know, the asset management, asset monetization is a process of getting in another 10 lakh crore rupees for the next 5 years. But then if you looked at the receipts and expenditure statement there, it says that CapEx has gone up to 15 lakh crore rupees. That's a significant amount, would you say?
That's a huge increase. So now I think the important thing here is that, you know, to me as an economist, the first thing I look at is what is happening to the fiscal deficit. The fiscal deficit was projected to be 4.9% of GDP. It is now, you know, the revised estimate takes it down to 4.8. The strongest quarter for revenue is still to come.
Yes.
If you look at the numbers up to December, I look at a 12-month moving average, it is already 4.9%, 12-month moving average.
Yes.
And in fact, if you look at the first 9 months of the fiscal year, only 56%. So 9 months is 75% of the fiscal year. Only 56% of the deficit has been hit. So you're very likely to get a number even lower than 4.8. But the point is that they are then going to reduce it next year to 4.4. I think it'll be even lower than that. It'll be much closer to 4, which is, from an economic standpoint, that is the most positive feature. The fact that you are seeing fiscal deficit coming down quite rapidly. As an economist and a person of the liberal, of an economic liberal bent, I would have also preferred to see more action on privatization.
Right.
So there's nothing there. For the last 4 years, we haven't seen enough on nothing on privatization. Okay, anyway,
asset monetization is a process.
Okay. Asset monetization is a substantial thing. It doesn't catch the eye, but clearly it is continuing. It's a continuing process that was also announced by Nirmala Sitharaman 4 years ago. There were two aspects to her announcement: asset monetization and privatization. Privatization has been shelved, it looks like, but asset monetization continues.
Okay.
And that is helpful. And I think that the reduction in the whole structure of interest rates, of income tax rates, is very positive.
I think that's one of the biggest talking points of this budget. We will talk about that as well, but let's quickly cut across live to Mumbai, the financial capital, because we're getting some reactions, first-hand reactions from the industry, where markets open good today, Shama, but then, well, the up and down may continue. But over to you, what are you picking up? You're joining us live from CII in Mumbai, India's commercial capital. Over to you. Financial capital Mumbai. Let's see what Mumbaikars. Yes, go ahead.
We were listening to the entire broadcast, entire announcement, and towards the end, we started, getting that feeling, anxious feeling that are we not addressed? Is the middle income group still not getting addressed? But then comes a banger, and then 12 lakh, the announcement and the decision of exempting people who earn up to 12 lakh, that is totally tax free. That was something we were all looking forward to, and it was better than expected. What more industry is getting and how industry is reacting, we have Rishi Kumar Bagla with us. He is the deputy chairperson of CII Western Region. Let's talk to him. Sir, your initial reaction and how would you say the budget was?
The budget was absolutely perfect for the aspirational India. I would say that because our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has given a target that India has to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And in order to become a Viksit Bharat 2047, we have to take a directional budget. And this budget has been absolutely in that direction. Because if we have to become Viksit, we need to do two things. We need to spur the domestic demand, and we need to be globally competitive as far as manufacturing is concerned. And in this budget, I can see very clearly, to spur the global demand, a huge impact has been given to the rural areas and the agri sector, so that ours being an agrarian economy, large part of our population is still involved into agriculture. They will have more money in their hands. And so also the other part of the salaried income people, where a salaried person drawing up to 12.75 lakh rupees per annum will have to pay no tax. Now this is an absolutely fantastic move, giving a lot of money into the hands of the masses, because it is the masses that will spend. And that is how the manufacturing will grow, that is how the employment will grow, and that is how India will become competitive. Apart from this, a lot of measures have been taken by this budget to ensure that India becomes competitive by way of ease of doing business, by giving more money in the hands of the people, by innovation, and providing a lot of impetus on skilling and employment. This would make India in the right direction, going towards a Viksit Bharat. And this is what I say, a budget we want. India, we want budget.
So Sakal, yes, industry has approved, and the markets also, if you're talking about markets, the markets are actually flat right now, somewhere around 0.40%, 0.44%, around both BSE and NSE, they are trading at that. So the market has not, either it's not disapproved nor approved, but it's a flat position. So overall, we could say Mumbai has approved of it, common person, common man has approved of it, and
disapproved or not approved. In fact, let me take that point to Prasenjit ji. Yes, you're also smiling there. So, well, is it, are we just, jumping the gun when it comes to quick market reaction to the whole budget presentation and the decisions or schemes?
The market is always a bit confused. So, the first thing
is that there was time to settle.
The market rose sharply and then it has fallen off. So, at the moment, it looks almost flat, which is actually, to my mind, a somewhat surprising reaction, given that we have a substantial reduction in the fiscal deficit. From a market standpoint, the most important, and especially from the standpoint of monetary policy, RBI is going to be meeting next week. So, they, I think, will be enthused by the fact that the fiscal deficit is coming down, supposed to be 4.4% of GDP in the next fiscal year. In my view, it will be even less than that, but we are on a path to substantial reduction in the fiscal deficit. That will give comfort to the RBI and allow the MPC to cut rates, as it has almost hinted that it will do at next week's meeting. So if the markets are not yet enthused, then by the time the MPC meets and after it announces the decision on Friday, hopefully the market will respond positively. But I think for consumption, for private consumption to pick up, you do need to see some reduction in personal income tax rates. That should provide a boost. And I think a lot has been done in the budget to provide support to various aspects of the rural economy. So rural consumption is already doing reasonably well this year. It'll get a further boost from this. And urban consumption has been relatively weak over the past year. That I think will get the boost from reduction of personal income tax rates. So from an economic standpoint, this budget is a clear positive.
Indeed, and we have with us Dr. Rajat Kathuria, Dean and Professor of Economics at Shiv Nadar University. Thank you for being with us. Let's look at it from, maybe the markets are missing the fact that CapEx was not personally announced by the finance minister. Last time she made a big announcement right at the start of her budget. This time the big announcement seems to be the 12 lakhs, tax exemption limit. What do you think? I mean, where is the money coming from for infrastructure development?
So I think the markets sort of are, immediately they go up. But once the details come through and they recognize where the rupee is coming from, where the rupee is going, I think there's a little bit of a moderation. So over time, I think as Prasenjit is saying, over time, the market will probably be able to absorb sort of much more of what is written in the budget. Plus, I think the budget is one place where the finance minister announces reforms for the economy, where the rupee is coming from, tax rates, rationalizations, customs duty rationalization, asset monetization plan. I think that's one place. And I think the details, the I's will be dotted and the T's will be crossed over a period of time. The budget is not the only place where reforms happen. So one will be able to identify where the money is going to come from. But I think the overall message that is coming through in this budget is, I think, a continuation of what had happened in July last year. And the aim is to look at sort of a developed country in 2047.
Yes.
And there, I think the budget is high on rhetoric, but it's also high on detail. Right? So it's high on rhetoric and make for India, make in India, heal in India. And I think those are the right noises because of course the finance minister has to provide a signal or has to provide a narrative where we are going, and we are going towards the Viksit Bharat in 2047. And I think Viksit Bharat in 2047 is a grave sort of challenge for us, and we should try and achieve what we can. But I think that's the narrative that has come through. And then there are details. What is missing for us to be a developed country? What is in India that you see today that sort of is a challenge to being recognized as a developed country? So you go to your cities, you go to middle class, you look at governance, you look at the quality of life. All these are inputs into a developed country. And I think coming back from sort of a global view to what the budget is trying to do in this regard is that urban governance, of course these are things that needed to be done long ago, but I'm glad that these are happening now. Urban governance, there's something in urban governance. There's something on governance, very importantly, both on city governance, on general governance, as well as on tax administration. There's a lot that the finance minister has spoken about, how important governance is. Now, when you look at a developed country, you recognize it. When you look at India, does the image of a developed country come into your mind? I would say not now. But what are the things that need to improve?
But we are on course.
We are on course, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And I think we are moving at a very fast pace and accelerated growth. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. We have one more special guest standing by there at the CII headquarters there in Mumbai, India's financial capital. Shama, over to you. And that part on the urban governance and industries thumbs up on the measures, the new measures, especially in the emerging sectors. If you remember, we spoke about that in the morning prior to the budget presentation. presentation. So are Mumbaikars in general and the industry captains in particular happy?
They are happy. They are definitely happy. And as you and me are wearing a green color, we could say this is a green flag, and we did get a good budget this time around. Well, we are also talking about, something about the MSMEs. And earlier in the morning, when we had spoken, we did speak about how India is wanting to establish itself as a global competitive, hub. And MSME plays a very important role. We also spoke about MSME. Now we have an MSME person with us. He's an expert. We have Sudhir Mutalik with us. He's the founder and managing director of founder and CEO of Positive Metering Pumps, and he'll speak about MSMEs. So, sir, MSMEs have gotten a lion's share, I would say. How do you see this budget, and what really changes from here?
I'm really happy after many years. I mean, Minister has focused 4 engines of economy. And in that, MSMEs are brought on the surface. There is a special thrust on MSMEs. She has realized, she kept on talking about how MSMEs are important. I am really happy that MSMEs are now given importance, and especially manufacturing sector. I mean, redefining the MSME itself is a very interesting phenomenon by raising the limits to 2 or 2.5%. That is something really great, which means more is expected from MSME. MSMEs more, are supposed to create more jobs. So naturally there is an encouragement to MSMEs. Credit guarantee limit is increased from 5 crore to 10 crores. For startups from 10 crore to 20 crores is really encouraging. Of course, at the same time, Minister has removed the tariff of 7 tariffs are removed. So I don't know how much industries, MSMEs especially, will be protected. But overall, I think it's very encouraging. The second important point is, we can see after many years of budgets that the focus is given on nuclear power generation. About 100 gigawatt is supposed to be generated by 2047, and for that there is a provision of around 20 crores to establish 5 small modular reactors. This will create many opportunities for MSMEs, or establishing a urea plant in Assam. This will create many opportunities for MSMEs. So I think this is a very encouraging budget for MSMEs in India, and I hope this will mainly help in creating more jobs. Okay, so Sakal, yes, he has mentioned, and he has mentioned the point of view of MSMEs, and as he was speaking that, MSMEs can play a larger role when it comes to, producing smaller equipments or necessary equipments for the large manufacturing. Now we are also talking about startups over here. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, she has laid thrust on the startups also, and how the innovation, R&D and everything will play an important role in putting India at that global map. Over here also we could say that these startups, earlier at for an example, if a person who has that space background from IIT, he goes into ISRO or similar organization, they would usually get a chance 10 years or 15 years into that particular job. But now, since startups and the entire ecosystem have gotten such a great ecosystem rather, so the person who's just started his startup can actually contribute to the nation's development, and especially when we're talking about the security, national security and everything, which is very important. Yes. So the thrust laid on MSMEs,
we will come to you in a bit. Yes, Shyama Mishra, we'll come to you in a bit, but this whole question about the National Manufacturing Mission and how it's going to really aid clean technology, I will take one comment, but before that, now the reactions have started coming in very fast. First one from one of the first reactions coming in from Union Minister Amit Shah. Budget 2025 is the blueprint of the Modi government's vision towards building a developed and best India in every field. Viksit Bharat, that's what we were talking about earlier. The budget which covers every sector from farmers, poor, middle class, women and children's education, nutrition and health, to startup, innovation and investment. This is a roadmap for Modi ji's self-reliant India. I congratulate Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Finance Minister for this comprehensive and visionary budget, quote unquote. Yes, President ji, you wanted to speak.
Well, I'll address two things. First of all, the benefits that have come through are focused very heavily on labor-intensive manufacturing. Things like leather, food processing, toy manufacturing. Toy manufacturing is a very small sector in India at the moment, but there's a slew of incentives actually that have been provided over several years now. That continues here, and I think textiles and garments are another thrust area that present a huge opportunity now. Especially, I'd say that if you look at Bangladesh, all the largest entrepreneurs are in jail because they were close to Hasina. So there's an opportunity to attract some of those companies to invest in the neighboring states, in Bihar, in West Bengal, in Assam and Orissa, instead of being stuck in Bangladesh and in jail. So I think we have that opportunity. Providing incentives for labor-intensive manufacturing is a significant positive. Now, it also is a positive in the long term because it creates employment. It allows the transformation of the employment in the economy as people move from agriculture, where productivity is low, to manufacturing, where average productivity is about 4 times what it is in agriculture. So that process will be facilitated by by first of all notifying the labor reforms of 4 years ago, and also the incentives provided in this budget to the whole labor-intensive manufacturing sector. Now, why is the market not so enthused? I think partly markets want incentives for all parts of the existing. Now, you see, this time the budget has focused on trying to uplift parts of the economy that haven't done well.
Okay.
Labor-intensive manufacturing, I'd say we've lost every opportunity in the last 75 years. So, even with the WTO removing the multi-fiber arrangement between 1995 and 2007, there was a huge opportunity for India. That opportunity went to China and eventually to Bangladesh and Vietnam. So, we still have an enormous opportunity to gain market share, where we're the 4th biggest exporter of textiles and garments in the world. But between us and number one, China, has about 9 times the exports that we do. So there is a huge opportunity to close that gap. And I think that is what this budget helps towards doing. And this is part of a continuum. We've seen this, we've seen a set of measures coming through over several years, including the labor code reforms of September 2020, which really haven't been fully implemented yet, haven't been notified, and there's some confusion about how exactly they will apply.
Okay, all right, point taken.
But I think the other interesting aspect is the states have been incentivized to
like Bihar and all. We will talk about that.
We probably have to run in our bulletin right now, so a final word from you, Professor Katuria. There was so much in the economic survey about regulatory reform.
Right.
And we seem to just have some suggestion here about a light touch regulatory framework based on principles that put trust, based on trust to unleash productivity and employment. Absolutely. What do you think? What do you think are we going to expect here? So,
I think I will continue from what I was saying in my previous intervention, which is that there's a lot that has been said on governance, and it's extremely important that as we transition to a developed economy, we sort of incentivize the market to perform its role. Remember, post 1991, the role of the government sector has been reduced from intervention to a facilitator's role, to a regulatory role. That's what happened. In the middle, because the private sector wasn't investing, and it continues to sort of be a little low on investment, to incentivize the private sector to come in. What do you need? Apart from boosting the middle class, as that has been done here, apart from boosting labor-intensive manufacturing, what the government needs to do, and I want to make 2 quick points here, which is that you sort of implement what you say you're going to do. So it has to be high on implementation. Light touch should not remain rhetoric. You should actually do it and give the trust. You are not guilty until
on that point,
proven.
when she says trust first, scrutinize later.
So that's one important thing. The other is...
so we need to take a very short break.
One more point.
Yes,
regulatory impact assessments. Do regulatory impact assessments.
We will come back to this discussion, a comprehensive discussion, but right now we really need to take a very short break. The discussion is getting very intense and we will be back after this short break. Stay with us.
Wind up bulletin.
ये हैं स्कैमर साहब, बिजली का बिल का भूत बनकर आपको डरा रहे हैं और हमारे नादान मित्र को लगता है अब अंधेरा होने वाला है। रिमोट ऐप डाउनलोड का झांसा और अकाउंट से पैसे गायब। ओ भाई साहब, मत कीजिए क्लिक फ्रॉड लिंक पे। जब बिजली का स्कैम मैसेज आए तो अंधेरे से एसबीआई की रोशनी बचाए। नहीं जाएगी घर की लाइट, लेकिन पैसा जरूर होगा आउट ऑफ साइट। बी स्कैम सेफ। ये है स्कैमर साहब, बैंक कर्मचारी बनके आपको कॉल करते हैं। ये कह रहे हैं एटीएम कार्ड की डिटेल दो वरना अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाएगा। जैसे ही जानकारी मिलती है स्कैमर शॉपिंग शुरू करते हैं। ओ मैडम रुक जाइए, कभी भी अपने कार्ड डिटेल्स फोन पे मत दीजिए। एसबीआई की टिप से आप बन जाओगे एंटी स्कैम चैंपियन। पूछते हैं आपके अकाउंट का हाल, पर असलियत में ये है स्कैमर्स की चाल। बी स्कैम सेफ। ये है कॉल सेंटर वाले स्कैमर, रिवॉर्ड्स का लॉलीपॉप लेकर आए हैं और हमारे नागरिक को लगता है कि इनकी किस्मत खुल गई है। खुशी से बैंक डिटेल्स डालना शुरू। एक एसएमएस, एक लिंक और ट्रैप तैयार। ओ मैडम रुक जाइए, अपने बैंक डिटेल्स डालने से पहले साइट तो वेरीफाई कर लीजिए। एसबीआई की स्कैम सेफ टिप से आप बनोगे स्कैम प्रूफ। ऐसे कॉल से रिवॉर्ड नहीं मिलने वाला, क्योंकि दाल में है कुछ काला। बी स्कैम सेफ। ये है शिकारी स्कैमर, अपने लेटेस्ट स्कैम के साथ तैयार। स्कैम कॉल। ये कह रहे हैं कि एक कस्टम से बात कर रहे हैं और आपके पैकेज में पासपोर्ट और सोने के बिस्किट मिले हैं। बैंक डिटेल्स देने की बात कर रहा है ये चिपकू स्कैमर।
मेरे भाई, मैं एसबीआई का कस्टमर हूँ। आई एम ऑलवेज स्कैम सेफ।
शाबाश, ये हुई ना बात। कोरियर स्कैम से बच के रहो, पर्सनल डिटेल्स कभी ना दो। बी स्कैम सेफ।
Thank you very much for staying with us on DD India special broadcast India's Budget 2025 with our eminent panel in our studios. We're going to decode the big takeaways of this budget, which many experts define inclusive and futuristic. So I'm Sakalbat with my colleague Mark.
Indeed, let's continue with this continued coverage of the budget of 2025-26, and here are the headlines. Major relief for middle class, no income tax up to 12 lakh rupees under the new tax regime.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
India's finance minister presents her 8th consecutive budget, exempts 36 life-saving drugs from basic customs duty, FDI limit for insurance sector to be raised from 74% to 100%.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman says the Indian economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. The budget focuses on driving growth, inclusive development. Well, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget for 2025-26 in the lower house of the Indian Parliament. It marks a significant milestone with a record 8th consecutive budget that she has presented. And the focus is on the middle class. The Finance Minister said that the new tax regime will substantially reduce taxes of middle class, as there will be no income tax payable up to an income of 12 lakh rupees. Let's listen to what she said.
This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
In fact, Minister Sitharaman also said that a new tax bill will be introduced in the Parliament next week.
Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the Tax Department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week.
Well, in her speech, the minister asserted that the Indian economy is the fastest growing among all developing countries. And she noted that India's development track record in the past decade. She also talked about structural reforms which have drawn global attention.
Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions.
And now let's take a look at other major highlights of the budget, basically this explainer.
Her white and red sari said it all. She meant business. This was her 8th budget. The Indian economy in flight was now cruising at around 7% as it surveyed the markets around it. She saw the opportunity to put money where it mattered, in sectors that needed a boost, where India could develop and sustain an edge, and also in the infrastructure that held the economy together. Her fuel, reforms. The guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Viksit Bharat. So this is what she did. More money in the hands of the middle class. No tax with total income up to 12 lakh rupees. More credit guarantee for small businesses, the backbone of exports. Additional credit of rupees 1.5 lakh crore in the next 5 years for MSMEs. New fund of funds with expanded scope and fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees to be set up for startups. Support for leather footwear and products to facilitate 22 lakh jobs. Create turnover of 4 lakh crore rupees and exports of rupees 1.1 lakh crore.
India Post to be transformed into a large public logistics organization to benefit new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and large business organizations. Gig workers of online platforms to get healthcare under PM Jan Arogya Yojana to help 1 crore workers. Rupees 1.5 lakh crore proposed for 50-year interest-free loans to states for capex. Asset monetization plan for 2025-30 to plough back capital of rupees 10 lakh crores in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Extension of Jal Jeevan Mission until 2028 with enhanced total outlay. Urban Challenge Fund of rupees 1 lakh crore to implement cities for growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities and water and sanitation challenges. Maritime Development Fund with corpus of 25,000 crore rupees to be set up. Special window for affordable and mid-income housing. Rupees 15,000 crore for another 1 lakh units. Private sector research, development and innovation initiative gets rupees 20,000 crores. FDI limit for insurance sector raised from 75 to 100%. A light touch regulatory framework to be put in place for ease of doing business. Total estimated expenditure rupees 50.65 lakh crores. Total estimated receipts other than borrowing rupees 34.96 lakh crores. Net tax receipts estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. Fiscal deficit estimated at 4.4% of GDP.
Okay, let's go across once again to Mumbai. Shyama Mishra is with us and she continues to interview people from industry. She's at CII in Mumbai. Shyama, so fill us in more reactions from industry, mostly positive, I suppose. But a lot of also, heavy lifting is now being shifted to the industry from government. So in that context, are they willing to do that job? We can't hear you, Shyama.
At CII.
Okay, go ahead.
So this time around we're talking about manufacturing, and you've heard Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, talk a lot about manufacturing and how that particular sector will lead our Viksit Bharat journey. So we have Ajay Samrani with us. He's from the manufacturing sector and MD of Tubasec. So your initial reaction and what's the takeaway for the manufacturing sector?
Thank you. For me, it was quite a well-balanced budget. More or less consistent with what was a roadmap laid for 2047 Viksit Bharat. The framework was there in terms of indirect tax, infrastructure spend, and rural spend, and I think that's very important. I think the key, what I like this time is the 4 key drivers for the budget was reforms, MSME, exports and investments. I think these were very good articulated cornerstones. I think manufacturing has been bit, we've lost some speed. If you see, we have been very consistent at 18% of the budget, GDP, sorry, and it's time now to propel. And I think creating this national manufacturing mission, also creating this kind of cluster manufacturing going forward. I think this will drive investment. We as India as a net imported country, and it's important that we localize. And I think this is the first year she has put that foundation on manufacturing, plus complementing with MSME, the kind of push she has brought in MSME. I think overall this will give huge benefit for manufacturing. Our vision to be at least 25% of the GDP of manufacturing, the foundation has been laid in this budget. That's my take.
All right, okay, that's his take, and we've always, been hearing that if you want your country to succeed, if you want your country to be, Atmanirbhar, definitely this particular sector, manufacturing sector, needs to have that kind of impetus, and in turn it will give a fillip to our nation's development.
Mission. Shyama Mishra, thank you very much for joining us from Mumbai. We'll come back to you again. A short break here. We'll be back with more.
मिलिए इस स्कैमर से जो फर्जी बैंकिंग वेबसाइट चलाते हैं। बस फोन आने की देरी और ये है हमारे हीरो, जिन्हें लगता है इन्हें मिला है हेल्पलाइन, लेकिन असलियत में है स्कैमर की लाइफलाइन। और असली हेल्पलाइन समझकर ये इन्हें देंगे अपनी बैंक डिटेल्स। अरे भाई साहब रुकिए, वेबसाइट फेक है। SBI आपको बताएगा इन फेक वेबसाइट से कैसे बचें। सर्च करते वक्त संभालो भाई, स्कैमर्स तैयार है विद हेलो हाय। बी स्कैम सेफ।
एड्रेस घर का या वेबसाइट का?
चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया, चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया। गेहूं धान बाजरा जवार के मैदानों में, छोटे छोटे धंधे या बड़े कामों में, फूलों के पॉली हाउस सब्जियों के बागानों में, सोलर बदल रहा है रात को उजालों में। फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन से टेक्निकल रेवोल्यूशन, हर जगह जमा रहा है पावर गांव इंडिया।
वर्ष 1982 से गांव-गांव को देश की मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रहा है नाबार्ड। गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े।
चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया।
पहले अधिकतर लड़कियां छोटा मोटा बिजनेस करती थी,
लेकिन अब SBI देता है हर नारी को बिजनेस बढ़ाने के लिए कम टाइम में डिजिटल MSME बिजनेस लोन।
इसलिए अब लड़कियां बड़ा बड़ा बिजनेस करती हैं।
SBI बैटिंग फॉर नारी शक्ति।
ये है स्कैमर साहब, देंगे KYC या पैन अपडेट की गोली और ले जाएंगे आपके बैंक डिटेल्स इन वन झोली। और हमारे नागरिक को मिलता है एक झटका, लिंक पे क्लिक करते ही मुसीबत का दरवाजा खुल जाता है। वेबसाइट लगे जेन्युइन पर है फेक, अब स्कैमर खाएगा महंगा केक। ओ मैडम रुक जाइए, लिंक है फेक। आपकी सेविंग्स की सिक्योरिटी आपके हाथ में है। अपडेट करना हो KYC या पैन, अनजान लिंक को करे बैन। बी स्कैम सेफ।
मेरा सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन हो गया और बैंक भी जाना नहीं पड़ा।
रियली? तू जानता है इसका बैंक कौन है?
कौन है सर?
SBI। ओपन डिजिटल सेविंग्स अकाउंट यूजिंग वीडियो KYC। इसे कहते हैं सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग।
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
पढ़ाई में लड़कियों के नंबर अक्सर ज्यादा ही आते हैं,
इसलिए SBI देता है हर नारी को एजुकेशन लोन्स 0.5% कम इंटरेस्ट रेट्स पे,
ताकि मास्टर्स के लिए विदेश जाने वाली लड़कियों का नंबर भी ज्यादा रहे।
SBI बैटिंग फॉर नारी शक्ति।
रिचार्ज जल्दी रिचार्ज करा। ये क्या किया?
मैच तो गया।
पेमेंट कैसे करेंगे?
टोकनाइज कार्ड से। टोकन? हाँ, ऑनलाइन पेमेंट के लिए RBI लाए हैं टोकनाइजेशन। एक बार कार्ड डिटेल्स OTP CVV डालकर टोकन जनरेट कीजिए, कार्ड भी सुरक्षित और बार बार डिटेल्स भरने की नो झंझट। वही सुविधा अधिक सुरक्षित। ऑलराउंडर हो कि मैं। RBI कहता है कि जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium, we'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Timeless, boundless and infinite. The essence of faith. The soul of Sanatan culture. From the sacred confluence of Prayag, where divinity descends to earth. Witness the grandeur, the devotion, the magic. World's largest cultural and spiritual gathering, with over 450 million devotees expected to attend. Mahakumbh, India's greatest festival of faith. Exclusively on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Where is this? Get us the story.
What's the next story? Welcome back to our continued coverage of the Union Budget, which was presented by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for the year 2025-26. February 1st is the day on which the budget is presented as per custom. That started in 2017, in fact, and it has become a nice tradition. So, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that this budget will initiate reforms in 6 areas. This will augment our growth potential and also global competitiveness. The domains: taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector and regulatory reforms.
This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms.
The minister also said that the proposed development measures in Budget 2025 span 10 broad areas, focusing on Garib youth, Garib, which means the marginalized youth, the youth capital of the country, Annadata, the farmers, and Nari, that's women empowerment.
In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas, focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata, and Nari. Spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy, and innovation.
Well, India's Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Ashwini Vaishnav, hailed the budget 2025 presented by the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. And taking to social media site X, the minister said that this year's budget lays the roadmap for Viksit Bharat, that is, a developed India. And he also said that with growth, inclusion and innovation at its core, this budget covers all from farmers to fintech, MSMEs to AI. And we continue to have with us Prasanjit Basu, economist, and Professor Rajat Kathuria, economist, with us. Thank you both for being with us. Professor Kathuria, let me come to you. Now, tax compliance is obviously going to improve, we can see, because things are made easier. People are also quite happy that they have more money in their hands. Do you see, I mean, that improving tax buoyancy?
I do. In fact, one of the sort of bottlenecks, constraints in India has been getting more and more people into the tax net. Remember when GST had come on and we had asked everybody to register for GST, there was an initial reluctance for people to register themselves on the GST portal. And I remember talking to people, we were doing surveys as economists, we were looking at, because GST is a good thing. And we had waited to have a GST for 25 years. Unfortunately, the GST has been sort of complicated, and I think we're in the process of rationalizing the GST rates. But what people's reaction at that time was that they felt we would not register for fear of coming into the tax net, even the direct tax net. And people were basically afraid. They didn't mind paying taxes. That was the sort of response that we often got from our surveys, that people don't mind paying taxes. But what people do mind and do get affected by is the harassment that has often happened to them as a result of non-compliance, perceived non-compliance.
Right.
So I think that, I mean, I'm talking, you've seen Bollywood films where, you know, income tax officers go in and harass the people. I mean, that was the image. That was the image. I mean, that's not a recent phenomenon. That's been going on since the 70s and 80s because this was depicted in those films. But I think now there's a regime change that is occurring. You say that taxpayers are going to pay their taxes, you bestow trust on them, and they will pay the taxes because they, you know, at the end of the day, they recognize that this is for nation building. And often taxpayers ask, what is it that I'm getting in return for what I pay? That is also another response of taxpayers. So to cut a long story short, I think the measures to improve sort of trustworthiness amongst the population and to have light touch regulation, as the finance minister said a couple of times, and I think that's the way to go towards a developed country, developed India. Light touch regulation, compliance will come naturally, and if compliance comes, it's not the low tax rates that is giving you compliance only. It's the low tax rates combined with the light touch regulation that will give you the buoyancy.
Mr. Basu, the light touch regulation, I mean, there's a whole service, right? The revenue service, that's the customs service, and all these guys, they're all there. And the cost of collecting the tax also, I mean, there's one of the canons of taxation is the cost doesn't have to be so high, right? I mean, it could be very high. You're maintaining the kind of infrastructure to collect taxes when the taxes are becoming much more easy to pay.
They're becoming easy to pay, and
the pace at which refunds occur, etc., has increased manifold. So in many ways the burden.
So what does your liberal mind say to all that that I've asked?
My basic, so that is all good. That is all in the right direction. But when I compare our tax code, especially the old tax regime, with the other places where I've lived, in the United States, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, I've paid taxes in all these places. And what I find interesting is that our tax code is way more complicated than everybody else. Now, what is good though is that the new tax regime is making things a lot simpler, and that is good. Now, the interesting thing is most taxpayers. Yesterday, I was on a show on one of the private channels, and they had a wish list of how to improve the old tax regime. Now, the government has said repeatedly that the old tax regime is passé, and we are now moving to the new tax regime, where it is a simplified code. Now, if you look at if you compare the actual tax burden today, after this new regime is put in place, this much lower level of taxation across the board, lower slabs, much higher exemption limit, etc. I'm pretty sure that for the majority of taxpayers, the tax burden will come down. But apparently, some people who use the old tax regime used to have HRA, they used to have 80cc and all these various, I have been learning these codes, but the point is that there may be some who will not benefit even from this. So, but in my mind, from a liberal standpoint, it makes sense to move away from that old tax regime, which was the most complicated.
So what does this? I'm sticking to this point only. So Rajatji, I'm sure what you are basically going to talk about also deals with my question. Sure. That at the end of the day, what does this 12 lakh rebate mean? And have we finally simplified the taxation system? The apprehension prior to this new regime you were talking about. Yes. Are we offsetting that fear with this?
So I think, let me try and answer that question, giving you an example of how economic reform. India is a country where economic reform happens on the back of a crisis, largely in every country. Big bang reform happens on the back of a crisis. When you're talking of incremental changes such as these, this is probably an incremental change, long overdue, and I think simplification of the tax regime is extremely important. But even in incremental changes, what is happening, you're moving from an old economy and an ecosystem to a new economy and an ecosystem. Right. And while, as Prasenjit says, that there will be benefit to the taxpayer, there is an old ecosystem that prevails around the old tax regime. And they will want to prevent the change from happening. Absolutely. Just like, when you have privatization, for example, there is a regime that wants the perpetuation of the status quo.
The finance ecosystem also includes the taxpayer, because some senior citizens want to stick to this.
The taxpayer is one part of that ecosystem, right. But there are people who interpret the tax laws, and the finance minister made this point. We are going to make the law simple, easy to understand, so that normal people can also understand the tax regime and the tax laws. Today, often you cannot understand what is written in the tax code, and you have to seek the help of specialized people, lawyers, chartered accountants, to interpret that tax regime. Why can't you have what we had in the past? We had said you'll have a saral tax regime. Simple, easy to understand in multiple Indian languages. India is not a one language nation. India is the UPSC exam is conducted in multiple languages. So we had a simple tax code, not only written in English and Hindi, it should be written in multiple languages so that people can understand it. And one more point, Mark, and I think what is important is that while one sort of taxpayers will gain, they are often sort of led by what advice they get from people, right? And those people are driving the system as well.
Yes.
And tax administration reform is equally important. And I'm saying this with sort of some evidence. When the finance minister makes a rule, makes a law, it has to be implemented, not by the Ministry of Finance. Okay. It has to be implemented by people at the ground, people in Bombay, people in Pune, the CBDT, the indirect taxes implementation. All that has to be done at the ground level. That's where reform also needs to happen. Friendly regime.
Just taking a little detour, and we have to touch upon other sectors as well, though we'll again come back to tax. I think that's something which is going to be the talking point for many more days to come till we actually get a hang of the whole idea of simplification of taxes. But shifting gears to tourism. So what do we have in tourism sector? Finance Minister Sitharaman in today's budget also highlighted the overall growth and the parameters that would spur growth in tourism sector, especially the employment-led growth. Let's listen.
For employment-led growth, top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. Providing mudra loans for homestays. Improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations. Providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts. And introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups.
Well, hailing India's fish production that ranks second in the world, the finance minister said that the government will bring in an enabling environment, a framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries.
India ranks second largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian exclusive economic zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep Islands.
Okay, let's quickly go across to another special guest joining us on this broadcast, Shubhakanta Panda. Of course, the past president, FICCI, and Managing Director, Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited, joining us on this special broadcast. Thank you very much, Mr. Panda, for sparing time. A quick overview and your take as far as budget interventions. Can we have him on the screen, please? Budget interventions in cutting across various sectors are concerned. And yes, there is a lot of chatter and talk now that how this new tax regime is going to put more money in the hands of people. And I think by and large, the Janata has given a heads up and, a positive nod to the announcements.
Good afternoon, Sakal. It's a pleasure to be on Doordarshan with you talking about the budget. I think it's a budget which ticks all the boxes, and most certainly the finance minister saved the best for last with the blockbuster announcement about the tax relief with the focus on the middle class. 1 lakh crore going into the hands of people, I think, is a very, very significant number, which is bound to boost consumption going ahead, and that obviously augurs well. Because at a time when there are external headwinds, I think we have to look inwards, we have to look within, without, of course, forgetting the export markets. But, we have to rely on our own strengths and unified domestic market to achieve growth. I think the other thing which stood out was the statement about reforms as fuel. I think we got a precursor of that in the economic survey, which was presented yesterday. And clearly there is a thread of reforms being used to improve ease of doing business, ease of living, and generally to provide impetus. I think that came through. But if I were to talk a little bit about the manufacturing sector, which is what I represent, I think it's good to hear about the National Manufacturing Mission with a focus on labor-intensive sectors, because again, we cannot have a situation of jobless growth. It is important that jobs are created, and I've also been a firm believer that India's growth to a large extent has to be predicated on the manufacturing sector. So from that point of view, the National Manufacturing Mission, the Export Promotion Mission, these will all have a good impact at a time when our fundamentals are strong, but external factors are sort of weighing down a little bit on us.
Right, Mr. Panda, also with regard to insurance, this is the announcement that the budget made of FDI limit for insurance sector being raised from 74 to 100%. In general, what do you look? What do you foresee for FDI coming into the country?
Well, this is certainly something which will bring in more investment into the country, and insurance, of course, is a very important sector because it permeates throughout the economy. It's long-term money which comes in, and if I heard the FM right, this exemption is available provided all the premium income is invested within the country. I think that's a smart rider, if I can use a pun related to the insurance industry. So that's something that'll certainly augur well. And again, as we grow and develop as an economy, the role of insurance, be it at an individual level to provide safety and security, or be it at a corporate level, is something which is important, and therefore, bringing in more long-term money into the sector and seeing that that there is that it is there to aid and abet growth is welcome.
Also, are you satisfied and happy with the trust-based quote-unquote regulatory framework announced by Minister Sitharaman in tandem with what CA said that, and I'm quoting him, but get out of the way and trust people we must, for we have no other choice.
Absolutely, Sakal. That's that was what I think came through in the economic survey yesterday and the CEA's press conference, and also in the finance minister's statement today. So the regulatory reforms and strengthening trust-based regulations, I think, is a wonderful move. And she cited examples, particularly with regard to income tax filings, where giving a little bit of leeway to people to sort of address any inadvertent issues in filing, etc., has paid strong dividends. So I think generally it is something that we must focus on. And that famous statement, trust but verify. So trust people. And ensure that anybody who misuses that trust faces the music. But by and large, I think most people, if are law-abiding and want to go about their lives, in a manner which enables them to sleep peacefully at night.
Indeed, and from the manufacturing sector point of view, there are certain customs duties that have been reduced. Exemptions on open cell for LED, LCD TVs, looms for textiles, capital goods for lithium-ion batteries and mobile phones and EVs. This is to boost Make in India. How would you view this?
So I look at that from two angles. One is, in as much as specific sectors are concerned where rates have been brought down, I think that's being done with a view to, as the finance minister said, to boost domestic manufacturing, to promote exports, to boost value addition. So I think some of these changes have been done keeping that in mind. But equally, I think what we must not miss out on is doing away with 7 tariff rates altogether and leaving only 8 in place. I think that's the sort of simplification that FICCI had advocated very strongly. We had also talked about simplifying TDS and TCS rates, and that seems to have been done to some extent. So I think these are, again, it boils down to making things simpler and literally, as was articulated, getting out of the way and allowing the private sector and citizens to do their bit. But I want to add one other point, which is that I think what is very striking is the fiscal glide path which has been maintained, because containing the fisc at 4.8% for the current year and estimating it to be 4.4% for the coming year is something which is significant, because what it means is that even as a lot of money has been pumped into the economy or is being proposed to be pumped into the economy, the finance minister is not doing that in a profligate manner. She's making sure the books are balanced, and she's making sure that the credibility of the whole budgeting exercise is maintained by sticking to the fiscal glide path.
As a former FICCI chief, and I remember when we used to speak to you earlier, you would also speak about the big push that's needed in the MSME sector. Well, today, how do you view the launch of the export support mission, and also your final comments with that, Mr. Panda, very briefly, we're running short of time. Overall, an industry view on the budget, this budget, in terms of the wish list that you had, is this in continuation, and would you call it futuristic as well as inclusive?
So definitely futuristic and inclusive, but specifically on the MSME sector, I think the increase in the turnover and investment limits to classify as an MSME is very significant, as well as the credit support which has been provided. And the export promotion mission to be coordinated by the Commerce, MSME and Finance Ministries is indicative of a coordinated effort to address this. So certainly inclusive in as much as wish list is concerned. Many of those wish lists have been met, and I think we need to get cracking on a few more points where we can get the government to to target inclusive, broad-based growth.
Yes, the government is certainly in a mission mode. Thank you very much, Mr. Panda, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this special broadcast. Thank you. And I would request our guests to have a little bit more patience before we take this discussion forward, because we need to take a very short break here. Delhi studio discussion continues on this special broadcast, India Budget 2025. Me and Mark are going to just join back after a break.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Timeless, boundless and infinite, the essence of faith, the soul of Sanatan culture, from the sacred confluence of Prayag, where divinity descends to earth. Witness the grandeur, the devotion, the magic, world's largest cultural and spiritual gathering, with over 450 million devotees expected to attend. Mahakumbh, India's greatest festival of faith, exclusively on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium. We'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Thanks for staying with us on this rolling coverage, uninterrupted coverage on DD India, India's budget 2025. And here in our studios, we are decoding the big takeaways and what it means for the nation in general and for Aam Aadmi, a common man in particular. We're going to talk about all that with me, Sakal Bhatt, and my colleague Mark Lynn as we discuss the aspects presenting India's union budget. Finance Minister earlier today pegged the fiscal deficit target at 4.4% of GDP for the financial year 25-26. And for 24-25, the fiscal deficit, in fact, target has been revised from 4.9% of the gross GDP to 4.8%. Mark?
Right, indeed. And the budget also promises to continue the government's efforts to accelerate growth, to secure inclusive development, to invigorate private sector investments, to uplift household sentiment, as well as to enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Let's look at the report.
In a bid to continue the Indian economy's journey on course of fiscal consolidation, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a 50.65 lakh crore budget, the biggest in the history of India, with an aim to maintain economic growth and keep the fiscal deficit on the declining path.
Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions.
As per the budget estimates 2025-26, the total receipts other than borrowings is pegged at rupees 34.96 lakh crore, and the total expenditure or the total size of the budget has been kept at rupees 50.65 lakh crore. The net tax receipts are estimated at rupees 28.37 lakh crore. The fiscal deficit target for 2025-26 is pegged to be at 4.4% of the GDP as compared to the previous year's figure of 4.8%. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at rupees 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at rupees 14.82 lakh crore. In order to maintain the growth momentum of the Indian economy, the capital expenditure or capex has been kept at around rupees 15.5 lakh crores, an upward revision from the previous year's figure of rupees 10.18 lakh crore. In the budget 2025-26, the sectors that have received the largest budgetary allocations are defense, 4.91 lakh crore, rural development, rupees 2.66 lakh crore, home affairs, 2.33 lakh crores, agriculture, rupees 1.71 lakh crore, education, rupees 1.28 lakh crore, health, rupees 98,000 crore, and urban development, 96,000 crore.
In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy and innovation.
The budget 2025-26 has been crafted with a special focus on agriculture, micro, small and medium enterprises or MSMEs, an investment-friendly environment and a major thrust on export-oriented economy, which will be fueled by reforms guided by the spirit of inclusivity with a clear target of mission Viksit Bharat or Developed India. Amit Mukherjee for DD India.
Well, those were the finances and the budget in a nutshell. Let's turn to our guests. Mr. Basu, your final comments, very briefly, please.
Three big positives. One, the focus on exports. They have substantially reduced customs duties, reduced the inversion of rates, and provided a lot of incentives to labor-intensive manufacturing. So that is going to be very positive. Second, there's a boost to private consumption, which has been relatively weak. And third, the most important, is that the fiscal glide path for reduction of the fiscal deficit remains on track. In fact, they're doing better than the track they had set for themselves. So, thumbs up from me.
Okay. So I think the narrative that this budget, to me as an economist, has given is that industry will have to now stand up on its own feet. The days of sort of not by protection is the message that the finance minister has given industry and manufacturing. So we will provide you benefits in terms of easing the regulatory burdens, logistics costs will come down. In fact, there's a research that shows a 10% decrease in logistics costs works better for manufacturing and exports than a 10% increase in tariffs. So that's the message that the finance minister, among other messages that have gone. To me, the message is industry in India should grow not by protection, but by becoming more competitive. And we will provide the facilitation for you to become more competitive.
And that's something which revolves, all these interventions are centering around the democracy, demography and demand that she talked about. With that, she also said that trust first and scrutinize later. Well, that's it we have for you in this special broadcast. Let me thank our special guests for being with us and decoding it in such a beautiful manner. Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen. And Mark, we need to wrap up here.
Right. Yeah? That's it then. And our coverage continues, but after a short break. Stay
on the
with
other
us.
side, yes, on the other side, Shubhendu and Amritpal are joining you to take this broadcast ahead. Thank you for staying with us.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Supply creates its own demand. Between the bulls pulls and bears tears. When supply chains globalization and India rises to the podium. We'll get you centered with the economic brief at 8 p.m. every Thursday on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Timeless, boundless, and infinite. The essence of faith. The soul of Sanatan culture, from the sacred confluence of Prayag, where divinity descends to earth. Witness the grandeur, the devotion, the magic, world's largest cultural and spiritual gathering, with over 450 million devotees expected to attend. Mahakumbh, India's greatest festival of faith. Exclusively on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Geopolitics and trade deals. Economic challenges amid development. Hard work and the path to prosperity. It's the economy always. Between walkers, money is what money does and says. Welcome back once again to our continued coverage here of the Union Budget for 2025-26, which the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented today at 11 o'clock. It was a budget speech that lasted about an hour and a half, and she had covered several subjects. But the big announcement that has stuck in people's minds is that the exemption now
is 12 lakh rupees for people who are paying income tax. So they won't be paying income tax if you earn up to 12 lakh rupees.
So if you're earning practically 1 lakh rupees a month, you pay no taxes. That is what we make of the Finance Minister's announcement while she was presenting the budget, with an added exemption of 75, the standard deduction of 75,000. So that makes it, if you're earning about 1,06,000 rupees a month, you pay no taxes. That is what we make
that's what we make of the statement.
Of the statement of the announcement that the Finance Minister made on the floor of the House while presenting the budget. As things emerge, we'll go into the fine print. We'll get to know as to what the slabs mean and how the tax structure will play out. But let's
begin with the headlines. Yes.
With the headlines, yes.
India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces major relief for the middle class. No income tax up to 12 lakh rupees under the new tax regime.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
She presents her 8th consecutive budget, exempts 36 life-saving drugs from basic customs duty, FDI limit for insurance sector to be raised from 74% to 100%.
Yes, Nirmala Sitharaman also says that the Indian economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. The budget focuses on driving growth, inclusive development.
India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget 2025 in the lower house of the Indian Parliament, marking a significant milestone with a record 8th consecutive budget presentation. With focus on the middle class of the country, the Finance Minister said that the new tax regime will substantially reduce taxes on the middle class, as there will be no income tax payable up to an income of 12 lakh rupees.
This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
Well, Nirmala Sitharaman also announced the revised tax rate structure with changed slabs as well as rates to benefit all taxpayers.
In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows: 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%.
And in her speech, the minister asserted that the Indian economy is the fastest growing amongst all developing economies. She noted that India's development track record in the past decade and structural reforms have drawn global attention.
Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment to taxpayer charter, 3. Faster returns. 4. Almost 99% returns being on self-assessment. And 5. Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the tax department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week.
And the Finance Minister presented the Union Budget for 25-26 in the Parliament. While presenting the budget, the Finance Minister said that India's economy is the fastest growing amongst all the major economies of the world. She stated that the proposed budget measures focus on 10 broad areas, and this budget aims to take everyone along on an inclusive growth path. Sitharaman added that this budget is dedicated to accelerating growth driven by our aspirations for Viksit Bharat. Let's take a look at the highlights of the Union Budget.
Her white and red sari said it all. She meant business. This was her 8th budget. The Indian economy in flight was now cruising at around 7% as it surveyed the markets around it. She saw the opportunity to put money where it mattered, in sectors that needed a boost, where India could develop and sustain an edge, and also in the infrastructure that held the economy together. Her fuel, reforms. The guiding spirit, inclusivity. And the destination, Viksit Bharat. So this is what she did. More money in the hands of the middle class. No tax with total income up to 12 lakh rupees. More credit guarantee for small businesses, the backbone of exports. Additional credit of rupees 1.5 lakh crore in the next 5 years for MSMEs. New fund of funds with expanded scope and fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees to be set up for startups. Support for leather footwear and products to facilitate 22 lakh jobs. Create turnover of 4 lakh crore rupees and exports of rupees 1.1 lakh crore. India Post to be transformed into a large public logistics organization to benefit new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs and large business organizations. Gig workers of online platforms to get healthcare under PM Jan Arogya Yojana to help 1 crore workers. Rupees 1.5 lakh crore proposed for 50-year interest-free loans to states for capex. Asset monetization plan for 2025-30 to plough back capital of rupees 10 lakh crores in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Extension of Jal Jeevan Mission until 2028 with enhanced total outlay. Urban Challenge Fund of rupees 1 lakh crore to implement cities for growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities and water and sanitation challenges. Maritime Development Fund with corpus of 25,000 crore rupees to be set up. Special window for affordable and mid-income housing. Rupees 15,000 crore for another 1 lakh units. Private sector research, development and innovation initiative gets rupees 20,000 crores. FDI limit for insurance sector raised from 75 to 100%. A light touch regulatory framework to be put in place for ease of doing business. Total estimated expenditure rupees 50.65 lakh crores. Total estimated receipts other than borrowing rupees 34.96 lakh crores. Net tax receipts estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. Fiscal deficit estimated at 4.4% of GDP.
Well, presenting India's Union Budget, the Finance Minister, Sitharaman, pegged the fiscal deficit target at 4.4% of the GDP for the financial year 2025-26. And for 2024-25, the fiscal deficit target has been revised from 4.9%. It's now 4.8%. The budget also promises to continue the government's efforts to accelerate growth, to secure inclusive development, to invigorate private sector investments, to uplift household sentiments, to enhance spending power of the middle class. Let's look at the report.
In a bid to continue the Indian economy's journey on course of fiscal consolidation, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a 50.65 lakh crore budget, the biggest in the history of India, with an aim to maintain economic growth and keep the fiscal deficit on the declining path.
Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions.
As per the budget estimates 2025-26, the total receipts other than borrowings is pegged at rupees 34.96 lakh crore, and the total expenditure or the total size of the budget has been kept at rupees 50.65 lakh crore. The net tax receipts are estimated at rupees 28.37 lakh crore. The fiscal deficit target for 2025-26 is pegged to be at 4.4% of the GDP as compared to the previous year's figure of 4.8%. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at rupees 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at rupees 14.82 lakh crore. In order to maintain the growth momentum of the Indian economy, the capital expenditure or capex has been kept at around rupees 15.5 lakh crores, an upward revision from the previous year's figure of rupees 10.18 lakh crore. In the budget 2025-26, the sectors that have received the largest budgetary allocations are defense 4.91 lakh crore, rural development rupees 2.66 lakh crore, home affairs 2.33 lakh crores, agriculture rupees 1.71 lakh crore, education rupees 1.28 lakh crore, health rupees 98,000 crore, and urban development 96,000 crore.
In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy and innovation.
The budget 2025-26 has been crafted with a special focus on agriculture, micro, small and medium enterprises or MSMEs, an investment-friendly environment and a major thrust on export-oriented economy, which will be fueled by reforms guided by the spirit of inclusivity with a clear target of mission Viksit Bharat or Developed India. Amit Mukherjee for DD India.
And India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh lauded the budget presented by Nirmala Sitharaman, saying that this budget reflects the concerns of all sections of society.
इस बार के बजट में समाज के सभी वर्गों की चिंता की गई है और मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के सभी वर्गों के कल्याण और विकसित भारत के संकल्प को पूरा करने की दृष्टि से वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में जिस प्रकार का शानदार यह बजट प्रस्तुत किया है, इसके लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी बधाई देता हूं और साथ ही साथ वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। यह बजट युवा, गरीब, किसान, नारी और समाज के सभी वर्गों और सेक्टर्स के विकास को बढ़ावा देने वाला है और खासकर मिडिल क्लास के कंट्रीब्यूशन को यह रिकॉग्नाइज करते हुए यह बजट यदि यह कहा जाए कि अपने में अभूतपूर्व है तो यह कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी।
Well, India's Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Ashwini Vaishnav, also hailed the budget of 2025 presented by the Finance Minister, and he took to social media site X. The minister said that this year's budget lays the roadmap for Viksit Bharat, that is developed India. He also said that with growth, inclusion and innovation at its core, this budget covers all from farmers to fintech, MSMEs to AI.
All right, we are now joined by some guests who are joining us remotely. We have with us Lieutenant General retired Anil Bhatt. He was the director, he's the Director General of the Indian Space Association. And we also have Dr. Nilanjan Banik, senior economist. who's joining us on the show. First, to the General. General, how do you see the budget, especially for the kind of ambitions that the focus that it puts on India's growth in, say, space, in nuclear energy?
Well, I'll focus on the space sector, and we welcome the budget, and more precisely, the launch of the National Geospatial Mission. This is a commitment of the government for using downstream capabilities, and they have specified for modernization of land records, for urban planning and design of infrastructure. We have always believed that in the whole space economy, the most important part is downstream usages, and the government's focus on this is a welcome. As per our study, by 2031, this downstream sector is going to go up to $610 billion. Also, the fund of funds declared for deep tech would also help the space sector and help growth in this sector.
All right.
There have been 50,000 Atal labs which have been announced, and many of them in future would contribute towards the space sector.
Okay.
The startups minimum enhanced of the credit guarantee from doubling it up from to 10 to 20 crores is also welcomed by all members of the space sector.
Let's go across to Professor Nilanjan Banik, economist. Professor Banik, now from the MSME sector point of view, do you see a sufficient boost or support being given from the budget in terms of first of all, the categorization of MSMEs, as well as the 1.5 lakh crore rupees that have been put aside for credit for the MSMEs?
Yes, definitely, because MSME sector is one of the most important backbone of the Indian economy. We have around close to 200 million people who earn their livelihood from the MSME sector. And the MSME sector for a long period of time was suffering from inverted duty structure. Now, if you see what has happened today, FM has promised to reduce the import tariff on some of the inputs which are being used by the MSME sector. So from the perspective of the MSME sector, this is a very welcome move, because most of the bottom 40 percentile of our population in terms of income, these are the people who are actually employed with the MSME sector. And MSME sector also has the distinction of creating labor-intensive mode of production, which means they are able to create more jobs at a time when jobs are hard to come by. So in that way, this increase in credit guarantee for the MSME sector, as well as in terms of classifying the MSME, reclassification of the MSME sector, I think we have a long way to go. In addition to that, you also have been mentioning about the income tax thing being reduced. And this again will have a very salutary effect on increasing our consumption, because as you know that the consumption expenditure is the most important component of GDP. So although India has been growing at the fastest pace, in addition to what we see around the world, for instance, if I look into the growth rate of the major developed countries like US, Germany, UK, all of them are growing below 2% level. Even within the Asian community, if we see Japan and South Korea, they are also growing below 2% level. The only country which is growing the fastest is India, in excess of 6.3. And yesterday we have heard the economic survey pointing out the economy is likely to grow between 6.3 to 6.8%. So in that way, this boost to MSME sector as well as the tax cut is going to boost our consumption, which is going to sustain this growth that we are seeing at this point of time, and which is also quite important for us to reach the milestone of Viksit Bharat.
But Professor Banik, yes, of course, it puts more money by cutting the taxes and putting a lot of people, by some estimates, perhaps more than 50% out of the tax net of the taxpayers, out of the tax net. It puts more money in the hands of the middle class and hence will, boost spending and consumption. But then that raises the question of how would that correspond to inflation?
There are two ways of addressing this thing. If you look into the inflation, in particular, what impact the middle class, it is the food price inflation. Now, over the last 2 years, India has done a fabulous job when it comes to the growth of the agricultural sector. So agricultural sector has been performing well, and we hope that at least in this quarter, you are going to see further ease of food price inflation, which is already in a downtrend. So in that way, I don't think this is going to further fuel inflation. Also, what you see, because after Trump has taken to power, there is a possibility of some of the war which is happening. Already we are seeing that in Gaza, the war has stopped, which also means that the crude price is going to ease down further. And crude being the intermediate input, it also has a impact on how much inflation any country like import dependent country like India has. So going by that exogenous factor we are hopeful that the inflation is going to come down further, and this consumption boost or the way to see that more money is getting into the hand of the people is actually a move, because if the last quarter the consumption was actually quite tepid. In that way, this will help to rejuvenate the consumption as well as...
Yeah, perhaps that is why the tax cuts have been given, so that there is a dire need to boost the consumption, which was on a decline.
So, Mr. Basu, boosting consumption is likely to boost, growth, because that's going to be a pull factor for that. But at the same time, there's got to be entrepreneurship that has to increase, right, to fill the capacity. So do you see enough being given in this budget for startups? There's a continuation of the 10,000 crore rupee fund of funds and perhaps more.
Yeah, I mean, startups remain a major focus area for this government. And in addition, there's a lot of incentives for the MSMEs to grow. The fact that the MSME ceilings have been raised substantially is a big positive. And essentially, if you look at economic surveys from 2 or 3 years ago, one of the major problems with the small scale sector is that they used to be encouraged under the old regime to remain dwarfs. Whereas what you really need is economies of scale in almost every sector, scale economies, reduce the unit cost of production, and therefore enable you to become much more productive, much more competitive. So we were acting with our hands behind our backs for the entire MSME sector, and that it has been altered substantially in this budget. Of course, I would like to see that ceiling continue to be raised every year, because it should not be held at this level for the next 5 or 10 years. It should continue to be raised steadily so that firms can continue to grow along with the growth of nominal GDP. So at any rate, what is happening here is the right steps. The real story here is that there's a substantial focus on exports, and startups will play an important part there too.
Yes.
There's lots of specific incentives for exports, but in particular what I really like is that labor intensive manufacturing has received an intense focus in this budget, lots of incentives, and that is an area where I'd say India has missed the boat numerous times over the last 77 years. And if you look back in history, Megasthenes, who visited Chandragupta Maurya, talked about India's clothes. India's clothes were the marvel of the world throughout history except the last 77 years. So we need to regain that. And what I say here is that China's exports of textiles and garments are 9 times ours. So there's a huge opportunity. If we gain 1/3 of China's market share, you can have a tripling.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Basu, for joining us today and throwing light on various aspects of the budget and demystifying it for us.
All right, let's go over to the Parliament now, where my colleague Debyendu Mondal is standing by. He joins us live from there. Give us, Debyendu, the sort of reactions coming in from various political parties to the budget.
Amritpal, the reactions, of course, from the ruling government and its NDA allies has, of course, been that the budget has been very pro-middle class, pro-poor. It has been for the farmers as well as for the startup and MSME sectors. I did speak to a couple of ministers as well as MPs from different political parties, both from the NDA as well as the opposition. And of course, as you know, like every year, the opposition parties will of course criticize the budget. But the NDA partners, including the leaders from Bihar, which has got a substantial amount of schemes, as well as different kinds of fundings will be given to Bihar. All the MPs, I spoke to Chirag Paswan from Bihar, and he's Minister of the food processing as well. And the setting up of the Makhana board in Bihar, which is considered as a superfood, is not only receiving praises from Bihar but also across different states from the MPs of different states, because this positions India in a significant uptick in terms of global exports of makhana is considered. So of course, a lot of other initiatives that has been taken by the government, and especially with the personal tax slab which has been
Debyendu, is politics also being read into it, given the fact that Bihar goes to polls this year?
Of course, Amrit, the politics, the opposition is saying that this is mere politics. The opposition is also criticizing the fact that because of Delhi election, the income tax slab has been raised to 12 lakh. But then what the ruling government, the ruling party MPs...
Really? I thought the 12 lakh slab would apply to all over the country. So, all right, that could be a political statement, but Bihar surely is going to the elections this year.
Absolutely. Bihar is going to elections this year, so is Delhi. But then, of course, the opposition parties are saying that it is the Bihar, the number of packages that have been announced for Bihar is merely because of the election that Bihar is going to polls by the end of this year. So, of course, these issues do come up after every budget. But having said this, the personal tax section is something that every MP cutting across party lines will have to say that, well, it was long pending, and this is something that was the demand of the middle class and the working class, which has been fulfilled by the government this time in this budget.
All right, Debyendu, we leave it there. Many thanks for joining us from the Parliament. We'll keep coming back to you through the rest of the day.
Well, in her budget speech, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also said that the budget will initiate reforms in 6 areas, and this will augment growth. It will also help us in global competitiveness. The domains she talked about are taxation, the power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms.
This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms.
And the Minister said that the proposed development measures in Budget 25 span 10 broad areas, focusing on the Gharib, that's the poor, the youth, the Annadata, basically the farmers, and Nari, that's women.
In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas, focusing on Gharib, youth, Annadata, and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy, and innovation.
Well, on MSMEs, Nirmala Sitharaman also said that the MSMEs are responsible for 45% of India's exports. Hence,
Investment and turnover limits for the classification of MSMEs are to be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. And this is also to give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for the youth.
With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years.
And Nirmala Sitharaman also said that the government will set up an export promotion mission that will provide an easy access to export credit. A digital infrastructure for international trade called Bharat Trade Net is to be set up for trade documentation and financial solutions.
We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME.
Okay, we're going to go across live now and listen to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has to say about the budget. Here's his reaction.
आज भारत की विकास यात्रा का एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। ये बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं 2 चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे, उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है, ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति, श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं, और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving his first reaction to the union budget presented by the Finance Minister in the Parliament some time back. The Prime Minister said various things. He said this budget reflects the aspirations of 140 crore Indians, crore being 10 million. So he says this will increase savings, investments, consumption, fuel growth. He says it will put this budget, he says generally budgets are about filling in government coffers, but this budget is putting the money in the citizens' pocket, increasing their savings by giving tax cuts. Then he said that this budget will focus on making India a developed country, or Viksit Bharat, achieving that. He gave the examples of nuclear energy, shipbuilding, tourism, agriculture, the various proposals in that. He says regulatory reforms. He says minimum government. He says the boost to the startups, etc., and taking care of people, the shramiks, or the people working in the unorganized sector. So he said essentially a budget which appeals to all sections of society. This is what his government is trying to achieve.
Right, and he also spoke about the National Manufacturing Mission. He also spoke about tourism and how the new districts will get that kind of a push. So let's turn to Professor Banik once again. Professor Banik, so you listened to the Prime Minister's reaction. And it's a budget for everyone. That's the way the Prime Minister has described it. But also from the point of view of putting more money in the pockets of individuals, how do you view this? From the economic point of view. Let's not look at it from the political point of view.
So, Mark, we live in an era where increasingly we are seeing that the jobs are being taken by the machines. So at this point of time, what was more necessary is to give incentive to the sectors which can employ more people. And what are these sectors? Of course, MSME is there. We also heard Honorable Prime Minister speaking about the tourism. Now, if you look into the multiplier effect of tourism, it is the second most in terms of all other sectors that we find in the economy, be it education, be it let's say healthcare and things like that. Now, tourism also contribute almost 7% of the GDP, and this is the sector which is purely labor intensive type of sectors where typically you find the gig workers, also the small times restaurant owners, small times auto drivers, small time rickshaw pullers, even the small time vegetable sellers. They are earning their livelihood. So I think it's a very important thing when the finance minister allocated a portion of her budget towards development of the tourism sector. Again, 7% of the GDP is driven by the tourism sector. And when we talk about the agricultural sector, we also heard that in terms of the loan scheme being given to the farmers, we see an increment. Now, 400 million of our workers are earning their livelihood from the agricultural sector. So in that way, this is also quite a welcome move in the sense that this is also going to create and boost the consumption in the rural economy. And finally, also in the MSME thing, you have mentioned about Startup India PLA production linked incentive scheme. We see that because finance minister is now going to bring down the tariff on the imported inputs which are being used by the MSME sectors, the profitability of the MSME sectors are also going to increase. And MSME sector is the other sector in addition to the tourism and agricultural sector which also employ or create lots of jobs. So overall, the budget seems to be very much inclusive. And this has happened after a long period of time. At least I haven't come across a budget which is so much inclusive in nature when it comes to income generation, when it comes to job creation, and when it comes to boosting the consumption that we are talking about.
Right. We'll take a short break and after that we'll go back. We'll continue with our discussion. We'll also go to Mumbai, but first a short break.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है।
80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री।
अच्छा,
5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा।
लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Welcome back. As India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the budget in the Lok Sabha, union ministers have hailed the budget and termed it as growth-oriented. Listen in.
Well, I think it's a complete budget. It's a budget that has been announced keeping in mind the vision of developed nation, Viksit Bharat.
I think it's an excellent budget. I would rate it 10 out of 10. I think she's covered all the important sections of the society. She's given a big tax break to the middle class, and middle class and below she's taken care of. She's given big relief to all of them. So I think the whole she's covered 99% of the population in that. So I'm sure they're going to be all extremely happy with this.
So it's a common people budget, and it's pro women and pro farmers and pro youth, and especially the special concentration was given on the middle class. So I believe that this budget will create new job facilities.
Undoubtedly, this announcement which was made today to enhance the tax limits, it is going to give a big boost and big relief to the middle income group, and simultaneously it is going to give a big boost in the GDP.
And the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, unveiled her 8th consecutive budget, introducing significant tax relief for the middle class and a series of new projects aimed at boosting development. DD India's correspondent Tapas Bhattacharya discussed the budget's potential with Jyoti Vij, who's the Director General of FICCI. Let's listen.
Ma'am, from FICCI's perspective, when you talk about at the fag end of Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am's budget, she mentioned that it's a huge push for the middle class when she announced the no tax for till 12 lakhs. How do you see that, and how do you see that actually having a repercussion in a circular economy?
So in this economy, I think demand was something which we had seen was a bit sluggish. I think that also had a bearing on the growth rates in Q1, Q2. So this is a huge boost which has been given by the government, and so is obviously one of the recommendations that we as FICCI have been giving to the government, and we are very, very pleased to see this happen.
Two more important things I want to ask. One is about medical tourism that Finance Minister has announced. The other part is a major push towards the manufacturing sector. That's another thing that one believes that will catapult India towards the Viksit Bharat by 2047.
No, absolutely. I think if we have to go towards Viksit Bharat and the self-reliant goal that the Prime Minister Modi has been talking about, manufacturing has to be the backbone of the economy, where we have lost the steam in the past, and this government has been pursuing that in a very focused way, and in light of that, the manufacturing mission should most definitely bring back this goal in a very, very focused way. But more importantly, I think they're looking at employment-focused sectors, which is the toys, the leather, the textile, the handicrafts, all of that. That's what can actually help in the employment part of the whole the piece which has been missing in the economy, which has been really disturbing everybody. So that's very important, and manufacturing, as I said, will also help in bringing the self-reliance in the country.
Medical tourism also is the main.
Medical tourism, again, I think we've been promoting. We have very good health facilities in the country. We have a lot of medical people coming in, but to identify those gaps and try and plug them and make it more seamless, I think is a very, very good step.
Indeed, and DD India correspondent Shyama Mishra now joins us live from Mumbai, and with her is the CEO of the National Stock Exchange. Over to you, Shyama. The Nifty 50 is up by around 250 points.
Well, yes, Mark, and we have Ashish Chauhanji with us. Sir, your initial reaction to the budget, and we also heard Prime Minister speaking and laying out all fine details of it. How would you lay out the fine details?
For me, I think there are three components of the budget which I like. One of them is the more money in the hands of the middle class by reducing tax. The second is ensuring that there is a momentum on infrastructure creation which continues, and third is the fiscal deficit in check to 4.4%. These three are in a way competing priorities. If you in any budget for any finance minister, if they want to reduce the fiscal deficit, then they need to increase taxes here. And of course, if they want to spend more money on infrastructure, then again the fiscal deficit goes up. So these three have been combined very beautifully. And for me, that is telling you that the government's tax buoyancy is there, and they have confidence that that continues. They will be able to collect more taxes going forward, despite a reduction in the income tax, which is going to give a huge amount of money in the hands of large number of people in the middle class, and some portion of that will go towards consumption, which will help companies which are in the consumer durables and consumer non-durable sector. For example, toothpaste, toothbrush, shampoo, and many other companies, or two-wheelers, four-wheelers, and TV and fridge-related companies. So those guys will see their sales increase, and some of the money left with the middle class might also go directly into the markets in terms of the savings. Whichever way it happens, it's going to basically help the markets, help the mutual funds and things like that. And at the same time, the control of fiscal deficit is a very difficult thing, easier said than done, because most governments have a tendency to spend more than they are able to earn. While as this government over last 10 years, and now this is the 11th year where they have controlled the fiscal deficit in like a hawk. And for me, this is, I think, achievement of Mr. Modi, that despite all the schemes that comes out, finally they control their fiscal deficit quite a lot. And the infrastructure build-up has picked up momentum, of course, this fiscal, that is last 2 quarters, due to the elections, they have not been able to spend. But still in this fiscal 24-25, they are going to spend, I think, 10.2 lakh crore, and next year they have budget for 11.2 lakh crore, which means the momentum on the infrastructure build continues. It will have a virtuous cycle being built up, because it's going to help demand for the goods like cement, steel, and whatever is required in infrastructure, as well as it will also give lots of jobs to the construction workers and engineers and many other vendors, and which will again increase the demand for consumer durable and consumer non-durable items. So that's where I think the overall virtuous cycle is being put in place by government in terms of building infrastructure, but in a more responsible way by keeping their deficit in control. And this time I think they have given much more money in the hands of the middle class.
Okay, all right, sir. So a virtuous cycle has been created, and a very important point over here, Ashish Kumar sir has said that once you give that leeway to people, to a common person who's earning that much money, he will or she will definitely put it in markets or as an investment, and that can be seen as in return for them as well as the country to grow further and move towards more Viksit Bharat.
Well, thanks a lot, Shyama, and I suppose thanks to Professor Nilanjan Banik. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for in this particular hour of our discussion.
My colleague Gautam Roy joins you after this to decode the budget. That's it from both of us. Thanks for joining in.
Thank you.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Timeless, boundless and infinite, the essence of faith, the soul of Sanatan culture, from the sacred confluence of Prayag, where divinity descends to earth. Witness the grandeur, the devotion, the magic, world's largest cultural and spiritual gathering, with over 450 million devotees expected to attend. Mahakumbh, India's greatest festival of faith, exclusively on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हेवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Hello and welcome live from New Delhi. You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Gautam Roy. Coming up over the next 1 hour. India's Finance Minister announces major relief for the middle class in the union budget. No income tax up to 1.2 million INR under the new tax regime. New income tax slabs in budget 2025. 30% tax only for 2.5 million INR and above annual income. 25% rate introduced for incomes between 2 to 2.5 million INR. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails Budget 2025, says it reflects his government's commitment to fulfill the aspirations of 140 crore Indians. The Hamas hands over 3 more Israeli hostages in a 4th round of release of captives under the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal. And the White House says US President Donald Trump will impose tariffs of 25% on Mexico and Canada as well as 10% on China today. First up, all the updates and the decoding of the Union Budget 2025. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget 2025 in the lower house of the Indian Parliament, marking a significant milestone with a record 8th consecutive budget presentation. With focus on the middle class of the country, the FM said that the new tax regime will substantially reduce taxes of the middle class, as there will be no income tax payable up to income of 1.2 million Indian rupees.
This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
The Finance Minister also announced the revised tax rate structure with changed slabs and rates to benefit all taxpayers in the new tax regime.
In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows: 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%.
And Nirmala Sitharaman also said that a new tax bill will be introduced in Parliament next week.
Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2. Taxpayer charter, 3. Faster returns, 4. Almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5. Vivad se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the Tax Department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week.
Also in her speech, the minister asserted that the Indian economy is the fastest growing among all developing economies. She noted that India's development track record in the past decade and structural reforms have drawn global attention.
Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions.
The Finance Minister also underlined that this budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains to augment growth potential and global competitiveness. The FM said that in the journey of development, reforms is the fuel.
Urban development, mining.
The budget proposals by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will usher in a string of reforms in various sectors. This development will have a cascading domino effect on the overall economy, as the reforms will spur the growth in specific areas and act as a catalyst for the remaining sectors.
This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness.
The most people-friendly part of the speech was, in fact, the announcement of a new income tax bill which will be brought in next week, reaffirming government's commitment of trust first, scrutinize later. The new income slabs are also sure to bring in loud cheer from all sections of the society. Government will forego at least 1 lakh crore in direct taxes as a result of new liberal direct tax proposals.
The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings and investment.
Government has announced a light touch regulatory framework for enhanced productivity and employment.
A light touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws.
This feature will entail a new high-level committee on regulatory reforms which will submit recommendations within a year, launch of an investment friendliness index for states, FSDC mechanism and Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to further decriminalize 100 more provisions in various laws. Financial sector reforms have also been identified. An important development will be allowing 100% FDI in the insurance sector. Further, company mergers will be streamlined and rationalized. A forum for development of pension products is also in offing. Power remains an important enabler for industry and homes alike. It plays an important part in any economy's surge northwards. Many important reforms have been promised in the power sector. with the finance minister identifying incentives in distribution sector and ushering in partnership with private sector in the critical area of nuclear energy.
For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up.
A state mining index is also among the major reform initiatives taken for the mining sector, which has the benefit of being labor intensive as well as having a domino effect on related areas. Last but not the least, government will also incentivize reforms related to the urban sector. Cumulatively, these steps on reforms in various sectors will go a long way in enhancing ease of doing business, boosting purchasing power of the common man, and providing further fillip for the economic growth of the nation. Ravi Dhiman for DD India.
Also, while presenting India's union budget, Finance Minister Sitharaman pegged the fiscal deficit target at 4.4% of the GDP for the financial year 2025-26. For 2024-25, the fiscal deficit target has been revised from 4.9% of gross domestic product to 4.8%. The budget also promises to continue the government's efforts to accelerate growth, secure inclusive development, invigorate private sector investments, uplift household sentiments, and enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Here's a report.
In a bid to continue the Indian economy's journey on course of fiscal consolidation, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a 50.65 lakh crore budget, the biggest in the history of India, with an aim to maintain economic growth and keep the fiscal deficit on the declining path.
Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions.
As per the budget estimates 2025-26, the total receipts other than borrowings is pegged at rupees 34.96 lakh crore, and the total expenditure or the total size of the budget has been kept at rupees 50.65 lakh crore. The net tax receipts are estimated at rupees 28.37 lakh crore. The fiscal deficit target for 2025-26 is pegged at 4.4% of the GDP as compared to the previous year's figure of 4.8%. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at rupees 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at rupees 14.82 lakh crore. In order to maintain the growth momentum of the Indian economy, the capital expenditure or capex has been kept at around rupees 15.5 lakh crores, an upward revision from the previous year's figure of rupees 10.18 lakh crore. In the budget 2025-26, the sectors that have received the largest budgetary allocations are Defence 4.91 lakh crore, Rural Development rupees 2.66 lakh crore, Home Affairs 2.33 lakh crores, Agriculture rupees 1.71 lakh crore, Education rupees 1.28 lakh crore, Health rupees 98,000 crore, and Urban Development 96,000 crore.
In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, Youth, Annadata and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy and innovation.
The budget 2025-26 has been crafted with a special focus on agriculture, micro, small and medium enterprises or MSMEs, an investment-friendly environment, and a major thrust on export-oriented economy, which will be fueled by reforms guided by the spirit of inclusivity with a clear target of mission Viksit Bharat or Developed India. Amit Mukherjee for DD India.
And we play out some reactions from union ministers, including even Prime Minister Modi, and when we get it. But let me bring in our guests at the moment to talk about this budget. Now that we've had some time to digest it, we have Amitendu Parit, senior economist, joining us from Singapore, and Sunil Arora is also with us. He's National Head Taxation, ASA and Associates. Welcome to you both. First, let me come to you, Mr. Arora, because everybody, I guess, wants to know about what changes have been brought in to the income tax regime, the new and old, which should one go for now? Probably the old income tax regime is breathing its last. But what are the changes that have been brought in by the finance minister in the new income tax regime, about the rebate as well as the new slab? What do they really mean for the everyday taxpayer, the salaried person?
Well, I think it's a very valid viewpoint. I think we should first talk about, I think in the earlier report also you mentioned about the new income tax bill that is going to be introduced next week by the finance minister. Now, please understand the history. The history has been that this bill has been in talks since 2009. When this government came into power in 2014, they set up a committee from 2014 to 2000.
There was talk about direct tax as well.
Yeah. So this bill is going to be introduced next week. Now, this bill has a very specific provision about how to simplify the taxpayers, the way they pay taxes, the way income tax legislation is to be eased. And whatever new regime that you see right now is a step forward in that direction only. So the way I see it, if you see the way a new regime was brought into being 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, when it was optional, today, when you go and file your tax return, this new regime is a default regime, right? So to answer your question, is this beneficial to you? Most certainly, this is the default regime that applies to you. Now, the finance minister said very clearly today, incomes up to 12 lakhs of rupees, 1.2 million are exempt. This is a very, very welcome move. This obviously leaves a lot of money, disposable income in the hands of the taxpayers. Now, something that's a bit hidden in the budget, but something that also helps you in leaving a bit more income, disposable income in your hands, is the rationalization of the limits on which TDS has to be done. So, for example, TDS on interest that you get from bank, especially for senior citizens, the limit today is that the TDS will be done at 50,000 rupees of income. That has been enhanced from 50,000 to 1 lakh. Now, that also leaves a lot of money, disposable income in your hands. For others, it has been increased from 40,000 to 50,000. Dividend income, 5,000 to 10,000. Rental income, TDS on rental income, 2,40,000, 20,000 a month to 50,000 a month, 6 lakhs. So that certainly leaves a lot of disposable income in your hands. So my bet will be go with the new tax regime.
All right. And as far as the old tax regime is concerned, we can sort of conclude that it's going to be a thing of the past, if not already, very soon.
The way it's moving ahead, yes. I think there is absolutely no doubt about that.
All right. Now, Mr. Parit, what brings up a question related to these tax changes, income tax, personal income tax changes, is the fact that the government is foregoing a substantial amount of money. It's more than 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Does that sort of worry you in any way, or do you think the government has done its math very well and it's going to make up the shortfall from revenue coming in from other areas or reduced expenditure?
I think that's a valid point, but when we look at that point, we can obviously come into it with diverse perspectives. One of them is the perspective that you highlight, that there is a fairly large chunk of revenue being foregone by the government. And as a result of that, there is going to be some pressure on the resources for the treasury, which is in a sense going to impact a large number of, say, developmental budget programs that are on the anvil. But I think it's important to look at the context in which this foregoing decision has been taken by the government, and one of which is the fact that today after a couple of years, the Indian economy is expected to go into a lower than trend rate of growth of around 6.4%, number one, which means that this is that part of an economic cycle where the government needs to come out with an expansionary fiscal policy. So, to that extent, an income tax relaxation and bringing in more purchasing power for the people, increasing their affordability and ability to spend, is an important consideration. So, I think that has really influenced the government decision in one. But there's another thing. I think it's also taking a look at the totality, and it's not just the income taxes that we look at in this budget. We have also seen significant changes allowed in the area of customs duty. And these customs duty changes have all been introduced with the intention of bringing down the cost of production, especially for exporters and MSMEs. Now, what that would mean is that this is also an incentive, a systemic policy incentive being given to these producers and exporters to enhance their production and obtain larger shares of the global export market. Now, if that happens, then there is a possibility that the revenues come back to the economy through larger foreign exchange earnings and greater industrial domestic turnover, which also influences the GST collections. So I think the calculation has more or less been based on what one can call calculated risk projections. And given the context that the economy is riding on at this point in time, this is perhaps something which is not an unanticipated or not unseen through risk.
All right. So you think it's been well weighed. Sunil Arora, if I could again come to you just to understand, because there's still a lot of confusion in people's mind as to how these new changes, the 12 lakh rebate, which was 7.5 lakh earlier in the new tax regime, and these new tax slabs again in the new regime, nothing's changed for the old one, right? Everything changes for the new regime. And to what extent does it change? How much would a person save depending on how much that person earns? Could you quickly explain that to us if it's possible?
So I think if you see the slabs, earlier there were 6 slabs, now there are 7 slabs. If you read between the lines, if you read these slabs, there is a slab number 2 and number 3, the slab that takes you to the 12 lakh income. So slab number 2 says 4 lakh to 8 lakh, 5% income. That means a tax of about 20,000 rupees. Slab number 3 takes you from 8 lakhs to 12 lakhs. That means a 10% tax. That means a additional tax of 40,000 rupees. Now that makes a total of 60,000 rupees. Now what the government has cleverly done is, other than tinkering too much with these slabs, they have said, if you have an additional tax burden of up to 60,000 rupees, we are going to give you a relief of up to 60,000 rupees. So effectively, your 12 lakh income, the tax on 12 lakh income, more so for salaried, because for salaried you have the standard deduction also. So for salaried it becomes 12 lakhs plus 75,000. So what they're saying is, if you have the 12 lakh income, we will give you rebate enough for you to not pay any tax on the 12 lakhs. So that's the real math behind it. You don't see any...
And what happens when you earn even a rupee about 12 lakh rupees?
You are taxed at 15%.
15% for the part of your salary which is between 12 and 16 lakh?
Which is above 12 lakhs and up to 16 lakhs. Yes.
Okay, and below that it's according to the slabs?
Below that is according to the slabs, yes.
Okay, so if a person is, say, earning 50 lakh rupees, then what is that person's tax liability?
So then you obviously fall into the highest tax bracket, and one needs to do the math to understand how the tax would. But on a high level basis, 26 lakhs will be taxed at 30%, because that's the difference between 50 lakhs and 24 lakhs, and the income up to 24 lakhs is going to be taxed on these slab rates.
So would you say that a person, if a person is earning above 24 lakh rupees, if that person was previously in the old income tax regime, would it be beneficial for that person to shift to the new income tax regime now?
Yeah, I think you should easily save about 80,000 to 100,000 rupees, maybe more than that if you include surcharge and cess also.
Okay. Let me bring in Mr. Parath again. Mr. Parath, as a person who assesses the economy in every aspect of it, especially the macro level, what really gives you satisfaction in terms of how things have been continued to ensure that India remains on that or returns to the high growth path, because we've slightly slowed down, although we still remain the fastest growing large economy, developing economy in the world. But what gives you the most satisfaction? What still remains a concern for you?
I think I will highlight two aspects of this budget, which I think are promising areas of focus. I don't intend to say that these will necessarily mean that India comes back to a high growth trajectory in that sense. But I think what I'll insist on is that there are two areas. One of them is the MSMEs and the other is exports. These two are areas which on an average, we don't get to see being covered with as much of care and sensitivity as they have been done in the current budget. And I'm choosing my words quite carefully over here, because when we look at the articulation of, let us say, the MSMEs and the recognition of the fact that their investment and turnover limits are going to get changed, they are going to be provided a credit guarantee cover, especially the exporter ones. There is an implicit recognition of the fact that the MSMEs have been very important to the economic prospects of the country. And perhaps to that extent, the policy ecosystem which goes behind their nurturing needs to be that much more supportive and complementing in their efforts. So they are contributing between themselves almost half of the country's exports. Now, if the MSMEs themselves are put in a position where their cost of compliance comes down, there is a light touch regulatory system, and at the same time, they are being brought into the specificities of industrial production, making them capable of joining industrial value chains, supply chains globally, then it's a win-win combination for the economy. And this is precisely where I want to also emphasize upon the fact that today, the Indian trade scenario, looked at it from a global perspective, is encountering quite a few unpredictable issues. We have had issues from the past. The Ukraine war continues. The dollar is exceptionally high. This is making it very challenging for exporters to invoice their products in dollar. India is trying to shift more towards trade in Indian currency, but that has its structural limitations. So at this point in time, the kind of efforts that have been brought in for encouraging exports, and let me pick out two of this. First is the fact that there's a national framework which is being proposed for global capability centers. And as we have seen, the latest trends show that the global capability centers have been instrumental behind Indian service exports exceeding the manufacturing exports.
Right.
And they're really also playing a very significant role in pushing India up the ladder as a technology and innovation hub, integrating India into the service value chains, and also generating domestic jobs. So I think if that kind of a framework comes in, where the GCCs are being enough space to move out in various parts of the country and not get congested in a handful of cities, we are definitely expecting to see a much robust growth of services exports from the country, along with concomitant benefits. And the final point over here, which I'd like to mention, is that for a very long time, there has been this complaint that when one looks at India's customs duty structure, it tends to suffer from what we call the inverted duty, legacy issue, where the customs duties on imported inputs are much higher than those on the final products, which completely overlooks the fact that in many cases, exporters need to actually import inputs for assembling their products, and that is where an inverted duty structure makes them lose their competitiveness. I'm very happy to note that in the current budget, this problem has been substantively addressed with an effort to improve India's export competitiveness and bring down overall cost of production. So that is why, going back to what I said in the beginning, I think these two taken together are very promising areas of focus. Not that they're going to probably generate the benefits immediately within a period of 6 months or 3 quarters, but they are certainly steps in the right direction.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Made some valid points there, Mr. Pallet. And when we come back, we'll also introduce Anil Padmanabhan, senior economic journalist, who's joined us in our studio. Thanks, Anil. But we have to take a very quick break for our sponsors. Do join us in just a bit. We'll talk about the rural economy as well.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। लेकिन बिजनेस शुरू हो गया तो इन दोनों कौन संभालेगा?
मम्मी, तुम बिजनेस संभालो, रोहन को मैं संभाल लूंगी।
बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Welcome back. You're watching DD News Hour. I'm Gautam Roy. Now, as India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget in the Lok Sabha, Union ministers have hailed the budget and have termed it growth-oriented. Listen in.
Well, I think it's a complete budget. It's a budget that's been announced keeping in mind the vision of developed a nation, Viksit Bharat.
I think it's an excellent budget. I would rate it 10 out of 10. I think she's covered all the important sections of the society. She's given a big tax break to the middle class, and middle class and below. She's taken care of. She's given big relief to all of them. So I think the whole she's covered 99% of the population in that. So I'm sure they're going to be all extremely happy with this.
So it's a common people budget, and it's pro poor, pro women, and pro farmers, and pro youth. And especially the special concentration was given on the middle class. So I believe that this budget will create new job facilities.
Undoubtedly, this announcement which was made today to enhance the tax limits, it is going to give a big boost and big relief to the middle income group, and simultaneously it is going to give a big boost in the GDP.
देश के इतिहास का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बजट निर्मला जी ने आज पार्लियामेंट में पेश किया है। ये जो बजट की विशेषता ये है कि हमारी इकोनॉमी को एक्सेलरेट करने वाला ये बजट है। जहां तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हर समय वित्त मंत्री प्राथमिकता देते हैं, इस समय भी हमारा बजट बढ़ा है, जिसके कारण इंफ्रा रोड सेक्टर में इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा होगा।
ये मध्यम वर्ग के लिए वरदान है। कोई कल्पना नहीं करता था कि इनकम टैक्स में छूट की सीमा 12 लाख रुपए तक हो जाएगी, और इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद वित्त मंत्री जी को और विशेषकर प्रधानमंत्री जी को।
And we've got some more reactions coming in from the industry as well. Piroz Khambata, Managing Director of Rasna Private Limited, has stressed that helping the MSMEs and startups would add to the overall growth of the Indian economy. He's also hailed the budget allocation for food processing, which plays a significant role in farm revenue and employment creation.
If we simplify laws and we help the MSMEs and startups, I think it will prosper. And once they become part of the ecosystem, overall growth will also happen. Setting up the Institute for Food Processing is a good positive move. Having export missions to identify crops for export is a good thing. In tourism also, to identify districts where we can have more tourism clusters, especially in religious areas. So these are all the things, if you put together, will all add to the growth. That is my belief.
Well, Sanjeev Puri, the president of Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, hailed the Union Budget 25-26 as a roadmap for a Viksit Bharat or developed India. Adding further, he said that the budget focuses on inclusive and sustainable development. DD India's Deepika Mahato has spoken with the CII president. Listen in.
In the past decade, if we see, every budget has focused towards India's goal to become a developed nation by the year 2047. Looking at this budget, what do you have to say about it?
It is, I think, on the same path. It is really focusing on the pillars for India to achieve the dream of Viksit Bharat. And it's again focusing on inclusive and sustainable development. The budget has focused on several sectors that are labor intensive, very important from an economic point of view, to boost economic activity and therefore generate employment, which in itself, over time will improve consumption and create further investments, a virtuous cycle. Focus also is there on investments in the economy, whether it's human capital development, whether it's urban infrastructure, whether it's around innovation and getting India to partake in the sunrise sectors. A lot of positives there, and a very strong message on the government's commitment towards ease of doing business and cost of doing business.
A major focus has also been on the eastern part of the nation, and especially a very huge boost to the northeastern states as well. How do you see that?
I think given the phase of development these regions are, I think focus is very much required there.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So there you heard Mr. Sanjeev Puri talking about India's budget for the current year and how it has been really progressive this time. With camera person Sunny Kalra, this is Deepika reporting for DD India.
And TKL Industries MD and CEO Vivek Bhatia has hailed the union budget as well, saying that the government has taken a lot of steps to ensure that the industry benefits, taken through measures in the country's economy growing as well. He also praised the increased allocation for green energy in budget 2025.
How do you see India's growth and its progress towards becoming a developed nation by the year 2047 specifically?
Well, it's no secret that India is the fastest growing major economy in the world, and I think consistently over the last 10 years we have seen a lot of positive measures being taken by the government to make sure that we remain steadfast on this high growth journey, and I think that's very important for us to realize our dreams of being a developed nation by 2047.
And there's also been a focus on public-private partnership, and especially when we talk about becoming a developed nation and taking everybody together. And when we talk about green energy as well, the green sector, how have you seen the increasing boost in that?
Well, I think this is a very positive budget. Firstly, I must congratulate our finance minister. Everybody after the budget announcement is smiling, especially on what she has done on the personal income tax side. And mind you, she has made all these positive investment announcements while keeping fiscal deficit in control, and we are looking towards 4.4%. and the government has always done better, tends to do better than what they are announcing. When it comes to the core sector and sectors like green and sustainable energy, I think there's a very interesting thing she's talked about, which is improving the grid infrastructure and supporting that, and also for the DISCOMs, to get more funding and financing into that sector. So I think with T&D improving, that allows for more uptake of green energy into the national grid. And that will definitely ultimately boost the whole sector. Then on the other side, when you have suggestions for lithium and the battery ecosystem, which will then get a boost, then we are also talking about continued incentives and support for electrolyzers and green hydrogen. So I think that is a very positive, for the overall green economy.
And let's now take you back to our guests. We have with us Amitendu Palit, senior economist, joining us from Singapore. Sunil Arora is with us, National Head Taxation, ASA Associates. And Anil Padmanabhan is with us in our studio, senior economic journalist. Anil, if I could come to you and ask you about, the industry, particularly, we've just heard from FICCI and CI and some others as well. They seem pretty pleased with the budget. Do you think there is reason enough for them to feel that as far as their businesses are concerned, they can go about it with less regulatory burden, compliance burdens in the coming days? There will be more ease of doing business?
Oh, definitely, Gautam. Ahead of the presentation of the budget, a key pain point for industry was exactly this regulatory burden and the tax overreach. So if you recall, the FM made two specific comments. One, she said soft touch with the regulation and trust first, scrutinize later with regards to the tax part of it. So if you take the two together and the decision to set up a regulatory reforms committee to review all the regulations in the non-financial sector, then set up an investment friendliness index for states, which means if you don't tick the boxes, you will not be considered investment friendly. Then the decriminalization of legal provisions, taking it further, they did it last time too. So you pull all these together, there's a clear instance of ease of doing business that they are signaled. Now the problem with this is that the central government, to its credit, has not been found wanting on this, excepting in the parts of tax overreach, which she has signaled today that they need to correct that. But the challenge is going to be to walk this talk at the state level, because that's a different story. But presumably they got a plan B, which has not been disclosed in the budget, from the signal that the FM said that for tourist destinations, they will be giving a PLI scheme to incentivize tourist destinations to be developed, and states will be awarded for cleanliness, hygiene, connectivity, etc. So if you, all in all, ease of doing business, the government has moved halfway into meeting the economic survey's very clear comment that get out of the way, which is what the economic survey said yesterday.
Yes.
So the government has gone halfway to meet the economic survey on its suggestion.
And there's a promise of more to unfold as we go along because of the report that will come in from this committee that has been...
Also, the next step should be GST. See, it's for last nearly 2 years, they have been debating on how and when to rationalize the bands. So in principle, they've taken a call. But now with this budget having set the foundation, I hope the GST Council now meets.
The GST is out of the purview of the budget.
That's why I said, after taking the cue from the budget, I hope the GST Council meets and carries through the efforts, which rationalization, which is long overdue, which will be a huge improvement in ease of doing business.
Okay. I'll come to our other guests as well, but let's just play out how Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reacted to this union budget. He's thanked the Finance Minister for a people's budget and said that this budget fulfills the dreams of the common people. Listen in.
आज भारत की विकास यात्रा का एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। ये बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। यह बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा।
And we've got some more reactions coming in. DD India's Tapas Bhattacharya has spoken about the budget's potential impact with Jyoti Wij, Director General of FICCI, exploring how these measures could transform the developmental landscape.
Ma'am, from FICCI's perspective, when you talk about at the fag end of Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am's budget, she mentioned that it's a huge push for the middle class when she announced the no tax for till 12 lakhs. How do you see that and how do you see that actually having a repercussion in a circular economy?
So in this economy, I think demand was something which we had seen was a bit sluggish. I think that also had a bearing on the growth rates in Q1, Q2. So this is a huge boost which has been given by the government, and so is obviously one of the recommendations that we as FICCI have been giving to the government, and we are very, very pleased to see this happen.
Two more important things I want to ask. One is about medical tourism that Finance Minister has announced. The other part is a major push towards the manufacturing sector. That's another thing that one believes that will catapult India towards the Viksit Bharat by 2047.
No, absolutely. I think if we have to go towards Viksit Bharat and the self-reliant goal that the Prime Minister Modi has been talking about, manufacturing has to be the backbone of the economy, where we have lost the steam in the past, and this government has been pursuing that in a very focused way. And in light of that, the manufacturing mission should most definitely bring back this goal in a very, very focused way. But more importantly, I think they're looking at employment focused sectors, which is the toys, the leather, the textile, the handicrafts, all of that. That's what can actually help in the employment part of the whole the piece which has been missing in the economy, which has been really disturbing everybody. So that's very important. And manufacturing, as I said, will also help in bringing the self-reliance in the country.
Medical tourism also is a major.
Medical tourism, again, I think we've been promoting. We have very good health facilities in the country. We have a lot of medical people coming in, but to identify those gaps and try and plug them and make it more seamless, I think is a very, very good step.
Let me now go back to my panel of guests. I have Amitendu Palit with us, senior economist, joining us from Singapore, Sunil Arora, National Head Taxation, ASA and Associates, and Anil Padmanabhan, senior economic journalist in our studio. If I could come to you, Mr. Palit, again and talk about what do you think is really standing out as far as giving a boost to the rural economy is concerned in this budget? The agricultural sector has been in focus, a lot of focus on Bihar as well. A lot of agrarian activity there will benefit from the provisions of the budget as well, do you think?
I think the agriculture sector, there's no denying the fact that even if it's not mentioned that way in the previous budgets or the other budgets that we have seen, agriculture is always a priority insofar as the union budget done by the Ministry of Finance and allocation of resources and funding is concerned. So that said, this particular year, I think the budget has been a little bit more mindful about the fact that agriculture today is subject to a certain variety of challenges which were not existing maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Let's, for example, extreme weather events tend to impact agriculture much more these days. There are issues surrounding water adequacy. There are issues surrounding agri-tech. There are issues surrounding innovation. And most importantly, I think the information that is available with farmers in terms of the patterns that they need to adjust with, the kind of strategies they need to prepare, it's more of an idea of strategic preparedness on part of the agriculture producers. That I think is an important issue. And to that extent, I think the budget has made an interesting beginning. And let me also try to bring this in with the fact that this is a budget where there are these arguably 4 engines that have been put out: agriculture, investment, MSMEs, and exports we spoke of earlier. I think there's an interesting element to this budget that there has been an effort to somehow synergize these 4 engines together, because it's not always that we get to see budgets where this synergy element is visible. Very often one tends to see that the focus and priorities are running in silos. But this is for once where one does tend to see that there is a connection, let's say, for example, between the agriculture focus and the fisheries sector and the textile sector and the improvement sector and so on and so forth. So I think that element is worth noting, and that is something, again, which is purposeful.
Yes, and Anil, if I could ask you in terms of how this budget has also been chalked out for even the sections of society which have not really benefited to that extent as was expected. If you talk about women, if you talk about creating more opportunities for the youth, and even startups which have had a lot of resources being devoted as far as fund of fund is concerned. There's talk of another fund of fund, and there's a focus on deep tech as well. Do you feel that this will also there's an exploration for a deep tech fund of fund as well? So do you feel that these will also give a lot of fillip to the kind of economic activities that we're looking to employ our people in the coming years?
Oh, absolutely, Gautam. I would in fact highlight one instance from the budget which answers all your queries, which is, it may not be, headline news in most media, but the government's FM's decision for Makana, to set up a Makana board in Bihar. Most people don't realize that Makana has grown, most of India's Makana has grown in 3 districts in Bihar. And the farmers there get nothing. It's exported out to neighboring states like Karnataka, and then value added and export. Now they have decided to take growth to the people there. So the whole idea is you create a Makana board, and today Makana is a superfood, as you know. A decade ago, none of us knew Makana, but few of us, did. So that tells you that the entire approach is to make it inclusive, whether it's youth, women, or those outside. In fact, the PM's remarks were very interesting. He said that this is a budget to create new stakeholders. You see, if you step back and look, those who are not part of the system, at one time India had about 40% poor in this country. So they were outside the system looking in. Today, 400 million people have been given a bank account in the last 10 years. So they are now inside looking out. So moves like Makana and all these other initiatives they have taken to include all the demographic segments you mentioned do contribute in that fashion.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us and talking about it. Anil Padmanabhan and Amitabh Palit as well, joining us from Singapore to talk about these vital budget provisions that are expected to take India further on where the quest to reach the goal of becoming a developed nation by 2047 is concerned. Thank you for joining us for the moment. This special look into the budget will continue with my colleague Ramesh Ramachandran in the next 1 hour of the broadcast from here on DD India. For now, thank you for joining us for the moment. And that's all we have for this edition of DD India News Hour, but let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. And for those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India's mobile app. It's available on both Android and iOS. You can scan the QR code that will appear on the screen as I speak. Well, scan that QR code and download the app now. We'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Gautam Roy, and from all of us here in Delhi, thanks for watching DD India News Hour.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Complex issues, hidden agendas, twists and turns, strategic games. We think all dots are linked. We just need to connect them. Join me every week as I connect the dots to unravel hidden designs in statecraft, mysteries, and decode issues that matter to you. Watch Connecting the Dots with me at these times on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस।
Timeless, boundless, and infinite. The essence of faith. The soul of Sanatan culture, from the sacred confluence of Prayag, where divinity descends to earth. Witness the grandeur, the devotion, the magic. World's largest cultural and spiritual gathering, with over 450 million devotees expected to attend. Mahakumbh, India's greatest festival of faith. Exclusively on DD India.
पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा, हाँ? वो भी कोलैटरल फ्री। अच्छा, 5 करोड़ तक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा संभाल लेगा। बड़ौदा महिला स्वावलंबन लोन, तो शुरू कीजिए अपना ड्रीम बिजनेस। पर लोन लेने के लिए खुद का हैवी मार्जिन लगाना पड़ता है। 80% तक का बिजनेस लोन मिलेगा।
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. Coming up in the next hour, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauds 2025 budget as people's budget, says it will give momentum to making the country self-reliant. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces a major relief for the middle class. No income tax up to rupees 12 lakh under the new tax regime.
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
All right, Minister Sitharaman is addressing media in New Delhi. Let's listen in.
Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran. Yesterday we did. Friends, first the Honorable Finance Minister will make her opening remarks. Thereafter, we will take questions. I request all of you to follow the point of order. It would be very nice if each of you asking a question may restrict to one question at one go. This will ensure that all other your friends may get chance. Please introduce yourself and organization before asking the question. Over to Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you and good evening to all of you all. I'm happy to be here talking about today's budget. The budget actually says several things about our path towards Viksit Bharat. It has invested in agriculture. It has certainly looked at rural prosperity, focuses on urban development, particularly looking at urban workers, and continues to lay emphasis on reforms. 6 specified sectors have been identified and I spoke about it in the budget. Sectors in which we will continue our reform agenda. All this, even as we have continuously been engaged with the stakeholders, and interest of education and health has been prioritized. When we're talking about education, from a child in a daycare center, portion for women, lactating mothers, till the level of getting skilling done, and also for artificial intelligence and digital reading material for students and in school and colleges. Every aspect of education and bringing in that dimension which is so critical for health. Daycare, cancer centers, and making sure more medical seats are available. These are kind of things with which I'm trying to highlight. The approach in this budget has been pointed on areas which definitely need immediate intervention, outlays, and action along with the states. So, Viksit Bharat is not just being described. I've given you also what we mean by Viksit Bharat, or what is it that we expect to achieve for Viksit Bharat. So this budget actually has given you several things on which you can understand how this economy is being planned to take forward a route towards Viksit Bharat. Secretaries have joined me. All of them would also come in to explain or answer and give clarity and so on. But one thing which I certainly would like to highlight is responding to the voice of the people, which is what Prime Minister Modi is known for in his administration. It's a very responsive government. And as a result, the income tax simplification, which I announced in July, is already completed in its works, and we shall bring the bill in the next week. So the income tax simplification, about which in July budget I have gone in detail to say, the work is completed within 6 months is what I said. Within 6 months we've brought the bill. It will be coming into the parliament next week. So if we are talking of reform, inclusive of taxation, the work is done. This budget also speaks about rationalization in customs. Tariffs are being brought down, tariffs are being simplified, and also the basket which consisted of so many different tariffs for so many different commodities are now reduced. 8 were taken off earlier, 8 has been taken off now. So whatever remains now, 7 I think remains, and that is all about India's tariff picture. So the usual narrative which goes on, saying is India being too heavy on tariffs? No, you find that we've drastically reduced and also simplified. So this budget has so many things for all of us to talk about. The more important thing about agriculture, which performed very well during COVID and which has contributed to India's food security, the proposals which are mentioned in this budget actually talk about everything to do with beads to bazaar, literally from the stage of seeds, hybrid seeds, resilient, climate resilient seeds, seeds which can give greater output, seeds which are going to be high yielding, all this together to the final point of India becoming the world's food basket. That's the definition I put in when I was talking about Viksit Bharat. So we are making sure that India's agriculture gets the support across the board, whether it is on seeds, whether it is for skilling the farmers, whether it is rural prosperity, whether it is going to have agriculture and allied industries being set up in rural areas, and whether it is going to be farmers getting better and more loan with interest subvention, not just farmers, fishermen, and also dairy, meaning animal husbandry. So the picture for rural development and the picture for supporting agriculture is across the board, and that has been narrated. The second thing which I would want to highlight is the continued emphasis that we're giving since vote on account budget, July budget, and now on the MSMEs. Whether it is giving them sovereign guaranteed loan, whether it is support during COVID, whether the definition being changed now for better, more inclusive growth in MSMEs, access to bank credit. So MSMEs have also been given greater emphasis. Together with this, I'd like to highlight the point that energy security has had greater attention in this budget. We've highlighted in July budget how even pump storage will have greater attention. Solar and wind and renewable energy has also been taking consistently good importance in our budgets. This time we are talking about the small modular reactors. I've also announced that there shall be 2 amendments, one to the Atomic Energy Act and the other one for the civil liability. All of this is going to help us attain energy security. Insurance sector's FDI limits have been enhanced. That is another important announcement. I'll end my opening statement with 2 things. There is no reduction in the public spending on capital expenditure. Let's put that up front. We continue to place emphasis on the multiplier effect that capital expenditure done by government has shown, has sustained us. We continue on that. And with all this, our fiscal prudence has aligned itself to the glide path that we announced in 2020-21. So we've kept ourselves in alignment. Fiscal prudence has been maintained. And the next year, coming